Good morning. My name is Luci. Thank you for coming to the Indie News Network Student Debt Boycott Marathon event. We're going to have 8 hours of content where we're going to talk about the cancellation of student debt. So I'm just going to go over the schedule real quick, and then I'm going to leave it to Collin, Robert, and Todd. They all have YouTube channels. They all have student debt. And I'm going to go over the schedule really quickly. So first, we're going to hear student debt stories from the three panelists here. And then at 1 o'clock, Marcus Cage will be talking to Alan Collinge, who's a veteran organizer and student debt activist. And he will be sharing a petition that 1 million people have already signed on the cancellation of student debt. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to talk about the economics and history of student debt with Caleb Maupin, journalist and political analyst, and Steve Grumbine, Real Progressives and Real Progress in Action. He is an MMT advocate. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to talk about how to join a debt union with 2 debt union members, including one who's going to do a little guitar segment. And at 4 o'clock, we're going to talk about how debt affects minorities and educators with INN member Elias Cepeda. He's a journalist. And panelist Sabrina Salvati, host of Sabby Sabs podcast, and Colin Radix-Carter, who's also on this panel. And then at 5, we're going to talk about how student debt affects women with Tatami from Tatami's Diary, Tara Reid, and Bess from Millennial Splain. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to talk about political tactics for debt cancellation with 3 political candidates and 1 former political candidate. And at 7, we're going to talk about, is college worth the debt? With Angel Rivera, Carl, and Nikki from Radical Leftist Agenda. And also, we're going to have an admissions person from a school abroad to talk about Cuba School of Medicine. And then at 8 o'clock, we're going to talk about the legalities of a student debt boycott. You should always know what you're getting into should you decide to boycott. You should not deliberately default on your loan without knowing the risks. Don't do it without consulting a lawyer. Luckily, we have a lawyer coming. We have Josh Cohen, a student debt lawyer, coming on to talk about the risks of boycotting and whether that's the best pressure tactic to use or not. That's going to be at 8 o'clock. And I highly suggest that you guys attend that because his fee is like $400. So definitely show up to that one. And then at 8:30, we're going to have a conclusion and a pledge. For the pledge, it's just very simple. If anyone would like to, that has student debt, if it is a financially liberatory thing for you, just put it in the comments anytime, pledge. How much could you actually donate to general strike funds now versus how much could you donate if all of your student debt were canceled? If you can't donate money after your student debt is canceled, what would you do with the money? Would you buy a home? Would you be able to invest in other things? Would you be able to pay down other debt? So please, anytime during the stream, if you have something else you would like to do with that money, definitely put it in the chat, and I will be trying to read the pledges at the end. So I'm just going to remove myself from this and leave you with the other 3 panelists. Thank you so much.
What's up, guys? So if you guys don't mind, I think we'd just kind of go in order and tell our stories. I can go first if you guys want.
Sure.
I actually have a doctorate in chiropractic. I went to school in State College in Michigan, Western Michigan, and I graduated, let's see, that'd be 2012, and then I got my chiropractic degree in 2015. They work in trimesters, so you get your chiropractic degree in about 3 1/3 years. And when I graduated in 2015, I had about $232,000 worth of debt. So nowadays, since a lot of those are private loans, I got them out at 5% interest a lot of the time. So it's very high interest rates on private loans like that. And I never retook a class. I never had to retake any board exams, anything like that. And since then, I've been working up until I quit my job in September of 2020. I had never even been able to afford my interest. So I fell into like despair, and I could see the writing on the wall. And I had once done a calculation on how long it was going to take me to pay off my loans, even if my salary doubled. And I was like 30 at the time. I'm 33 now, and it was going to take me till I was like in my 80s to pay everything off if everything went really well. So I don't expect that I'll ever be able to pay that off. I've never made enough to pay off my interest, and now I'm just under 300,000. So what I do is I pay off my loans from State College, my bachelor's degree, because they're reasonable. They're like $50 a month or something like that. But my original bill, like the first bill I got from my grad school loans right out of grad school, was about $6,000 a month, which is, I don't know what kind of job they think I was going to get, but I was making like a third of that. So it's ridiculous. It's, an inordinate amount of money for somebody even that has a doctorate. So I was never able to pay those off. So I just constantly defer is what I do on my grad school loans. And I just tell them, listen, I don't know what to tell you. There aren't jobs out there for chiropractors that are paying $200,000 a year, not even $100,000 a year. I've never made more than 45 really is the highest I've ever made. So it's like, dude, I don't know what you guys expect. So that's kind of my story. I pay up until recently, I had paid all of my state college stuff and my bachelor's because it wasn't unreasonable. But $6,000 a month is just, I don't know what kind of job they think I was going to get. So the floor is yours, fellas.
Wow. Yeah, that's insane. Like $6,000 a month. Yeah. Who could afford that? No working class person could, right? That's an insane amount of money. Yeah, and then it's interesting. You calculate it off. You wouldn't be able to pay it off till it's what kind of country you have student loan debt as like an elderly person? Right. It's just like a real indictment of the system. Yeah, so I graduated with my bachelor's in 2011, and I basically just kind of had been paying like the kind of lowest amount possible. I think when I graduated, it was around 20,000, but because I was really only not paying down the principal, like it kept going up. I think before the pandemic hit and the loans were paused, it was maybe like 23,000, something like that, which isn't like horrible compared to some people, but I'm in grad school right now, and I'm in this program where I'd have to work for the state child welfare system once I graduate, and they would pay for my tuition when I've been in school, but just kind of having a real crisis of conscience of working in that system for a number of reasons. So I'm probably going to have, a good another $50,000-$60,000 tacked onto that original, 20. And, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's like, if I didn't have student loan debt, I definitely would be able to donate, money to a general strike fund and just do other really, positive things with it instead of, filling the coffers of these, loan corporations, which shouldn't exist. And again, we were kind of talking about, before we went live, Joe Biden could cancel all of that with the swipe of a pen, but he doesn't want to unless we really exert huge amount of pressure on him. And obviously that's one of the reasons they, propped him up so much, is because he's willing to do the bidding of, big business. And this is just another example of that. So.
Yeah, for me, so I have my bachelor's in elementary ed. Went to Boston College, graduated in 2003. So then at that point, actually, I feel kind of bad because my loan amounts are not nearly as much as you, Rob. But I think I ended up taking out about 20,000 that I had to pay back in debt at that time, which many people might say, oh, that's pretty reasonable. If not, that's kind of cheap. But considering, you know, as a teacher, and at that point, as I was getting into the field, you're usually not able to get work as a teacher unless you get your master's degree. And at that point, I wasn't sure if I wanted to be a teacher at all at that point. So I was basically working at preschool level jobs for about a few years. And then after that, I figured, you know what, I wanted to go back into the classroom. So obviously I needed a master's degree. So I went for my first master's, which I didn't finish. So I'm still paying for that, even though I didn't finish that degree. Then I traveled abroad to Africa for a bit and came back and worked again. And again, the idea was like, oh, if I want to go into teaching, if I want to be in a classroom setting, then I have to get a master's. Unfortunately, I found, well, actually, the person of the program found me, where I was able to do an accelerated program where I was able to finish my master's degree in a year. And I got paid in order to do that, which was great because that's not typical that you would find a program like that in teaching. I had to take out loans to kind of supplement, but I didn't have to take out as much, fortunately. So, and I was very fortunate that by the time I graduated with my second master's, that I was able to secure a job at a public school in Boston. So at that point, it took a decade, but then like, you know, I had a salary that, you know, I was able to pay my student loans, but by that point, I owed 75,000. That was the highest amount. Now I'm down to 24, which is good. I had to consolidate my undergraduate loans because I wasn't making the salary where I was able to pay. I think it was, at that time was like maybe $400 a month. I wasn't making that amount of money at that time. So I consolidated my loans and then having to make lower payments. And then with my master's, like I'm having to pay for the federal government. So, you know, but at least now I'm able, you know, at minimum to make the minimum payments, you know, a month. And now that interest has been canceled, then I'm able to pay a little bit more aggressively. Now I'm able to, you know, still fortunately being able to continue paying off my loans now during the pandemic. So, I mean, my story is not as bad, I guess you would say, as a lot of other people I know, but at the same time, you know, as a teacher, it's kind of like, you know, I'm doing a public service here, you know, and the idea that as a teacher that this is a worry that I have to be concerned about, you know, especially since I'm going into the field that essentially gave me my degree, you know, it's kind of very upsetting. And for a teacher who has to go into school, who's going into teaching with this amount of debt, and usually depending on where you live, in what state, in whatever state, you know, you may not necessarily make that kind of salary where you're able to kind of pay them back at a decent clip. You know, it doesn't give many people much incentive to go into education. And that's kind of been my thing is, you know, and I have to go like, you know, Dr. Jill Biden, you're an educator. Like, where's your voice in this as far as at minimum having teachers, you know, being able to go into the profession and not necessarily being in this amount of debt, you know? So that's just kind of my stance. As I said, my story is not as dramatic as many other people I know, but it's still a burden, you know, that I have as far as I'm going into the field and still having to pay off these loans. And I've been paying them off consistently since 2014. But the fact that it's kind of allowed me not to, you know, do the things that, you know, people say you should do, you know, like buy a house or anything like that. So,
yeah. And that you bring up a great point. I do think that there is like a huge de-incentivization nowadays to become educated in the United States. I mean, not just for teachers, but that's one of the real bad ones where you're going to get in a lot of debt and you know you're going to make peanuts after you get your education. And like you said, now they're requiring more and more education, like a master's, to even teach. So, you know, at what point do we get to in America where people don't want to become doctors, or in my case, chiropractors or teachers or what have you, because it just doesn't make fiscal sense to get that education anymore? And that's a scary prospect. And if I may, guys, I don't know if you guys have ever, if you guys do like income-based repayments. You said that you do like reduced payments, Collin, where they take your income and they take like a certain percentage of it, and that's the most they can charge you. I did that. And the way that it works for my loans is they still take 20% of your income. So they take that as, and there is another one I believe that you can file for. It's harder to get, where it's 10% of your income. But even so, like if I'm coming out of chiropractic school to a job that I make about like, you know, $38,000 a year, 20% of that is still an enormous amount for me. And then of course I have to, you know, you take out taxes and stuff like that. So I was working like 50 hours a week and doing the income-based repayments and just barely scraping by. So it's ridiculous. I don't know if you guys have experienced that too, but it's like even their income-based repayment program, which they go, hey, we're cutting you a deal. We're only going to take 20% of what you make. It's like there's such a problem with a lot of people nowadays will pay like half of their money towards rent, whereas back in the day it used to be more like a third, right? So you pay half your money towards rent, and then a lot of that remaining half goes towards your income-based repayments, which are not even your full payments, and you end up spending all of your money and you're not even paying down the actual principal of your loans. So you just get whittled down, and it beats you down for a period of years, and you realize the hole's just getting bigger. And that's the realization I had about 3 or 4 years in. I was like, I'm going to have to work till 10 years past my own death to pay these things off. So I don't know if you guys have felt that. I don't know if you've dealt with what your income-based repayments, if you've ever done that before. But even so, a lot of times these predatory loan agencies, which shall remain unnamed, they go out there and they go, hey, we're cutting you a deal. Instead of $6,000 a month, it's going to be $400 a month. And I'm like, that's still way more money than I can possibly put towards student loans right now. So I've always had to just defer. Almost always after the first year in practice, I had to always just defer because I couldn't put any savings away. And now I'm looking at, you know, 292,000 or 294,000. And it's just like, well, I'm not going to live to be 100. I basically have to count on Joe Biden to use, as I've said on my show multiple times, he can forgive student loans unilaterally using the Higher Education Act of 1965, Section 432A. He can do that. And Collin, you make a great point. What does Jill Biden think about all this? She's a doctor in education, right?
Right.
To answer your question, I think Jill Biden cares as much about our loans as Betsy DeVos cares about all of our loans. They're in the same club and they don't give a damn about us. So I'll leave it up to you guys.
Right. I will say this, you know, having lived abroad and traveled abroad, like, because I've talked to people, you know, just as far as, you know, like loans in general in this country. And they look at me and it's just kind of like, why? It doesn't make sense to many people depending on the country, like in them thinking like, why would you take out loans for basic stuff? Like as far as education, as far as food, like using a credit card to pay for basic needs like food, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, so the idea that I think for us, and, you know, growing up, I just grew up with the idea, not sure where I got it from, but the idea that just being in debt is okay. Like, it's almost considered a good thing. Whereas I think in other countries, it's just kind of like, that's not normal. And I think America is just kind of unique in that sense where, you know, like we live on debt and it's almost considered like a rite of passage. It's okay to be in debt for your education. It's okay to be in debt for, you know, a car. It's okay to be in debt, you know, like to take out a credit card to pay for food because you may not have made enough money, to go to the grocery store or something like that. So, yeah, that's not normal. And I think that's just something kind of counter that we have to kind of talk about more in regards to, I think, not just student loan debt, but like debt in general. But that being said, I did look at the public service loan forgiveness program, at least definitely a few years ago. But then, the idea was like, you have to work at a qualified employer for 10 years and make payments through that for 10 years. But then even with the for me as a teacher, there was a lot of red tape. I have to double check. I think at the time, in order to qualify, you have to work at the Title I school. I have not worked at a Title I school my entire career, so it's so for me, and right now I'm not working at Title I. So for me, it's just kind of I'll even go backtrack and say, as a teacher, the average teacher, especially a first-time teacher, leaves the profession within 3 years, just due to, issues just as far as within the field. So it's not even a guarantee that you're able to stay in the school for a decade, much less, so really the idea the idea of the program is very pointless, especially since the fair majority of people are denied assistance. I think it was something like over 90% of people who apply are rejected. So it's just so it's just basically pointless, that now I know they're talking about, lowering the amount of time, but again, it's still not, I think, especially given the pandemic, how, especially in public service, we need people and we need qualified people to stay in those professions. It would be advantageous if the program was a little bit more robust and a little bit more universal, as far as if you work at a school, whatever industry you're in, if you work at that industry for X number of years, then automatically your loans are forgiven. As I would say, as a teacher, more incentive for people to go into these fields where I think are needed. So, but the fact that we haven't even had that discussion, I think is also a problem, given in terms of we have a lot of people quitting these professions just due to burnout. And then with the pandemic, it's just accelerated a lot of these issues. So I just found it was just a lot of nonsensical red tape with the program that was just not even worth it for me to even bother applying. So I just felt you know what, I'm just going to pay it off. And whenever I pay them off, I pay them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good point both of you make about how, pursuing a higher education for whatever purpose, if it's just to gain knowledge or to, improve, job, career aspects, how it's been really de-incentivized in our society, and just how that's really, messed up on every level. And then just, Collin, you were talking about, it's very difficult to get into that, public loan service kind of program, and how even if you kind of qualify for it, I think it's actually a very small percent of people that are in that end up actually getting their loans forgiven and stuff. And how I think it's you have to make payments every month for 10 years. And I think maybe even if you miss one payment, then you have to maybe start the clock over, and just how they just make it super, super difficult, because they don't really want to help people out. It's just kind of a carrot, if you're a teacher or you're a social worker or you work in these public service fields, you make all these payments, 10 years in a row, 12 months, each year, then maybe, we'll forgive you at the end, but probably not. And just how, honestly, I think, obviously, cancel all student loan debt, make college free, every level, whether it's community, bachelor's, master's, above, etc. Honestly think you should get paid, to pursue an education, because I think it's really important to have an educated populace. And I think other countries, these social kind of democratic countries and these Nordic countries, I think some of them actually will pay you. You get a little stipend to go to school. I was actually, before I started my master's program, I was looking at like schools in Germany. It actually would have been cheaper for me to move to Germany, get a master's degree there, than it was to stay in the United States and get my master's in social work. And I think that's just such an indictment of the system. And again, like, the United States is the richest country, in the history of the world. So there's definitely no reason that we couldn't provide that to everybody. And I mean, you used to be able to, like, 60s, 70s, maybe not beyond that, you used to be able to work like at least, a part-time job and pay for your college tuition. But the education prices have, just skyrocketed in the last couple of decades. And obviously, wages haven't increased with that at all. And we can think, and you used to be able to, I think, get rid of your student loan debt through bankruptcy, right? But the former senator from MBNA, Joe Biden, he was one of the champions of making sure that wasn't able to happen, right? So
yeah, he was the architect of the bankruptcy bill.
Yeah,
you can thank Joe Biden for that. Yep, and that makes me very reticent to think that he will actually use his executive powers to get rid of it, because my man does not care about young people at all. In fact, what was it he said? I have no tolerance, or I have no empathy for young people. I think we know what we're getting with Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Collin, I think you said, I agree with you guys 100%. I love this discussion. I learn something new every time I talk to you wonderful people. But Collin, you said something really interesting earlier, which kind of sparked this idea. You said that it's basically been normalized to be in debt in America. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of that has to do with, I can never go an hour without bashing capitalism, but in a highly capitalist system like we have right now, the elites and the oligarchs that own everything, it pays for them to keep us all in some sort of servitude. And with, people that work for minimum wage, a lot of it is just like the day-to-day gathering money so they can put food on the table. But I think that there's also a scheme in the way that they do loans in this country for let's talk about student loans. It's a good way for them to keep people that get educated and maybe will get jobs that are slightly better paying, but it still keeps them as indentured servants because they're constantly giving so much of their extra earnings away to pay off these draconian and enormous student loans. So in a way, it acts as a mechanism that helps even keep people that just go to state college but are pretty educated people downtrodden, and make sure that they never really climb the ladder. And if they do, it just keeps them working 40, 50 hours a week constantly to be able to actually pay their loans off. We see a lot of these people, and you see like memes and stuff where it's like, today I just paid off $70,000 of my loan. I owed $23,000 when I got out. I paid $70,000 and now I'm like at $20,000 that I owe. So it's like, it feels like you never really get out of that. And I feel like a lot of that with the skyrocketing tuition prices and all of these predatory student loans nowadays is just a way to further turn you into servants of the elite class, even if you happen to go get a 2 or a 4 or a 6 or an 8-year degree. So I'll let you guys decide if that makes sense or not. But I don't think that things are going to change unless we really, really start getting mouthy with this administration. And even then, I think it's a long shot. Like you guys said, he wrote the bankruptcy bill. I don't think he has any indication or any empathy for us.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely agree. And like, you just remind me, like, I've been seeing online on Twitter, especially where, a lot of people would say, like, there's a lot of pushback, as far as, the government providing canceling student debt, because some people say, oh well, I paid off my debt, so and what do I get back, and all this kind of stuff. Or like, I had to work 3 jobs in order to you know, in order to make do in college or my master's degree or whatever, and having to, you know, pay off my debt. Like, so why can't you do that and all that kind of stuff? And I just kind of say, like, even with that, why is working 3 jobs in college, in school, okay? You know, like, you shouldn't have to do that, you know, in order to try and make ends meet. In the name of taking care of your education and like trying to do what you need to do in order to be, you know, in order to be an outstanding citizen in this country. You know, like, I think just kind of along with that, we also kind of glorify, like, I wouldn't say poverty, but like struggle, in a sense of, you know, like, you have to pay your dues, and, you know, you got to live this certain type of lifestyle and grind in order for you to get that good job, and then you're going to get that money, and then like it will just all almost kind of like the idealistic fairy tale, I think, you know, of like, you have to put in the work and really grind and really suffer, and then like one day, like, you'll get the job of your dreams, you'll make the money and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't happen that way. And I think, especially given like your career path, you know, like, I worked in college and I couldn't handle it just due to the requirements of my degree, where I had to go into school, which I wasn't paid for. But I had to go to school. I had to go into school to do my student teaching, and then having to take classes, you know, on top of that. There would have been no way for me, you know, in order to kind of upkeep all of that, and then having to take on a part-time job. As I said, I did, and I ended up quitting. You know, like I think I had 2 jobs at one point, and I quit both of them because it was just too much. Like, as far as having to decide if I wanted to get good grades or work, you know, and kind of possibly flunk out. So I made a choice to quit both of those jobs. And so it may not work, depending on, like, I know nurses are constantly doing, you know, practicums in hospitals all the time. There's no way they're able to work outside of that. So, you know, so I think when we talk about student loan debt, I think we also have to kind of talk, especially if people are saying like, oh, why don't you work and all of that kind of stuff? You know, like, we have to take a more nuanced look at, depending on your degree, depending on like your track, it may not be ideal for you to have a job, especially if you're like in a professional degree. More often than not, you don't necessarily have the extra time to have a part-time job on the side. So, but I think just the idea of like, people are saying, oh, I worked during school, why can't you? Or why didn't they? You know, I think it's just generalizing the situation, which may not be the case for everybody, especially given the degree track that you might be in. And I think like we don't often talk about that either.
Yeah, definitely a lot of good points you made there, Colin. And I just think it's very interesting when people are like, well, I was able to pay off my debt and I went through all these hardships, so everybody else, you know, should have to really like struggle. It's like, no, we should, like, that's really messed up that you had to go through that. Let's make sure we create a better system and environment so people aren't having to work, you know, 3 jobs to get through school. And it's like, I don't know, I just find that very interesting. It's like those people would have been like, I don't know, upset when the polio vaccine, you know, came out because they had like a family member that died from polio. So like, well, no more people actually need to die from that because, well, this person, you know, went through that. I find that kind of interesting. And just the I mean, that's like, people going to pursue their education for whatever purpose, like, they should be able to like enjoy and embrace like that process and not have to struggle and not have any, you know, free time and engage in, you know, different activities on and off campus. I think the, you know, college experience should be an enjoyable thing and not something that's just full of you know, struggle and hardships. But I think you know, often can be, really, stressful for a lot of people just because of the, financial situations and backgrounds that they come from. And it doesn't need to be, like that. And again, this is just another kind of crises created by capitalism, where the most, vulnerable and marginalized are impacted by, student loan debt, the most. And, obviously, canceling all of it would disproportionately benefit the, people who, need that type of help and support the most. I just wonder, what type of pressure, we'd be able to exert on the system by having some type of mass, student debt boycott. If enough people, did that. I'd just be curious, do you guys think you could push the Biden administration to cancel, part of it or all of it? Because I know when he was campaigning, he obviously, went back and, pretty much hasn't fulfilled even all the mild, meek campaign promises he talked about. Do you think if enough people just start defaulting on it, would he cancel some of it? Or is he, one of you mentioned he got into office, I think, to make sure everybody ends up paying him, right?
Yeah, I think that's the only chance we have. I don't know if we have a good chance of ever moving Joe Biden on this, but that's the only leverage we have. I'm going to try to figure out the legalities, and I'm sure we'll learn a lot during this summit on the legalities of like not paying back. I'm probably going to still try to pay back my state college loans because I can, but the other ones are so absurd, and I'm so tired of doing the paperwork where I'm just kind of throwing everything they give me in the mail now in the garbage. So I'm already kind of boycotting. I've been doing that since I lost my job, September 2020. I really haven't even been opening any of their mail because it's so absurd to get those bills. It's like they don't understand that no one makes enough to pay $72,000 a year in loans in chiropractic. That job doesn't exist. So I don't know if it has a high chance of working, but I think we have to exert leverage wherever we have it. So a boycott would do that. And just briefly, Collin, to your point, I also worked when I went to school at Palmer College of Chiropractic, which is the fountainhead for chiropractic schools in the world. It's in Davenport, Iowa. For my preceptorship and for my last 2 trimesters there, I was employed by their clinics, which you have to have good enough grades and you have to be recommended by a certain number of teachers to even be given that job. So they only had a handful of kids doing it. And I was one of the teaching assistants. I taught physical diagnosis, like actually teaching in the classroom. And then I also ran one of the clinics. And you know what they paid me? $11 an hour.
Yeah.
It cost $22,000 a trimester to go there, but they're paying their top students $11 an hour to teach other chiropractic students and to do all this stuff. So like I had no time whatsoever between all of my classes, which generally in chiropractic school is from 8 till about 8 in the morning until about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, unless you have a lab, and then you might even go till like 6 or 7. So sometimes even 12-hour days. And I was also teaching on the side, but making less than what really the minimum wage should be in America by quite a bit, actually. And this wasn't that long ago. This is in 2014 and 2015. So that's the experience I had. I worked nonstop. I was super stressed out through all of my grad school, but I was never making enough money to get even 1/50th of what it would cost to pay off my tuition and, room and board and stuff. So, I do appreciate what those people had to go through. I'm not saying that they didn't work hard to get their education, but the system is different now. Back then, tuition was like, $300 a semester. Nowadays, it's got to be 5, 6, 7, 10 times that much. So it's a different, and wages haven't gone up really, not that much anyway. So it's really, really difficult. And those people, it's like Uncle coal miner who worked in the coal mine being mad that like, oh, you guys should have to also go get black lung and work hard the way that I did to pay for my mortgage. Like, no, we want to try to improve things for everybody. Just because you had a really horrible, experience with this, having to get through it 50 years ago does not mean that your grandchildren should also. That argument makes no sense to me.
All right, I gotta jump off, guys. I'll listen on the phone, but keep up the great work. Appreciate both of you.
Cool. Thank you, man. Hey, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Cool, man. But yeah, I feel you 100%, and I I don't see how those people don't understand that like tuition has gone up exponentially. We've really gotten out of control as a capitalist society nowadays. So a lot of that has to do with just greedy people jacking up the price of tuition, and also predatory loan agencies coming into existence that didn't exist 40 years ago. But back in the day, you used to be able to, like they said, you could work a part-time job or a summer job and really cover like your tuition. That doesn't happen even at the cheapest state colleges nowadays. So I'm fortunate in that I did not actually, I got into Michigan State, but I went to a school that's Division II called Grand Valley State in Western Michigan because it was much cheaper to go there. And thank goodness I did, because I'm actually putting a minor dent in those loans, but I will never pay off my grad loans even with the best job I've ever been offered. It's just not in the cards for me. The mathematics doesn't work out.
Right. And then I think just along with that, just the idea of, which you hate thinking about, but I think, again, depending on your career, the ideal school is usually going to a private college, where they have the name brand recognition that you're able to put on your resume in order for these employers to kind of say, oh, he went to this school, or oh, they went to that school. Like, as a former administrator, and even within teaching, I know of administrators, I've known of at least two, who, when they've looked at a resume, and if you have not gone to a school that they kind of deem as legit, quote unquote, they will not even look at you, so they'll just throw that resume, away. They wouldn't even call you, they wouldn't call you back. So I think a lot of the pressure too also kind of stems with the idea of like feeling, and I think as a person of color, like I definitely felt this, like I had to go to a good name school in order, for people to kind of take me seriously. Now, do I regret? As I said, I went to Boston College for undergrad. Now, do I regret going? Well, no, because I definitely feel like it has opened doors for me, just as far as, at least getting my foot in the door, and especially where I'm at now, like I don't regret the experience. But, having to even think that, but then not consider, and to be fair, like my mom did warn me, like you will have to take out loans and you'll have to pay them back. But I was 18, 19 years old. I didn't have the idea of what that meant. Like, I just figured, okay, I'll just get a job and I'll just pay them back, whatever. But then obviously not thinking in terms of like, oh, I would need a master's degree in order to ensure that I get a job, meaning I have to go back to school and take out more money, and having to ultimately pay more loans back, after all is said and done. So I know for me, I didn't necessarily consider all of that, at 18, 19 years old. And if I were to do it again, and I think especially now as a teacher, like I would tell, high school students, like just, and it's hard because, there's still a point, like as far as our society, that having a minimum bachelor's degree is important. I generally will say to students, like, if your degree requires you to have a license, like doctor, lawyer, maybe some engineers, teaching, really weigh out the options as far as what you want to do versus the salary, and make the justification, like, if you have to take out loans, will it be worth it at the end of the day? If you feel that is, go for it. If not, then you would have to work out, you have to maybe reconsider, which even in that I hate kind of saying, because like, as you said, you may be paying your loans basically till death, that really shouldn't happen. But I think it's just the idea that people, need to know, like, you could be paying these loans for the rest of your life. And depending, like, within your class bracket, like, you may not be in the means where you ever pay them off. So, yeah, so it's just the idea of, like, having to really think and consider, as a friend says to me, is the juice worth the squeeze? And depending on your career track, it may not make sense. But I mean, as I said, every person has to make that decision for themselves to see if it's worth it. But for me, given the track that I'm in, and then like having to kind of do an alternate route, in sense of I kind of prioritize getting a job and make less versus trying to get the job and make more, which wasn't necessarily a guarantee. Like I felt I made the better choice, but I made less money, at least initially. I'm making decent money now, but really I should be making a lot more money at this point, that I should be able to do a lot more. But that was something I didn't necessarily consider, like, and you wouldn't think you would have to do that, especially if you went to college, but that was kind of the track that I had to, unfortunately, that I had to kind of take in, like after I graduated, and then, having to work at jobs where, like I was making like, like 11, 12, $13 an hour, not even less, with a bachelor's degree at that point, which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is. And to play off of what you're saying, I think, and tell me if you agree or not, that there will be a lot of like choices having to be made by young kids. And in America, it seems to me that you don't really get a choice on what you want to do. You have to kind of do an assessment on what's valuable in our society. So a lot of times, like for me, for instance, what I really wanted to do with my bachelor's degree is I wanted to get a creative writing degree. I love writing.
Right.
I've been doing that on the side. But my mom was like, you're not going to make any money. You're just, consider something else. You're pretty smart. You can do what you want to do. So I actually went and did pre-med instead, specifically because I thought it would be more valuable, but not because I liked it more. And I've always regretted that decision. And I feel bad for a lot of youngsters in this country who are right around the college age right now, who are trying to decide what they want to do, but they can't make the decision based on what they want to do, or do something that's based on their creative levels or what they actually enjoy doing. They have to do an assessment on what's actually valuable. And that makes me sad, because then there's a bunch of kids that maybe want to go out and get, like me, a writing degree or an arts degree or, a music degree. But then they go, well, damn, there's not really a market. I'm not going to get paid a lot. Like I'm going to end up, if I get a music degree, I'm going to teach band in middle school or something like that. And they know that they're just going to basically be poor forever. So they go, well, I don't want to go after my dream because there's literally no way I'm ever going to be comfortable. So they end up going and getting like an accounting degree so they can be a banker. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I would imagine that there's plenty of youngsters in this country who really they're not mature enough to understand exactly how much money they're taking out, A, but B, they also are doing an assessment on how they can possibly not be poor. And that's very sad to me. They choose basically their entire career path on what's valuable to the oligarchs and the elites, rather than pursuing maybe a creative endeavor. And that happened to me. So go ahead.
Yeah, I think communities of color definitely have that, which you can almost say that's kind of the thinking in terms of, capitalism, like in terms of like, you have to get a job that makes money, so like for me, like initially, like in high school, like I wanted to go into acting. And I remember my dad being like, hell no, you're not doing that, because, like, you like, there's no money in that. And it wouldn't be a guarantee that you would be a success. My mom, I think, tried to kind of talk him like, no, like, but even she was kind of like, you might want to consider doing something else. So, so then, I thought about teaching, because I figured, that seems to be a very solid, career. Yeah, generally, like if you make like once you get in, like, and if you do well, and I don't regret that at all. But I definitely feel like, as you said, I think especially among communities of color, there is this pressure of thinking that, like you have to be an engineer, you have to be a lawyer, you have to be a doctor, which would translate into making money. That way you're able to kind of provide for your family, or like, your family could feel, oh, you did better than me, as far as the career choice that you're able to make. Which I don't think is always fair, to those students or those people of color who may want to go in an alternative route, like if they want to go into the arts, or if they want to go in some humanitarian field or whatever, that they may feel that pressure of not being able to do that just due in light of what their family expects of them, which you can also maybe translate as far as the role of how capitalism has kind of warped, I think, our mindset in terms of you must make money. And I can also maybe argue, like, for certain degrees, like especially like liberal arts, is having a degree necessary? Do you necessarily need to have a degree? Like, could you do internships, like that are able to pay well and that you learn on the job or something like that? So, so I think there's a lot that you can kind of unpack there, but I definitely felt that pressure, as feeling like I wanted to do something where I felt like I was kind of contributing to society, and, having a job where I felt like I can, that was, again, pretty stable, that I wouldn't necessarily have to worry about losing my job, especially if, I did well. So for me, like being a teacher made sense. But as I said, I went to an alternate route. I went to early childhood, which typically doesn't make a lot of money, so but I've been able to navigate through that. But then, like, as I said, I had to kind of balance, like, do I want to make more money but then compete with every other, male teacher, like in elementary or even mostly secondary ed, or would I be guaranteed a minimum interview for early childhood position, because they are looking for men, and men of color in particular, but make less money. So I had made the choice to, like, the latter route, but that still plays a part. Like, I was making way less than what I felt I deserved, in the name of getting a job, which I think is just like the wrong way of thinking, in terms of like feeling like you have to kind of sacrifice something in order to feel like you have to become a success. Or at least you're kind of contributing to society in whatever manner that you feel is best. But yeah, I think I definitely felt that pressure too. And I know, like, and I know a lot of people younger than me feel that pressure. And I think that kind of plays like the oligarchy / white supremacy / capitalism type thinking, that, they want you to make money, but they don't give it to you, like, when you do the right thing. So yeah, it's definitely an issue. And especially for communities of color, I would think.
Yeah. I read not recently, in the last couple of years, that I think it was in Oklahoma, they were toying with and maybe even transferred to a 4-day school week, because the teachers at a lot of the schools in Oklahoma were making so little money that they could actually make more money working 3 days a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, at the local Walmarts. And they were making more at the Walmarts than they were at their teaching jobs. So a lot of the school districts went to 4 days a week, because teachers make so little that you can actually make more at Walmart. And what does that show people that are nurturing people that like educating in this country? They grow up with the want and the drive to actually teach our youth. It shows them that we don't give a damn about you. You're going to be poor as hell. You see all these horror stories about teachers having to buy their own supplies,
Mhm.
and they go sometimes work in schools that have mold, and the horrible conditions for the children. That's a very, very traumatic existence. So what incentives do we have in America to give people to educate our youth? In America, we don't graduate a lot of scientists. You know what we
Right.
do graduate a lot of? Lawyers and bankers, lawyers and
Right.
accountants. So our society, in a way, because it is capitalist, like you said, is really, really oppressive on these certain types of jobs that you are required to get an education for. But then you see as a youth that once you get that education, you're still going to be tortured basically for the rest of your life. You're going to be in turmoil, in poverty forever. So, I mean, I forget if it was Bernie Sanders or who it was that was talking about how all teachers should start making $60,000 a year right out of school. And then the whole rest, I think it was Bernie, and then the whole rest of the establishment is like, he's fucking crazy. No, not at all.
No.
But in our like,
And I will add to that,
society,
like, regardless of what state, because
regardless
of what state, because people are like, for me, it's just kind of like, oh, why don't you move here and there? If I leave, if I move to, let's say, Florida, I wouldn't keep my salary that I have in DC. If that would be quality of life, it's cheaper depending where in Florida, but I will not keep the current salary that I make in DC. So that would be a massive pay cut for me, which economically speaking doesn't make much sense. So for me, it's kind of stuck, especially now that we're in the pandemic. Like, I can't even go in certain places of the country, if I wanted to teach somewhere else, because I'm not going to get the same salary as what I'm making now versus, like, if I went, like, let's say in the Midwest, even like down south. Like, that's not an option for me, like, in my field. So, but yeah, I struggle with that, and, like, to the point now I have been considering, leaving the profession, which I don't want to do because I love being in the classroom. But, like, right now my health is being affected, just due to the stress, and I think which has been exacerbated just given, the pandemic. I'm making, like, this calculation now, is it really worth all of that? And for me right now, the answer is no. Which, again, I hate saying that because I've been in the field now for close to 20 years. And I love what I do. I love the interactions I have with my students every single day, for the most part. But, but the upper bureaucracy / oligarchical, instances of why things the way they are is something that I cannot deal with anymore. And as I said, to me, it doesn't I don't feel valued in the sense that I am in a field that we're supposed to kind of elevate, our humanity, in terms of having them be better than we are. And I don't feel like I haven't, I don't feel respected or valued in that, just due to how education is viewed, which is very sad and very discouraging.
I feel you. I don't know if I can do the chiropractic thing anymore. I'll leave it at that too. I'm also having second thoughts. I don't know if I could ever go back to it. I don't see the value in it. I'll never get out of the debt anyway. And a lot of times when you work at one of these mills, like I used to work at a place where I adjust 100 people a day, and it just beats you up. You don't get paid a lot. So it's like, is it really worth it? Or should I just, accept that I'm going to be in debt forever and do what I want to do?
Right.
Thanks so much, Robert and Collin. We have to switch panels right now because we have a tight schedule. So I'd like to thank you so much for coming on. And everyone, if you please check out their channels. Please introduce your channel, Robert and Collin.
Robert, you go first.
You go first, Robert.
I'm just Robert. I'm just Robert Durden. I'm on Rockfin and YouTube.
Okay, and Collin?
My YouTube channel is Muwkano, and you can follow me on Twitter. I'm sure everything is in the description, wherever that is.
And definitely check out his channel. It's very underrated. Definitely check out Collin's channel. So I'm gonna bring on Marcus Cage and Alan Collinge. Marcus Cage also has a channel, and he's gonna be moderating. Hello, Marcus. And how are you? I cannot hear you, so
sorry about that. How are you doing?
And then Alan Collinge, who's a veteran organizer. I'm just gonna drop off, okay?
All right, thank you.
Sounds good. Hey, Marcus, how's it going?
Hey, how we doing, Alan? Big fan of your work. I heard about you years back, and then just lately, since I heard that I'll be on a panel with you, I went back through and tried to do a little bit of research and then digging, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, I remember that. I remember reading. Actually, I read more stuff about your work. So, for those who don't know me, I'm Marcus Cage. I run the Political Matrix, and I'm here with Alan Collinge. Did I say that correctly?
Collinge, close enough.
Collinge. Okay. So yeah, can you open up and let everybody know who you are and like what you do? Because what you do is very, very important work, and we don't have a lot of student debt activists, in my opinion, out there. So.
Yeah, well, I'm the founder of studentloanjustice.org. Hopefully most people watching this, I have student loans of my own, and I'm 51 years old now. I'm very sorry to say I started doing this at the age of like 34. So way back in the day, I was, first I was an aeronautical scientist, California Institute of Technology. So I left that position. Found myself working in the government banking industry, believe it or not, working with guaranteed loans on behalf of the Department of Transportation. So I found, as a result of my own experiences with what then was, and maybe arguably even still today, is the worst player and the biggest bully in the schoolyard, Sallie Mae, something was horribly wrong with this federal student loan system.
And I wanted to jump in right there real quick because I'm one of those same victims of student loan also. And the ones who got me was Freddie Mae and what is it? Yeah. You know, Freddie and those
Sallie
two.
Mae, Navy,
Sallie Mae and Freddie Mac. Yeah.
Ed Fund, if you're from California, which I happen to be. I went to college in California. So yeah, I started doing research, and what I found was just jaw-dropping. And over the first year that I did this, I took all my research to a reporter named Bethany McLean, who happens to be the reporter who broke the Enron story for Fortune magazine. And I really sort of became a little obsessed with it, I guess you could say. And within about a year, we had been on a cover story in Fortune, which just completely blew things up. And then very shortly thereafter, it got featured top story on 60 Minutes. And that was in May 2006, by the way. That was like so long ago. So I'm very sorry to say that I'm still here 16 years later. And unfortunately, this battle is only getting hotter. And you know, it's a very tough problem we're in. But I think we're pretty lucky to be in it right now, because this maybe the most important thing I'll say today, this lending system is done. It's toast. It's finished by all rational metrics. You know, I was fighting for years and decades for the very moderate solution of simply returning bankruptcy protections to student loans. But now, today,
and I want you to and I want you to elaborate on this, because this is something that I've seen you bring up before, and I don't know if a lot of people are knowledgeable about this, but the current president that we have today, Joe Biden, how did his, let's say, how did he have an impact on this current situation in a negative way?
Oh, Joe Biden has got some skeletons in his closet. Not only did he author, or was it the prime Democratic mover on the 2005 bankruptcy bill, which took bankruptcy rights away from private student loans. No, that's not even the best. When he was a junior senator in Delaware in 1977, he was actually a fairly key player in the very first restrictions of bankruptcy rights for federal student loans. And to those of you who are out there, nobody wants to file for bankruptcy. It sucks. It's a terrible thing to have to do. It's unpleasant. It's all those bad things. But the founding fathers knew that bankruptcy, the right of bankruptcy, was so important to our republic, our country. They called for it in the Constitution, like ahead of the power to declare war, ahead of the power to raise an army and build a navy. Because, you know, guys like Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and many others were being absolutely wrecked under predatory debt to the king, King George, British banks, British.
So wait a minute, you're telling us that this isn't this bankruptcy and debt thing is not a new thing we're dealing with?
You know, and people should take some heart. Lending systems fail. Predatory lending has been with us for thousands of years. You know, there's an entry from a Pilgrim's Journal from like the 1600s or something. And I can't quote it verbatim, but the gist of this diary entry from this pilgrim was, you know, we came to the New World, we owed 8,000 beaver pelts to the ship owner or the trading company. We have paid these people like 13,000 beaver pelts, and they say that we still owe like 18,000 beaver pelts. And so, you know, that is a very close analog to some of the student debt numbers that I'm seeing today. You know, we have people who borrowed, you know, $35,000. They have repaid like $70-something thousand, and they owe over $100,000 on their student loan debt, and sometimes far worse. I'm just picking those numbers out of the air.
Yeah, but can you explain to people why that is? Why are we paying so much? Like, let's say that, you know what, hey, I got that job that I wanted to get out of college, and they told me I'm going to make good money, and now I'm going to make this money, and I'm going to be able to, you know, pay this off, and I'm paying my monthly payments. I'm doing whatever they ask. Why are so many people paying so much more than what they agreed to initially pay, and why are they still not getting close to getting out of this debt trap?
Great question, and it's very simple. In the absence of constitutional bankruptcy protections, not only that, but also the absence of statutes of limitations, which all other loans have, with restricted fair debt collection practices, with zero truth in lending laws governing federal student loans, the industry has been given a license to steal. They can turn a $20,000 note into an $80,000 monstrosity pretty easily, with penalties and fees and the draconian, collection regime, the mafia, worse than mafia-like collection powers that have been afforded the industry. They've essentially given the student loan industry unchecked power. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, the king of this lending system today, here as I'm talking to you, it's not Sallie Mae anymore. It's not Nelnet, or it's not any of these servicers. It's the federal government. It's the Department of Education. President Obama federalized the lending program, which is probably a really good thing in 2010. But this has concentrated all of the functional elements, the important ones, the lending system, including the interest-making function, to the federal government. So the federal government is the chief administrator, chief beneficiary of this whole entire thing. And that's very troubling if you think about it. On the other hand, it's kind of good, because the one lever of power that the citizens have over this thing is through, at least theoretically, through the government, through Congress. So we got that going for us. But you know, the big numbers, Marcus, are just, they're daunting. Let me just throw a couple out to you. So before the pandemic, okay, first of all, the subprime home mortgage crisis, those subprime home mortgage loans, they were terrible, right? Most would say that was by and large a failed lending system. The default rate for subprime home mortgages was 20%, 1 in 5. That's terrible.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
But we now know that the default rate for 2004 students who left college 2004 is 40%. And the class of 2004 was only borrowing like less than a third of what's being borrowed today. So if the default rate for 2004 students is 40%, what do you think the default rate is for more recent students? Is it 50%? Yeah. Is it 60%? Yeah. Is it 70%? Yeah, probably. We now know, even before this pandemic, so right, like I think January of 2020, I was talking with the guy who ran the federal lending program under President Trump. And he told me that 80%, 4 out of 5 of all borrowers were either unable to pay. They weren't making payments at all. Are you
serious, Alan? 80%?
I kid you not, Marcus. We are in the twilight zone. It's like cartoon time with the statistics around this lending system. I've been living and breathing data, good data. I've been following Department of Education data almost exclusively for 16 years now. And these numbers are just like, it's just crazy. There's nothing to compare it to. No other lending system has ever failed as dramatically as this federal student loan system. So yeah, right before the pandemic, more than half of all borrowers were not paying on their loans. 30% of them were paying, but their loan balances were going up. So
how is that possible?
How's it possible? Oh, it's a long story. People have been crushed by these loans over years and decades. Another couple really interesting facts that almost nobody knows. More than half of all student loan borrowers are over the age of 35. So, when we see the haters out there saying, oh, the highest income student loan borrowers have an inordinate amount of the wealth and they don't deserve loan forgiveness. That's nonsense. The highest balance loan borrowers by far and away are older borrowers over the age of 35. They outnumber borrowers under the age of 35 and they owe 3 times as much. So the highest income borrowers aren't these like kids that just graduated Stanford and they're making $185,000 a year to start at some, venture capitalist startup in Silicon Valley. No. These are people who have been crushed by these loans over decades and decades and decades. And despite having borrowed far less than what is being borrowed today, they owe far, far more. So this lending system, it's a national threat. Go ahead.
Yeah, the way I like it, just like my personal story a little bit. Once I started getting I was taking a lot of my classes online, and so because I was having marital issues and things like that, I no longer had internet, and so I had to drop classes and things like that. That gets you into academic, academic probation, and then if you miss or fail one class after that, that gets you into suspension. And then that suspension, now while you're working full time and not being able to get back into it, next thing you know, you get that letter in the mail all of a sudden for your first, hey, it's time for you to start paying back your student loans. And then what happened to me is I would try to pay, and then I hit harder times, couldn't pay that. And then next thing you know, I'm getting, I got to the point where they start garnishing my wages. And so I was having 30% go to Freddie and 30% go to Sally Mae. And it's like, I didn't know how I was going to make it. And then the loan forgiveness programs, which I've heard you talk about, which I would love for you to go into. They come to me, hey, I got this deal. I can help you with this. And what would happen is I get into it and I would try to pay it. And they say, oh, well, if you do it so many months and this will decrease, or we'll do this and we'll do that. And what would happen is, say my direct deposit that I would have going out to them didn't get to them on time, or it was some kind of hiccup. They would restart me all the way back over every single time, and I never can get ahead. And then I just kept accruing more and more fees and fees and fees. So without rambling on too much more, is this common, what you hear?
It's more the rule than the exception, Marcus. We're looking at a default rate right now, even before the pandemic, of something like 75%. What you fell into is something called loan rehabilitation. They're like, oh, you defaulted on your loan, shame on you. But we can help you. If you pay us for 10 months, none of which goes to your loan, will rejigger your loan into a new undefaulted loan. This is the biggest, this is one of the most pernicious scams in the entire student loan universe. What they do, you default on your loan, say $25,000 or whatever. They get you to pay and pay. None of it goes to interest, principal. They make you sign for a new, much larger loan, probably $40,000, $45,000 with all the penalties, the fees, all the new stuff baked into it. Then they sell your loan back to the federal government, and they, the people who convince you to do that, get a 16% commission. So, like, if it's a $100,000 loan the new loan that you signed for, they walk away with a paycheck that very day from the government for $16,000 in new artificial fiat wealth that was generated out of thin air and slapped onto your back. And by the way, even 5 years ago, 80% of these rehabilitated loans default again. Because, come on, if you couldn't pay the first time, why are you going to be able to pay double or triple that amount a few years down the road? It's the word. I'm sorry that Phil, Marcus, it happens to a lot of people. It's a treadmill, and it's worse than a treadmill. It's a downward spiral. And all this stuff that we're talking about, and that's just one of many student loan scams out there. But all this stuff we're talking about really goes back to the fact that fundamental bankruptcy rights, statutes of limitations, and other protections that exist for every other type of loan have been taken away. So we don't have to take this. I mean, come on now. We're a better country than this. We're a stronger people. We don't have to put up with this sort of cheesy rat trap of a predatory money grab, even if it is blessed and in fact participated in by the federal government. We're a stronger country than that. And the time has come for us to throw off these chains of predatory debt. And really,
I completely agree with you. Completely agree. And I just wonder, like, what can we do to get more people to see what's going on with this whole system, instead of just looking at, all of us who are falling into this trap as, oh, well, it's because you were irresponsible. And you know what? In my case, I bear some responsibility. I did have some irresponsibility, but because why I'm partially so passionate on this is because I know a lot of people were completely swindled into this. Like I heard Collin say before, like as an 18, 19-year-old, them coming to them. I actually had some money from the military to help pay for my college, and still you get on harder times, and they say, hey, well, just take out this loan for your college, and then you can use that, and then don't worry, you pay that back. And so what if you have to use a little bit for bills here and there? And that's the trap I fell into a little bit older. So I mean, I watch these people come to these high school kids, and I just felt like, oh my God, you guys don't even realize. They come in nice little business suits, and this lady who looks like grandma, and they just swindle you, and it's so heartless.
It's a scam. There's no other way to put it. But the good news is it's happening to almost everyone. Like when I first started this, I was like, oh, shame on me, all this stigma on me. And I was one of the very few people that was willing to stand up and shout out publicly about this problem. But, I'm telling you right now, I think the pandemic, in fact, I know that this pandemic is the nail in the coffin of this lending system. No matter what Biden does or doesn't do, says or doesn't say, before the pandemic, over half of everyone was not paying. Here now today, as we're talking, almost nobody's paying, like 8% or something. When and if they return they try and turn back this lending system on February 1st, I'm sorry, very few people are going to pay. If even 25% of the borrowers are making payments come like June or whatever, assuming that they turn the lending system back on February, I'll be stunned. I think I think it'll be less than that, quite frankly. I think it'll be closer to 20%. And this is not a bad borrower problem, Marcus. You and me, we're normal human beings. the citizens have not changed dramatically since the 1970s. It's not like they were super responsible then, and now all of a sudden we're not responsible. I think we're probably a little more responsible maybe than the kids in the 70s were, quite frankly. No. The people haven't changed. What's changed is the lending system.
I thought of something right now. Sorry to keep interrupting, but some of the stuff that you I've seen you talk about, I was like, oh, I want to make sure he brings this up. Biden during the because you asked him this question during the primaries, and then all of a sudden, like, he kind of mocked it. Now, I mean, well, after like all those people start dropping out and he start like really needing the votes or whatever, then he started saying, well, I could, we can do this forgiveness of debt and start talking about getting rid of student loan debt. And then all of a sudden, like, it's kind of crickets on that front. So I was like, wondering, like, what's some of your thoughts on all of that stuff with Biden from the initial confrontation and trying to, get him to acknowledge it and all the way up until now?
Yeah, I followed all the candidates around Iowa for a year and a half. I talked to Joe at least a couple times, his granddaughter. Nice guy. But he laughed me out of the room when I asked him very moderately about returning bankruptcy protections to student loans. He's like, oh, no, he cut me off. I was like, oh, we don't need bankruptcy because my repayment plan is going to be so great. Pay X amount for 10 years and blah, 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 blah. Just like all the nonsense repayment programs we already have, just rejiggered a little bit. And I was pretty put off. I think Jen Psaki came and tried to mellow me out a little bit, whatever. But, that was pretty early in the campaign. But by the time the votes were cast, November 3rd, 2020, Joe Biden and the one good thing about Joe Biden is he's a politician. So he will go which way the wind blows. We convinced Elizabeth Warren to bring bankruptcy pretty strongly into her campaign about midway through. And then as the pandemic hit, we started the petition calling on the president Trump at the time, to cancel student loans by executive order. And I did a Google search, so I'm bragging. Other people have probably claimed some credit for this, but the very first media news report about the possibility of the president being able to cancel student loans by executive order started with a Vice interview that we did back in August 2019. So we started this petition in 2020, and by summertime, it had grown to over 500,000 signatures calling on the president to cancel not up to $10,000, not up to $50,000, cancel all federally owned student loans by executive order. We started just kicking ass. And then Elizabeth Warren and Chuck Schumer, to their great credit, embraced that concept. And by the time the election rolled around, Joe Biden was like saying, oh, yeah, no, I'm doing bankruptcy for sure. And, oh, yeah, I will eliminate your student loan debt. And this is almost verbatim. I will eliminate your student loan debt if you earn less than $125,000 a year, you went to public college, or an HBCU, historically Black college university. Biden said that. Like, we didn't ask him to say that. He went out of his way to say that. And he won the election based on that, no doubt. That was such a close race. Maybe you can say other things as well, but certainly there's no way he would have won Georgia had he not been promising that sort of student loan forgiveness, because Georgia, by the way, is one of the very worst hit states in the entire country. So Joe Biden is a politician. He will go which way the wind blows. And just everybody out there, you've got to have some confidence in this movement. Be very confident. And I am supremely confident that this lending system is done. It's toast. It's finished. There's no saving it. And in my humble opinion, nobody should ever pay another dime into this beast. Don't feed this beast. And I understand that some people are like, oh, I don't want to get my wages garnished. I don't want to, I don't want to go into default. I work for the government. I can't afford to fall into default. I get that. People are going to make their own decisions, but people need to be way less scared of this lending system, because I'm telling you, the people in Washington, D.C., they have no idea what they're going to do. They have no clue. No lending system.
I think, like you said, if it's this many people, it's kind of like one of those situations where you have 5 cops and 1,000 people like running through the stores. How do you stop everybody?
No, it ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. I lived through the Los Angeles riots. I'm sort of dating myself here, but I can tell you that the cops were relevant to that situation for about 5 seconds. And after that, they were like fleas on a dog. You can't stop the people. You cannot. And so too with the federal lending program. They're not going to go and sue or garnish or come after 39 of the 45 million federal student loan borrowers. Their heart's not in it, number one, because they know that they are beating a dead horse. They know that everybody on the other side knows that this lending system has failed. Everyone. The people in Washington, D.C. don't know what to do. They have no clue. So people need to get with that fact. Now, there are some things that people can do, by the way, and I was going to maybe mention a few tips and tricks.
Sure, go ahead.
Sort of how to live off the grid. It's not perfect advice, but it's certainly helpful. If you're a 1099 contractor, your wages can't be garnished. So if you have an employee that you know and like, that might be something you want to think about. Instead of being an employee, you can be a contractor. And that way, if they want a wage garnishment, they have to ask you, and you can go tell them to pound sand. Another thing in general, when a collection company calls your boss and says, you have to garnish wages or federal law, we have penalties and send you to jail, that's all nonsense. The people talking to your boss are a bunch of 2-bit collection goons sitting in a boiler call room somewhere. These people do not carry the weight of the law with them. These people are not the federal government. They're a bunch of collection hacks. So
wow. I did not know that, Alan. Wow.
They try and scare employers with all this scary talk, and they send these letters that look like it's from the federal government with these like official looking seals on them. Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you, it's just nonsense. If your employer says, hey, buddy, what you said doesn't sound right to me, send me a court order if you want a wage garnishment. 9 times out of 10, these collection people are going to go away. They're going to move down the list, look for easier prey. And, we don't give advice to anybody. I don't run out and tell everybody to default on their loans. There's ways that you can actually stay out of default without paying any money into this failed beast. You can defer, you can forbear. At least on paper, you can pay a nominal amount every, say, 269 days so that you can at least stay out of default. And we have people in our group that do that successfully for many years. Something you might want to think about. It's not the worst thing in the world to be in default on your loans, but at the same time, it's certainly not pleasant. So, anybody who does decide to stop paying based on their own personal, whatever their situation is, first of all, I salute you, and we're in the majority because, as I said, before the pandemic, over half of everybody was not paying. So don't even trip, man. It's just kind of the way it is. Lending systems fail from time to time. It's not our fault. It's the lending system's fault. But don't be scared of this lending system. And regardless of what happens, we still need to fight. Not paying is great, but it's not a substitute for fighting for justice. So there's two tangible, political, legal, actual things that we need to fight for. Number one, and unfortunately, this is number one, is the return of bankruptcy protections to these loans. And this is probably the most important thing I'll say today. I don't think we're going to see actual loan cancellation that's meaningful unless and until we get the threat of bankruptcy back on our side, as the founders called for 250 years ago. I just don't see that happening. And here's a little bit of history, Marcus. So back in 2007, some student loan advocates, I won't mention their names. Well, it was like NCLC and the PERGs and TICAS. So shame on these people. Back in 2007, they tried very hard to kill the push for bankruptcy that we were doing. And their whole rationale was, no, we don't need bankruptcy because we're pushing through these great repayment plans, income-based repayment, public service loan forgiveness. And Marcus, I think you already know, you heard me say before, 99.5% of everyone who has ever tried for any loan forgiveness program through the government going back to 1993 has been disqualified out of that. Like just in the past month, we see, okay, they're finally forgiving some public service forgiveness loans, only under great pressure from the teachers union, et cetera. But I'm telling you, that's the exception, not the rule. The Department of Education and its contractors do everything to not cancel loans. So if Joe Biden stands up tomorrow,
sorry to interrupt, but we're talking about a very, very powerful union also that represents not a large portion of the people who are under this student loan debt, because we got to remember, for all the people who are in this in the service industry, whether you're waiting tables or doing this, a lot of these people have student loans also, and they don't have somebody to advocate for them. I literally work in a warehouse. There's no advocacy for me, and so there's a lot of other fields where those people, they don't have a strong union like a teachers union to push back. So sorry, but again,
no, you're exactly right. 45.4 million federal student loan borrowers. The people affected by this public service thing that we just heard about, it's like 500,000 people. So there's still 44.9 million people like you and me, normal people, don't have that sort of muscle.
And I know for teachers, for instance, like my mom is a teacher. My aunt, she's an administrator, and so through their school district, USD 500 in Kansas City, Kansas, it pays for a lot of tuition assistance and things like that. So it covers them, so they're not having to go in and borrow a lot of this money in the first place. But those who borrow that money to get into the teaching field, those are the ones which these programs would protect. So a lot of these teachers who might go for these higher levels of education in certain school districts are being helped by that teachers union and by that school district, not going into the traditional student loan sense, which most of us are going through.
Yeah, that's right. And I love teachers, don't get me wrong, but they're in a pretty good position. There's some other there's other programs out there that school districts offer and so forth that the vast majority of just normal people don't have access to. But even still, all these forgiveness programs that we hear about are just nonsense. And, even again, so in 2011, kind of the same thing happened. Some student loan activists, I'm not even going to mention their names, they came around and very strongly were advocating against returning bankruptcy protections to student loans and for student loan cancellation. We thought that was kind of weird. We're like, why? Why would you be doing that? I mean, the two are not opposing concepts. They are compatible. They are very they're friends. There's no
harmonious.
They're harmonious. Yeah, there's no pitting one against the other. So we thought that was strange. We came to find out that some of the people that were doing that had come from something called the war room of a Republican lobbying called the DCI Group. So it's this company, this Washington, D.C., little sneaky little company that takes money from banks, insurance companies, tobacco, big oil, big pharma, and they create these fake, so-called astroturf grassroots movements in order to do. And this company, DCI Group, by the way, they're famous for killing legislation that would have prevented the subprime home mortgage crisis. So anyways, there's a lot of dirty things in the background of this whole issue where some very strong, powerful people really do not want the threat of bankruptcy returned to these loans. And there's a very good reason for that. Because like right now, Joe Biden could stand up and go, okay, guys, I've had a change of heart. I'm going to cancel up to $10,000 or even better, I'm going to cancel up to $50,000 in student loans. And by the time the people in Washington, D.C. bureaucratize whatever he says to death, and they will, there'll be means testing, there'll be this condition, this criteria, this and that, the other thing. Yeah, he said up to 50,000, but Marcus, you're getting about $5,000. That's what you get because X, Y, and Z. And oh, by the way, in the year that it took us to get this thing figured out, we added like $9,000 onto your loan in interest. So I think that's probably the kind of loan cancellation that we're going to see as long as the threat of bankruptcy remains gone from the borrowers. Bankruptcy is just so important, and it's very difficult to fight for, because everybody out there watching me now here today, they're sitting there going, I don't want to file for bankruptcy. Bankruptcy sucks. And that's true, but it's not that everybody's going to run out and file. In fact, very few people should have to file once the right is returned. Just the threat of bankruptcy should be enough to make whatever loan cancellation we ultimately see be meaningful. And the reason for this is maybe a little subtle, but it's not that subtle. So when they return bankruptcy protections, there's about 40 million of the 45 million borrowers who are in deep distress over their loans. If Joe Biden doesn't meaningfully cancel those loans, and by the way, if the Department of Education doesn't meaningfully work with the borrowers, much like every other creditor has to do with the threat of bankruptcy on the table, then we're going to see 20, 25, maybe more people file for bankruptcy. Now, in an average year, Marcus, fewer than 1 million people file for bankruptcy for any reason in the entire country. So,
and I was thinking about this, and I feel like, and I'm wondering, because I got a couple of questions that are in the back of my head now, and you're like the perfect person to answer. So it's like, I want to take advantage of it while I have you. But one of them is this stigma that we have about bankruptcy in general. Is this something that our parents have, or is this something that was possibly generated from lobbyists and I guess what we call like ad execs or some? Does this come from somewhere, or is this just our parents put it on us to feel ashamed to go into bankruptcy? Because I know, like me personally, and a lot of people I know, they probably should have went into bankruptcy for certain things, but didn't want to touch it because of the stigma tied to going into bankruptcy.
Yeah, I think bankruptcy has always been a very unpleasant, unpopular, stigmatizing thing, going back to when we first started doing bankruptcy laws. In fact, in colonial America, they started trying to do bankruptcy laws, but the king put the kibosh to it. So I think creditors have always tried to increase the shame and humiliation associated with bankruptcy. And maybe that's the way it should be. I don't know. What I do know is that the founding fathers felt that bankruptcy was so important, they called for it ahead of the power to coin currency and ahead of the power to, create a judiciary and build a navy and stuff. But you're right. The lending industry was very dirty.
Maybe we should get a hint from that, because the king looks at it as bad. Our the founding fathers of America, thought that it was vitally important. And I think that we're kind of leaning more towards the mentality of the king. So more the mentality of the person who is putting us in the wage debt, not us as the one in the wage debt.
You're exactly right. And, the industry tries so hard to reinforce pre-existing cultural stereotypes, right? Like all the time, particularly since we started the petition and started getting traction to cancel student loans, we get these people saying, oh, why you got to pay your loan? Why should my tax dollars pay for your loans? When I was a kid, I did this and that. And, it is just these people are so dangerously misinformed about who the student loan borrowers are. It's become a partisan issue. And, the corporate media, the financial media, they do everything they can to make you, the borrower, feel bad. And they're pretty good at it. I've seen every trick that can be played in the media. Forbes magazine, for example, is just horrendous. They do 80% of the mainstream media that you will see out there does everything they can to fight tooth and nail, subliminally, also whatever, in every way to keep this lending system plowing through the country. And the jig is up, but there's a lot of people out there that no matter what you say to them, they will never agree, because in their mind, they think of student loan borrowers and they're probably conservative. And they go, yeah, student loans. Okay, the first thing they think of is like liberal, elitist, entitled, snowflake, Antifa, maybe the racist ones think BLM or whatever. That, you know, all these things pop into their head of these
woke liberals,
all that whole thing, communists, socialists, all that stuff. Well, here's the fact of the matter, Marcus. First of all, 40% of all student loan borrowers never graduated. They're working at Walmart. They're working at Starbucks. 100% of all federal student loan borrowers, they were determined to be financially needy as a precondition for getting the loans. These are not your woke, entitled, liberal elitists. You know, liberal elitists, the classical definition, they don't even get student loans. They're trust fund kids going to Brown University and stuff.
So true.
So the people getting student loans are not who the people in the media would like us to think. And as I said, the student loan demographics are just completely backwards from what most people that don't have student loans think. There's more people over 35 than under 35 with student loans. There's more people over the age of 50, which I am, than under the age of 25 with student loans. That is kind of a mind-blowing statistic there if you think about it. And in both cases, the older groups owe far more. But you know, even more than that, red states are being absolutely decimated. I mean, killed. If you talk about the states in the country where student loan debt outrageously now exceeds the state budget, and that does happen, we're talking about states like Georgia, Texas, Florida, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Indiana, Ohio, all red states. So you get these.
It's funny. I lived in Florida, and that's where I was going to school for most of my college, in Florida, and then part of it in Kansas.
Okay, well, yeah, Kansas is right on the bubble. Missouri is absolutely terrible. These are all very red states, and so you get these politicians like, oh, I don't know, Virginia Fox or Madison Cawthorn from North Carolina, and they're like, no, we don't want bankruptcy return. No, we don't want student loans canceled. Meanwhile, their states are being conquered and enslaved. And by the way, by my best estimates, about 55% of all student loan borrowers are either Republican or independent. So we're not talking, this should not be a partisan issue at all. In fact,
and it's weird. This is argued as like it's a Democratic, leftist leaning issue.
Right.
When what you're telling me is it's mostly hitting on people that would be termed as the right or independents.
Or independents, yeah. I mean,
wow.
To be honest, you can also say that the majority of student loan borrowers are either independent or Democratic. So the independent in the middle, that's a pretty big chunk. But this is not a partisan problem at all. In fact, I mean, what are we looking at here? We're looking at a big government, college enriching, lending scam. So what are two things that Republicans don't like, or conservatives? They don't like the government. They don't like the government, and they're not particularly fans of the college.
Taxes.
Right?
And this is a form of taxation.
Right. So, you know, they're talking about, oh, those colleges are turning our kids into socialists. Meanwhile, they're wagging their finger at the normal people, their friends, family, colleagues, and neighbors who are being wrecked by the lending system that is enriching those very same colleges. So when I'm talking to a hater, I'm like, you know, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You wag your finger at the people being wrecked by this lending system, but you probably don't even know it because you're an idiot. You are fighting for the colleges and for the government, the two very things that you claim not to like. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And what I usually say is, and I'm a nonpartisan guy. I don't even have a dog in any political fight.
Same here.
But for student loans, the only issue I care about. But I just love doing this dig. I say, you know, if this country ever does turn socialist or communist, we're going to have idiots like you to thank. you're going to get the useful idiot medal, comrade. Take a bow and turn in your conservative card, partner, because you done lost that.
Yeah, people don't understand about like self-fulfilling prophecies. Like you keep on complaining about this issue to the point and fight against this thing to the point you make it a reality. It's two questions I have. I was like, I feel like we definitely gotta put out there. How much of the money that we are paying towards these student loans goes towards the principal?
That's a great question. So before the pandemic, 80% of all the borrowers they had negatively amortizing loans. Right now, of the 1.8, it's actually more than that. It's closer to 2 trillion, but at least the official 1.8 trillion of outstanding student loan debt. Nobody knows how much of that is actual unpaid principal versus interest, fees, penalties, other stuff. But I think I have a pretty good estimate, and my estimate is that at most, something like maybe 350 billion of that $2 trillion is actual unpaid principal. So the overwhelming majority of that nonsense fake debt is nonsense. It's penalties and fees.
We're talking like 15-20% is actually really principal, and the most is just fees. Ouch.
Right. And by the way, we could cancel these loans tomorrow. And since Obama federalized the lending program in 2010, it's probably a good thing. The federal government has been booking like $50+ billion a year in profit on this lending system. So it may well be that these loans could be written off tomorrow and the taxpayer would be about breaking even. I mean, theoretically, possibly, they could even be a little bit in the black. I sort of doubt that. Honestly, I think if they were if and when, and they will eventually, but when they do finally write off all this debt, I think the government might be losing maybe a couple $100 billion, but
it's nothing.
It's nothing. We just came through a pandemic. We threw $5+ trillion out into the country. All of that stuff added to the national debt. It needed money to be drawn from the Treasury. These federal student loans could be canceled tomorrow without needing one dime from the Treasury, without adding one penny to the national debt. So if you're talking about, if you need fiscal stimulus, this is by far and away the cheapest way to stimulate the economy. And, I have to think, I think the Congress of 1958 probably knew this when they first stood up the first commissioner of education. All that language was grandfathered into the Higher Education Act of 1965, where I think the panelists before rightly noted that language gives the Secretary of Education very broad authority to waive, cancel, compromise, release, i.e. cancel student loan debt without really even having to ask the president, although as a practical matter, I think they probably would want to run that by the president before they did so. Okay. These loans could be canceled tomorrow. The national debt would not go up by a penny. We would not have to borrow or take a dime from the Treasury. There's no easier, cheaper way to stimulate the economy. In my humble opinion, as a strictly, fiercely nonpartisan guy, the biggest mistake of Donald Trump's presidency was not canceling these loans. It cost him the election. It absolutely did. So any conservatives out there, you better rethink everything you think you know about student loans, because the chances are your state is being wrecked. And the chances are the Democrats are playing you for a fool because they chased you.
I would agree. I would say if he did that, and if he threw out some kind of form of taking care of medical debt and some kind of, I don't care what kind of system, if he worked out some kind of system that's better than the current medical system, things that we're dealing with, that could have got him through the pandemic, that would have helped him also. I got one, because I know we got about 11 minutes left. And so I want to, this last one, I'm going to just throw, it's kind of a statement and a question, and then I want you to just go all ham on this one. If because like how you said before, we're getting to a point where it's so many people that even if they wanted to pay, they're not going to be able to pay, and so the numbers are increasing to like unsustainable levels as far as trying to keep this whole racket going. If I look at like I guess FDR period, the reason why FDR even did some of the good things that he did is because of the external pressures that he could feel coming from the people themselves. And my question would be, do you feel now with all the pressure that we have that if we just do a couple little things, how we could force their hand to have to do and act on these issues? What do you think, Alan?
I think you're absolutely right. I think this is the wild west of politics. This is the biggest nuclear bomb domestically in the political universe right now that really neither party has gotten a good handle around. I think the thing that is finally going to crack this nut, and there's a million things that could do it, but I think the most likely thing is going to be when a governor of one of these states that are, like I said, like Georgia, for example. The state budget of Georgia, the entire state budget is $48 billion. The people of Georgia owe $82 billion in student loan debt. That's enough money to buy every farm in the state of Georgia, every tractor, every farmhouse, every cow, I think, every acre of farm twice, and still have $15 billion left over. I mean, come on, man. At what point is the governor, Governor Kemp, or whoever the next governor is, going to stand up and say, Mr. President, enough. I will not have my state conquered and enslaved by this debt. Cancel this nonsense debt. Replace whatever you want. I'm agnostic. I don't care what the next higher education financing system is. I only know that this one's failed. And when a governor like Brian Kemp or Ron DeSantis, Florida is even worse, arguably on the absolute magnitude. Floridians owe $120 billion. The state budget of Florida is $80 billion. This is just nonsense. So when Ron DeSantis and Jack Kemp and maybe the governor of Missouri, Greg Abbott, Texas is terrible. $141 billion in debt, $120 billion state budget. When any of these Republican governors grow a pair, get a spine, stand up and say, enough, Mr. President, cancel the loans. I think that's game over. I mean, right there, that's done. I mean, we're done. When the Republicans come around even a little bit, we're done. So that is something I tell everybody to do, particularly if you live in any of those states that I talked about earlier. Tennessee, North Carolina, if you live in the South, basically, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, Florida, Missouri, Ohio, Alabama.
Yeah, I would add Midwest.
And the Midwest, Missouri, Kansas is not good. South Dakota is not good.
Iowa, Nebraska.
Iowa's actually not that bad, but Nebraska is pretty bad.
What about Oklahoma?
Oklahoma's bad. Arkansas, Oklahoma, West Virginia, they're all terrible. I mean, they're all terrible. The only good states I could say are like Alaska and Hawaii because they have just massive state budgets. They're very.
Brandon, it's a blue state. How is California?
California owes $174 billion in student loan debt. And again, all these numbers I'm throwing out, 90% of this is federal student loan debt. So this is a states' rights issue. I would love for Gavin, but it's because the issue is sort of partisan right now. We got to focus, at least I am focusing on the Republicans. That's where the low-hanging fruit is. The funnest thing.
And I agree, because the Democratic side, you have the bases with you for the most part on this. Right. And so all it would take is that push from the right side, because then it leaves the Democrats saying, we're not going to do this. And that optically looks really bad. Right. And so I'm with you. I think that's a good strategy to push it against the Republicans to put that pressure.
We're always stronger together, and that includes across the aisles. The Democrats have shown what they're going to do. Elizabeth Warren, Chuck Schumer, others. If left to their own devices, they will do up to $50,000 loan cancellation. And I'm sorry, guys. I love Elizabeth Warren, Chuck Schumer. That's crap. It's a joke. It's a joke. It won't be 50,000 for you. It will be some very small fraction thereof. It'll be almost nothing for almost everyone. if we get the return of bankruptcy rights back, and maybe the most important thing I'll say in the next couple minutes, there's a bill right now in the Senate, S-2598. This bill will return bankruptcy protections to federal student loans. Now, again, whether you would ever or never file, that's not important. Getting the threat of bankruptcy is absolutely vital. If we can get that bill passed as it's written right now, and I think we can, Dick Durbin is the sponsor of the bill. We have 2 Republicans on that bill, Josh Hawley and John Cornyn, and I've never been able to say that in all the years that I've been fighting this. We have 2 Republican senators co-sponsoring this bill. More Republicans are on this bill than Democrats. If we can get this bill passed, then that will probably be exactly and everything that we need to finally start seeing some meaningful, actual significant loan cancellation. So there's a couple things we can do. If you happen to be a conservative, get up in the grill of your Republican governor, particularly if you live in those states that I said. There's a couple different ways we can get this done. But in the meantime, do not pay your loans if you can possibly not come February 1st. We may have to starve this thing out of existence, and that may be the reality. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, great points. One thing which I want everybody to get out there and get to Alan's petition. Can you let people know about the petition, where they can sign it, so we can really boost these numbers up and amp it up as much as possible?
Yeah, we've got over 1 million. It's change.org/cancel student loans. Very simple. We've got like 1.1 million signatures now. There's no good reason we can't have 25, 30, 35 million signatures on this thing. So that would be great. But, more than your signature, we really need people's actions. We need people to be calling both of their senators, putting their back into it, telling them in no uncertain terms, don't take no for an answer, to co-sponsor S-2598. That is probably the most quick way we're going to get to actual meaningful student loan cancellation. So S-2598. Come to our website, studentloanjustice.org. We have state chapters, all 50 states. We need people helping to lead those. Some of them are pretty good, but some not so much. So it's really in the aborting or the nascent stage. We need people in our state chapters making them work. So
yeah, I agree. And just one more time, please give them the website again. In case somebody missed it, I want them to have time. Go and get your pen, get your paper, do whatever you need, type it down. I don't care which way you get it, but give it to them one more time, Alan, so they can make sure to find the website. There we go.
There it is right there. studentloanjustice.org. And all I can say is we got this, guys. Don't trip. Marcus, we got this. And I'm thrilled that I can finally, after 16 very long years, I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. No matter what they do, don't do, no matter what Forbes magazine writes or doesn't write in the press, this is up to us. We got this. So just remember that.
I mean, completely. I feel like now's the press full pedal to the metal. We've been on it's been a long marathon, and now's the time where, your coach is telling you once you get to the end of the marathon, you got to sprint. Now is the time to start sprinting. And so it's like Steve, sorry, I'm thinking of the next panelist, but Alan, like Alan said before, it's about your action. We can all get on and we can tweet this and we can tweet that, and it's good to comment and thumbs ups and likes, but if you can avoid paying into this beast, if you can avoid those things, that's how we fight them. If you can spread this awareness and knowledge and get in your senators' faces and ears, I'm not saying do anything, that'll get you, slammed up against the pavement. I'm not saying do anything like that, but we got to be aggressive at this point. And Alan had no problem going around to all of the candidates who are running for president and saying, hey, this is an issue. We need to focus on it. And we all need to be advocates in that same kind of way to get these kind of things actually moved, because we're the ones we've been waiting for.
We are the change that has to happen. Many hands make heavy work light. We've got millions of people on our side now. We got this, but people have to own this problem, because these are your loans, your problem. You don't have to do a lot, but you have to do a little at least.
Yeah.
And it's fun to do more, I think, because we're on the right side of history. The Constitution's on our side. Founding fathers are on our side, and 50 million people, hundreds of millions of people who are going to follow in our footsteps, maybe not even born yet. We're fighting for them. So take heart.
Yeah, we're not all, it's kind of one of those things where we all have a stake in this. You're not alone. You're not alone. You have millions of people who are all there together with you. It's such a pleasure to have this conversation with you, Alan. And hopefully,
I wish we could talk
Alan could bring you on my channel and we could talk about this. And I want to thank Luci for having me on here and letting me have Alan and have these questions. Thank you so much.
I loved it, Marcus. Yep.
Okay, so thank you so much for being here. I want to say hello to Stephen Grumbine, I'm sorry, and Caleb Mopin. You're muted, Stephen. I'm just going to introduce them. Hold on just a second. Caleb Mopin is a journalist and political analyst and the director of Center for Political Innovation. And Steve Grumbine is founder of Real Progressives and Real Progress in Action, and an MMT advocate. And we're going to talk about the economics of student debt cancellation. So thank you so much for being here.
You got it. Thanks for having me on.
Sure. Glad to be here.
If you get the chance to share it on any channel that you might have, please do so. And let's start with just the basics. I'm going to go to Stephen first. What is the basics of what is MMT?
Well, MMT is the way economics actually is. It's a description of the way a modern economy functions today. It doesn't really tell you anything moral. It doesn't give you a prescription for what policies to pursue. It simply tells you that most of the things that the right and the left have been saying about how money works and where money comes from and so forth, they're completely wrong. And so almost everything that we do in our conversations, our exchanges, our thoughts about theory of socialism and this, that, and the other, always end up butchering this with 150-year-old understanding of commodity money, which we are not involved with anymore. So MMT basically demystifies how federal finance works, how a country that has a sovereign free-floating fiat currency works, and what we can and cannot do with it by, what is our vision of what a better world looks like. And once you understand that, see, the right wing and the bad sound money left wing have been running us into the ground forever. We need a group of people that really understand how to use this, stop falling back on fake arguments like Milton Friedman's quantity theory of money and all this other nonsense, and really focus on how we can improve society today and how we can bring about a more democratic nation, more democratic in our workplace, in our schools, in our lives in general. And so those are political questions. MMT is the playbook on how to use the plumbing of the finance system, and MMTers are the only ones out there that get it right now, unfortunately. So we've got a lot of work to do.
So we live in a debt-based economy. Caleb, can you speak to what you think of the debt-based economy, or if you know anything about the history of our current debt-based economy, what your opinion is, like just your general opinion?
Well, it's interesting because I generally come at things from a Marxist, socialist, left-wing perspective. But if that's too radical for you, if you don't want to explore Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels and Lenin and others, I would recommend you read something called the Bible, because every major religion, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, forbids the lending of money at interest. And there's a reason for that, because if you lend money at interest, you pretty soon have a creditor class, a group of people who get wealthy by having money. They make money by having money. Nothing is being produced. And you can read this throughout the history of religious theology. People talk about how money is sterile, and when money is created by means of having money, when money creates other money, no real value, no physical economy is being created. And we're the Center for Political Innovation. We actually just recently published this book, Jesus is a Socialist. And I'll just read to you, what the Bible itself says. It says, if your brother becomes poor and cannot maintain himself with you, you shall support him as though he were a stranger and a sojourner, and he shall live with you. Take no interest from him or profit, but fear your God, that your brother may live beside you. You shall not lend him your money at interest, nor give him food for profit. And then later in the New Testament of the Bible, it says, if you lend to those from whom you expect to receive, what credit is that to you? This is Luke chapter 6, 34 through 35. Even sinners lend to sinners to get back the same amount, but you love your enemies and do good and lend, expecting nothing in return. And your reward will be great, and you will be the sons of the Most High, for he is kind to the ungrateful and the evil. And the notion of lending money at interest and generating revenue through derivative ripoff schemes, this is contrary to the economic principles, not just of socialism and Marxism, but of Alexander Hamilton and the founders of the country. They believed in having a national bank where credit was assigned strategically in the interest of the country overall, not in the interest of private bankers and how they could make profits. And probably the most disturbing thing about this student debt ripoff scheme that has just ensnared millions of people and is destroying the financial future of the country is that it really gets to the essence of how we view education. When we provide someone with an education, when someone gets an education, that's not us giving them a handout, right? That's an investment in the future of the country. You need engineers to have a strong country. You need scientists to have a strong country. You need doctors. You need technicians. You need educated people. And, during the 2016 presidential election, Donald Trump, he made this statement that he was going to force Apple to start making their iPhones in the United States. And Apple came out and they said, well, even if that was the case, we couldn't, even if we wanted to, we couldn't make our iPhones in the United States because there aren't enough engineers here. There aren't enough scientists. There aren't enough people with technical degrees that could do it. We're not investing in the future of the country. Instead, we have this attitude, oh, you want to go to school? Well, that's something you got to take out a loan for. That's, for your own personal aggrandizement. That's a personal endeavor. That's like, going to the beach, or that's like taking a vacation or something. No, we should want people to go and study. We should be encouraging them to do it because that's investing in the future of the country. Right. And that's the whole reality of it. And it's really a disaster. You look at the educational system in the United States, you go to the doctor's office. Often you're going to have a doctor from India. You're going to have a doctor from Russia. You're going to have a doctor from another country. And why is that? Well, you can talk about brain drain, right? Whereas, we tend to strip developing countries of their professionals, right? All these countries around the world that are trying to raise themselves up out of poverty, they invest in their population. And then we lure those folks to the United States. And then on top of that, we don't invest in educating our own population. I'm not against immigration, but we have to talk about this situation. It started really during the Cold War. It was a strategy for hurting the communist countries during the Cold War. These communist countries provide free education. Cuba has the best medical school in the world, according to Ban Ki-moon. So these countries invest in their populations, and then the United States lures those folks away, and then we don't invest in our own population, so the developing countries don't have the professionals they need, and we don't educate our own population, and everyone loses. It's a lose-lose strategy.
So we're actually going to have a recruiter from Cuba School of Medicine come on at 7 p.m. if anyone would like to watch that session. And there's also going to be someone that went to school in Thailand for anyone that wants to avoid debt by going to school abroad. And we're also going to be talking about like trade school and community college options. Steve, continuing this conversation, what are some of the biases that people have about our current economic system, and how can understanding MMT confront some of these biases?
Well, so first off, I'd like to just echo everything Caleb said, minus a few things. They're just technical things that I would quibble over, but I'm not going to. I agree with literally everything he said just now. I'm a socialist, but I also understand how money works. And that's, I think, the challenge for our movement as a whole, you saw how paralyzed we were in 2016 when Hillary laughed at Bernie and said, how are you going to pay for it, Bernie? Pie in the sky, right? And every leftist under the sun broke out Bernie's website. Here's how he said he's going to pay for it. He's going to do a Wall Street speculation tax. He's going to do this. But taxes are functionally deleted. They literally do not get respent. So all the ideas about taxes paying for things is a right-wing Milton Friedman quantity theory of money, hard money, Volcker bullshit that we have been stuck with for a generation now. It has been the neoliberal engine that has allowed mass privatization to occur because we have convinced ourselves that the government can't afford to do nice things. But the government, regardless of any tales from the fire pit of the bar stool, the government is the creator of the US dollar. The US dollar is a unit of measure like an inch or a pound, okay? And we have an arrangement with the Federal Reserve, which people, I'm not going to get into it right now because it's a deeper conversation than most people are willing to give it. It's like, the only thing federal about the Federal Reserve is the name. It's like, whatever. Okay. The idea here is that the Federal Reserve was created by Congress. Congress has purposely chosen to go like this, to let go of the reins because they are captured. They are bought and sold, and they are literally serving capital. They are serving the powers that be. They're not serving us any longer. So when you look at this, it's not a functional issue. It's a capture issue. It's a matter of where the power lies. And the power, by law, is with our Congress, by us. They are representatives of us, technically, right? But they don't serve us. Almost none of the plans and things that we would want as leftists, people that have studied Engels and people who have studied Lenin, people who have gone back further and checked out the French Revolution and gone back further and looked at the medieval era, etc. We see the trajectory of how capital retrenches itself, how the powers that be retrench themselves, and how the powers that be keep us needing to serve them. We are no longer the workers in the fields like the old serf days and feudalism and stuff. We are now technically free as we go to a job that many of us think is soul sucking, that doesn't pay for our education. Nothing. We're stuck. We are autonomous units stuck fending in a collective world individually. And that is a direct result of our poor understanding of how money works. In 1971, Richard Nixon finally removed us from the Bretton Woods Accord. 1934, we were removed from the gold standard itself. So almost everything, every textbook that you've read has been based on us being in a gold standard. So much of the debt-driven money that we talk about is a direct policy decision by our Congress, not because it's an act of God. God didn't speak out and say, you must charge interest. No, that is a direct decision. We could stop selling treasury bonds yesterday because all treasury bonds are is a basic income for the rich. Yep. That's really all they are. But they don't functionally fund our government. They're a savings account at the Fed. So the more you think about debt, what is debt? Well, the national debt, which is what scares a lot of people, is merely the sum total of every untaxed dollar in the economy today. Okay. Why does this matter? Well, if the government is the one that's providing the federal student loans, and if you go to all the federal servicing centers, these federal loan servicing centers, they all get paid based on how many loans they service, the customer satisfaction, et cetera. But they're getting paid. That's a whole industry that cropped up based on our neoliberal government trying to make it so that we are stuck paying for these things that should be a natural resource, that should be our investment in our country. It's not a financial thing. We can never run out of dollars. Dollars are as easy to come by as anything for the government. For us, they got it made as hard as it can be for us to get a hold of dollars by depressing wages, by making our lives a living hell, to make us accept the unacceptable, to lose hope, to lose faith, to lose everything that we have, all of our internal drive, our willingness to unite and fight. But the minute you understand that the government is literally choosing to make us be in a debt arrangement, once you realize that they are literally putting you out there to suffer at the hands of predatory lending, etc., you realize how deep the rabbit hole goes from predatory inclusion in housing after redlining, even for blacks and browns throughout this country. There were poor women, poor black women who were literally predated upon as they released and opened up the housing They would put them into HUD housing where these houses were not even worth, I mean, you put your foot right through the floor, but they're selling them these houses and they're already condemnable the minute they were selling them. Kianga Yamada Taylor wrote a great book. If you ever get a chance to read it, it's all about literally the predatory inclusion that they have done to take the most vulnerable in society and put them in these debt arrangements. And that's what the student loan industry has done as well. What they have done, our government, not the student loan, those people are there as a result of government making this happen. This isn't some happenstance. This is on intent. This is just like the insurance industry for healthcare. They have purposely made this decision that this is a way to fuel capital. If you look around the world, you can see how the Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the World Trade Organization go out to all these other countries, these poor global South countries, and literally rape and pillage them with these deals to take on private debt, to release the economy from government control and allowing it to be wide open for these predators come in and set up shop in their own territory. That is what the entire economy is based on, because we as leftists have forsaken an understanding of how fiat currency works. And it's just like blockchain. I don't know if you ever listened to the blockchain socialist, but he was on Glenn Greenwald the other day, made a great pitch that even though, yes, blockchain and all this stuff is not going to help us get all these things done, it is absolutely a private thing. Even though there's bad actors leading the way, the left should not forsake it for fear of being like the right. We should use it to embrace, to organize around. Well, the same goes with fiat currency. When we understand how it really works, not the tales from the fire pit, the tales from the bar stool, but the real way it actually works. And there are experts out there. It's not hard to find them. So don't ask a non-expert like Richard Wolff or someone else that doesn't know MMT. What do they think about MMT? Because they don't know. It's like asking a man what it's like to ovulate. Don't ask them. They don't know. So the idea here is to make sure that you put your attention where the problem is. And where the problem is neoliberalism, the privatization of our education, the privatization of our communities, the privatization of our national parks and treasures. I mean, think about what's happened in Detroit, for example. Detroit has been stripped bare of all of its natural resources, of all its treasures, its museums, you name it, all in the name of privatization. These vulture capitalists come in, steal everything out, and then sell it off at a profit. So that's what's happening across the board.
So I'm glad you're bringing up just how debt works in general, because I think one of the things that people assume when they're talking about college kids, especially people with a more conservative bent that haven't been to college, it's like, well, you have a responsibility, you signed a form, you honor your responsibilities. But this inflation of prices, basically, it's happening everywhere. It's not just student debt. It also happens with housing. It also happens when you get a fine, like a parking fine. And the police department uses that to pump their budget. This debt-based system is something that it happens it happens with small business, with commercial rent. If you're trying to start a small business, how do you think politically we can unite? This question is for Caleb. How do you think that we can maybe try to unite people that think that this is a kind of that student debt relief is some kind of college kid kind of upper crust issue that doesn't really pertain to their lives?
Well, it's interesting that you ask that, because it's this time of year. It's actually we're getting toward the holiday season here in the United States, and I think about Christmas and the way we observe the Christmas holiday culturally in the United States. And you can really see the influence, not so much of Christianity, but of Germanic paganism and Odin in particular, right? We have this man who comes around once a year, an old man with a white beard to breathe life back into the earth for the winter solstice. And he flies through the sky with a magical team of reindeer. And this is very much, this is the myth of Odin, right? This is ancient Germanic paganism. You can talk about the wreaths and the pine trees and all of that. And in a lot of ways, you talk about Odin was the god of grit and valor, right? The ancient Norsemen used to, slice themselves with knives as they were dying in their beds, so that Odin would think they had died in battle and that they could then be admitted into the halls of Valhalla because only those who died on the battlefield were allowed to enter heaven. And you know, you think about free market neoliberal economics that Steve was just talking about, Milton Friedman, Ayn Rand, Friedrich von Hayek. It very much plays into that Odinist mindset. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you know, you're on your own. If you want something done, do it yourself, right? And in a lot of ways, you know, that's very prevalent throughout U.S. history. You know, this is supposed to be the land of the American dream, where if you work hard, you can accomplish anything, mind over matter. And the neoliberal economists have tapped into that sentiment and used it to push a bunch of flim-flam, a bunch of utter nonsense, right? I mean, basic mathematics. I think we can all agree on mathematics here. You know, if I have 2 apples and then I add 2 more apples, I have 4 apples. But then if I take 2 apples away, I am back to 2 apples. And 2 apples is less than 4 apples. Now, we all agree on that, right? Well, if you agree with that, you're not a neoliberal economist. You're not a libertarian. Because they believe that somehow we can cut our way into economic growth. We can cut the jobs of government workers. We can cut the you know, the food subsidies to low-income families. We can stop investing in our roads. We can stop investing in our power plants and our water treatment facilities, and we can just cut here, cut there, and somehow we're going to magically have more. Well, in basic mathematics, when you subtract, you generally have less than what you started out with. But they have tapped into this mindset. And when you ask that question, the reason I'm going here, it may seem like a roundabout answer, but the reason I'm going here is because, you know, this Odinist mindset, mind over matter, we're going to work hard. This is how they put down people who talk about the issue, the very important issue we're talking about here today, which is student debt. Because the idea is, you know, we're all just a bunch of sloppy, lazy millennials and Zoomers who don't want to go out and get a job. We want everything handed to us. And, you know, honestly, at the end of the day, you know, if we were to start investing in our population, if we were to start, you know, doing what other countries around the world that have had great success, like China, you know, that has really turned itself around, is now, at this point, some people say China is the largest economy in the world. It's not telling people to be lazy. It's not telling people to be sloppy. It's the opposite. It's tapping into that hard work sentiment, but giving it a collective nature, working together, people pulling together to achieve a common aim, working hard, self-sacrifice, but not at the expense of others, not in an individualist way, but rather the country coming together and working together to achieve their aim together. You know, one of my favorite writers is Anna Louise Strong. Anna Louise Strong was an American journalist. She was in Seattle during the Great General Strike of 1919. And she went to the Soviet Union, and she lived in the Soviet Union during the 1930s. And one thing that she wrote in her autobiography, I Change Worlds, is she said that the American mindset, you know, the motor-mindedness that people associate with America, was very well alive in the Soviet Union in the 1930s, when they built the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, the Dnepr Dam, when they electrified the country, when they wiped out illiteracy. She said, communism is 20th century Americanism, and the Soviet Union is the new America. That was her attitude, because that go-get-em collectivist mindset was there as they were rapidly industrializing their country with socialist central planning. So when conservatives make it out like we just want to be, you know, I jokingly say that unfortunately you will occasionally encounter a pessimistic mindset, right? You know, some people, they look at society that we live in and they say, you know, it's really unfair how rich these big bankers are. It's really unfair that you can work hard your whole life and get nothing for it. So they kind of get this defeated, angry mindset, and they say, well, F this stuff, give me free stuff. F this, give me free stuff. Well, I would tell people that successful socialist movements don't have that mindset at all. They have the opposite mindset. They pull into people's desire to be part of a community. Human beings are collective creatures by nature. Since the time we were hunter-gatherers in the woods, through feudalism and modern capitalism, we work together. We are tribal creatures who possess intelligence. We have the ability to create technology, to make the environment serve us. That's the distinction between human beings and animals. You know, other species, as Frederick Engels said, they only interact with their environment, but we have the ability to make nature serve us, right? Human beings are very, very spectacular. And if we could get beyond this irrational system of prophets in command, And if we could rationally organize our economy and start investing in the future, I think, we could do amazing things. Fusion energy. I mean, that's the answer to fossil fuels. You want to talk about the climate crisis? The answer isn't windmills and solar panels. They're great. I'm not opposed to windmills and solar panels, but they're not going to solve the problem. But fusion energy, that's the solution. If you look at what China's doing now with their artificial sun, that's how we could get beyond the nightmare of fossil fuels.
So I like when you're talking about, investing. I mean, I think of education as a tool. It doesn't have to be a college education necessarily. It could be trade school or some kind of informal education. Not everyone has to go to college. But education is the tool. And the government thinks that removing spending on that tool is going to make the economy more efficient. You just remove the tool that people need to actually have jobs, have productive jobs, and participate in the economy. So that is the last thing where you should cut spending, theoretically. That's how I think about it. I feel like it's logical, but I want to go back. It's great to go back to the time of St. Nicholas and the gold standard, the 1920s, but I want to go back just to the Obama era. Because I feel like this was very, very important in terms of people understanding how student loans work. So basically, when the Obama administration bailed out the banks right after 2008 and did not bail out the students, remember the student debt activism movement was very closely connected to Occupy, to the foreclosure, to the foreclosure protests, which people don't really realize. So it was two things that were simultaneously going on, and a lot of those activists cooperated with each other. When that happened, Obama removed bankruptcy protections for student loans, and he also, most of what he did basically when he bailed out the banks is that a lot of the loans that were previously owed to private banks, today, that changed drastically because today over 90% of student loans are owed directly to the federal government. What I'd like to ask you, Steve, which I don't fully understand myself, is how does that work? Since we are paying money for our student loans, most of us, directly to the federal government, is that just like an additional tax that we live with for the rest of our lives?
Yes. I mean, so this is where if I could bring all my friends on the left together and have a beer with them or smoke a joint with them or do something fun with them and just kick back and talk about how a fiat currency works, right? It's a simple pathway. Congress authorizes a bill. Those instructions are signed off by the president. It's sent to the Federal Reserve, who then keystrokes money into whatever accounts that the government wants to spend from. The government neither has dollars nor doesn't have dollars. It creates them every time it spends. And every time it taxes, it literally deletes them because it completes a circuit. That's how a fiat currency works. Okay. This is not me making it up. This is how it works. This is the playbook. This is the plumbing manual. So if you take that understanding and you realize that the government itself is backstopping these loans, okay, and you're paying it to the government doesn't need cash in its coffers. The government creates it every time it spends. The velocity of a government spent dollar is one. It's spent one time. It cycles through the economy, does whatever it does, but then when it comes back to the government as a tax, it's deleted. It purges reserves. They go to zero. It's done. It's done its job. It's over. That dollar is not a permanent thing. And it's not a matter of printing money, which God forbid, I wish everybody could stop saying that collectively. But it's not printing money. It's literally how every single dollar we spend on the military, every single one is a new dollar. Every single dollar we tax is a dead dollar. The birth of the dollar is the spending. The death of the dollar is the taxation. Period. It doesn't matter whether you like that. That's the way it is. So once you understand that and you realize that the government is taking away your ability to write these things off in bankruptcy, this is literally going back as a tax. Now, let me tell you, there are skimmers through this process. These loan servicing companies are making money hand over fist. Now, mind you, it's only a fraction of a percentage that they make, but they have such a huge volume of loan servicing. Every time they touch them, they get a certain amount of money, a little small fragment of money, but that money piles up. And that's how Nelnet and all those other groups out there are making their money to stay afloat. And they're making money hand over fist to the point where they're having to apply grants out there and give money away as almost a foundation because they're making too much money, if that makes sense. So ultimately, once you understand that dynamic, then you start asking yourself, well, then what is the purpose of charging not only young kids? I want to rewrite that script right off the bat. It's not just young kids that are in steep student debt. Back in the time period that you talked about, when the government was busy backstopping the collapse of the economy as all the housing market imploded and all the BS that went down with Fannie and Freddie and Countrywide and all that stuff. Well, there was a lot of people that lost their jobs. And these old people like myself, went back to school. I have 2 master's degrees. I started a PhD, and I literally have $122,000 in student debt that I'm staring at, and $899 monthly payment for that student debt. So that money, why am I paying that money? I mean, this money should be a thing for my family to enhance its well-being, to enhance the society, to enhance the country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But instead, it's used as a control mechanism. It's a control mechanism to force us to do certain things that maybe we would or would not want to do. Because what is the tax's purpose? The tax's purpose is to control behavior. It's to drive the need for the dollar. Every time we raise taxes, we create more of a need for U.S. currency. Now, if we tax at the high end, they don't feel it. They just get rid of it. But they tax us at the low end. Every dollar for us hurts. That's the difference between us eating. That's the difference between us keeping our power and electric on. It's the difference between getting to and from a job, right? So they're trying to control the poor, the worker bees, because back in the day, when you were a peasant, you lived in a serf in a feudal farm situation, that you were controlled by that lord. The lord gave you so much land to till, you did so much, then you volunteered and did land. You didn't volunteer. You were part of your deal was you would then in turn do his fields as well. But that was a means of control. And everybody was like, oh, this isn't so horrible. I guess I get food and I get shelter and blah, blah, blah. Well, now we don't even have the food and shelter. We ain't even nearly as good as feudal society in a sense, because we are so precarious. We're all after each other's own thing. And we're literally desperate. We're running from an axe that every one of us is hiding from. And some of us are a little further ahead of the axe. You're like, I only have to be faster than the guy behind me. When the axe hits them, I'm good. But eventually the axe gets to more and more people. And that's what you're seeing with student debt right now. That student debt has crept deeper and deeper and deeper in, because the families, the generational wealth that was there for a lot of people to afford a $5,000 bachelor's degree now have to instead come up with $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 for that same bachelor's degree. And let me just add this before you cut me off, because I think this is super important. There's a gentleman named Davarian Baldwin, and this man teaches at Trinity. He's a brilliant guy. Just interviewed him a few days ago, and he talks about the ivory tower of the university system. These universities come and they plant themselves down. Look at like Princeton, look at Yale, look at all these different big schools. They plant themselves down, University of Arizona, you name it. And then they become the city. They literally are not only tax-free nonprofits, but they also serve as the largest landholder in their communities. Then they wall off the community from the black and brown people in the poor sections. They sit there and bring private police in to police the community while simultaneously cracking down in black and brown communities outside the wall, etc. And all this is in the name of building another football stadium, building another amenity so that the rich kids have a reason to come to campus. And it's this environment that keeps jacking the price of education up through the roof. And simultaneously, we're not only paying for it, but they're not paying taxes in their local communities now. And so those local communities are drying up, save for the goodwill of these neoliberal institutions that are there, bought and paid for by big corporations to train people to do the kinds of work they would want them to do if they came to work for them. So once again, training, education, and development for these corporations has been completely subsidized by you and me, not the government, you and me with our student debt. This is messed up. This is horrible. And that, my friend, is why this thing is going to hell in a handbasket and why we got to fight back.
So I'm glad you brought up the colleges and how they're expanding land-wise. To what extent do you think, maybe for Caleb, I'll have this question for Caleb. I grew up in New York City, and at the time I lived not that far from Columbia University. And Columbia University essentially took over my neighborhood. They were involved in many scandals where they were connected to evictions. Basically, they encouraged evictions. And Columbia University is one of the largest landowners in New York City. So could you talk a little bit more about how these universities are not just educational institutions, but predatory businesses that aren't just affecting college students, but are also affecting everyone that lives around the college, how they take over, how they get tax cuts while small businesses have to pay for more taxes. And, what do you think about this, Caleb?
Well, there's a lot I could say there. It's particularly interesting. Columbia University, and that there was an incident there in 1968, kind of a rebellion that combined, community outrage from the community of Harlem with outrage about U.S. foreign policy and how they kind of walked hand in hand. You can look at the incident that happened 1968, Columbia University, where the students, took over buildings, and it was quite an incident. But a little known fact is that Columbia University is also very, very important to American intelligence. Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was one of the main, strategists of the late Cold War policies of the United States and working to bring down the Soviet Union. He's out of Columbia University. Barack Obama studied there in the department in the institution set up by Columbia University. I understand that there's a fight song at Columbia University. They say, "Who runs New York? Who runs New York? Who runs New York?" The people say, "We run New York. We run New York. COLUMBIA." Hey. Well, apparently, years ago, there used to be protests outside of Columbia University where people would say, "Who runs New York? Who runs New York? Who runs New York?" The people say, "They run New York. They run New York. COLUMCIA." That's what people used to say when they were protesting Columbia University. But one of the wild things is, I went to a school in Ohio. I went to kind of a small school in Ohio. But my whole life, my whole family, everyone said to me, "You're going to love college, Caleb. You're just going to love college. It's going to be so amazing. You're a bookish kind of guy. You read. You're always talking. You're going to love college." I hated college. I'll just tell you the truth. I didn't like it at all. But the reason that my relatives and my parents and my aunts and my uncles were all telling me I was going to love college is because the role of universities has drastically changed in the United States in the past 20 to 30 years. It used to be the universities were a place of dissident thought. Used to be they were kind of the place that was where you would go to be exposed to new ideas, to question things. It was a place for the folks who thought a little bit deeper than average folks. Now it's not like that at all. If you look at the role the universities play, it's the opposite. Average Americans who haven't been to college are sick of these wars. They want the troops home from Afghanistan. They're happy the USA has pulled out. They don't want the USA meddling in the affairs of countries around the world. It's Americans who've been to college and taken international studies and think that they're educated, who've been informed about why it is we have to have troops in Afghanistan and why it is that we need to overthrow the government of Nicaragua and why it is that Russia and China are a threat. And instead of being a place for people to learn to think more broadly and question things, universities are increasingly becoming a place that people are essentially taught the party line of the ruling elite so that they can be a trusted part of this professional managerial class, and it's the opposite of the role that they historically played. And that's what universities are doing. And part of that is creating an infantilizing environment. I'm a leftist, and I'll tell you, I never want to hear anybody ever say, "Now, if you hear me clap once, if you hear me clap twice, if you hear me clap 3 times," I never want to hear that again. And, I talked to, older folks when I was in college. The college librarian was a good friend of mine. He was a guy who spoke Chinese and Vietnamese fluently and had traveled the world. And he said, when I went to college, it was pretty basic. Here's your room in the dorm. Here are your books. Start studying. But this kind of infantilizing environment they create that also comes with kind of the political correctness and all of that It's all about kind of creating an atmosphere where people are afraid to think for themselves. People learn to obey authority, and they learn to be trusted enough to become, architects and engineers of empire, and preside over this decaying international financial system that Wall Street and London sit at the center of. They talk about how there are different models of global trade. There's the the Eurasian model, which is is historically, that's Russia and China and the way that they've worked. And then there's what you call the Atlanticist model. And the Atlanticist model is when you basically have an economy that is centered around control of the trade routes, where you have big cities that are at the center of finance that dominate the trade routes and enrich themselves by controlling global trade, maintaining a monopoly. That's how the Roman Empire operated. They said all roads lead to Rome. What that meant was if you were in one part of the empire and you wanted to build a road to another part of the empire, you couldn't do it because Rome had to be the middleman in global trade. That's how Wall Street and London operate. And they don't mind seeing the world get poorer and poorer and poorer, just so long as they can be the giant middleman. But the Eurasian model, where development is essential, and you have kind of the idea of bringing parts of the globe together, right? China, they're really into one China. The reason for that is because historically, the way China has been impoverished is when they divide it. When Tibet is separate, when the Uyghur regions are separate, when Hong Kong is separate, when Taiwan is separate, it's poor. But when they're together, pulling together, they can start to economically develop. That's why you can see one of the most famous movies from Russia that came out during World War II is called Ivan the Terrible, and it's about Tsar Ivan who brought Russia together, and by doing that was able to raise people up. And that the Eurasian model for international relations, what China is doing with their One Belt, One Road initiative, what Russia is doing with the Eurasian Economic Union, what's going on with the Bolivarian alternative of Latin America, centered around Venezuela and Bolivia. It's a different model in global trade. And that the educational system in the United States, yes, we want it to be free. College should be free. It should absolutely be free. This student debt ripoff scheme has got to end. But a lot more things have got to change. We've got to be training people to think for themselves and think critically. We've got to be orienting people toward things like science and technology. There's a lot of things that need to change in the United States. The university system is kind of a concentration of a lot of the problems we're having as a society.
So I want to go back to Steve Grunbein's point about commodities, about how our people think that our economy is based on this commodity system that you mentioned. I had, and I'm going to bring it back to an experience of mine. I had a loan, one of my few loans that was private, and it was sold to another creditor, and I had paid it off. And then creditors started chasing me again, saying that I had not. Basically, I had paid off around $10,000, and then creditors started chasing me, saying that I hadn't paid anything. And what I realized was that it was basically bought and sold like a stock, and that they had lost the information. So I checked with other student debtors, and one of them told me to request the original promissory note. And do you have any information, or could you talk a little bit about how student loans are bought and sold on the market? And how we're going to talk a little bit more about this with the lawyer about requesting your original promissory note. But can you talk a little bit more about how the predatory system basically relies on in big investment companies, banks, being able to buy and sell debt cheaply, and how MMT is different, that'll help you understand a little bit more about why these prices are so high.
Let me give you two things here real quick. I want to jump back to something Caleb said that it would be bad of me not to answer to, and that is he nailed it 100%, that they are literally brainwashing you to serve the oligarch's plan, whatever that is. That's what the university system is doing now. It's no longer teaching how to think. It's no longer teaching free thought and go with it. They're literally teaching you to be a carrier of the oligarch message. That's number one. But there's a second part to that, and that's the military. So we're sending kids off to school on one hand, teaching them how to be good capitalists, how to be good carers of the oligarchs' world, if you will. On the flip side, we've got the kids going off to the military. So they're knocking it out with two stones. One, they're teaching the people that are white collar how to be good white collar, protectors of capital. And on the other side, they're teaching you how to never question these colors don't run. This flag, man, do it for the flag. And they're teaching you how to be a jackbooted thug over here. You come back to society out of being in the military. And what do you do with that knowledge? Now, all of a sudden, you've got a straight up fascist mindset. You have literally been brainwashed. And for those that can break free from that, it's a huge kudos, but that's a hard thing because the indoctrination is intentional. It's not just for the killing machine. It's to protect it at home. So if you think about how many of those ex-military people that have literally walked in, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, come out a killing machine, but come out with that drive. Don't you dare say that about the flag. This country, our country. They're prepared. Two sides of the same coin to protect capital. This is a huge, huge, huge propaganda mission that has been highly successful. That said, back to your question about selling debt and so forth. That debt, what happens is this. If you look at normal credit relations, your object is to see, are you credit worthy? Is this something that we feel is beneficial to society to invest this loan into, to provide that loan? Because this loan impacts society. It's not just your loan. It's what are you going to do with it? And so there used to be a time where a smaller amount of loans were given, smaller amount of access to credit was given based on different things. Today now, the idea here is to give everybody as much credit as possible, knowing full well that a certain percentage will absolutely default on that. But by bundling them together, they create those CDOs that they did with the mortgage industry. They do the same thing with the student loan industry. And let's be fair. Bear Stearns thought the most secure thing in the world was housing debt, housing, rent, the mortgages. So that was a safe bet. And the same thing they feel with student debt, because after all, you can't discharge it. Obama and Biden made sure you couldn't discharge it. So now what? So this is what it's all about. It really comes down to broadening access to huge amounts of credit because our entire society has been financialized. The idea of the public purpose has been eliminated. Almost every leftist is busy trying to make the wealthy. We got to get money from the billionaires to afford this. Oh my God, we've got to tax them higher to afford this. However, will we afford Medicare for all? We've got to make them pay their fair share. Well, the fact is that's after the fact. That's always after the fact. We don't need their money. We can render them irrelevant is the point. But they do this stuff because why? If you're investing in student debt as like something you're shorting it, you're overing it, whatever. If you're investing in that space, the only way to prevent a total collapse by people that do default is to bundle it with good debt and bad debt and create this like synthetic investment thing. It's not even real. It's like a bundle that they know is got a lot of failures in it, a lot of dogs in it. And that's what they did with the mortgage industry as well. And they have these fake like credit rating agencies that go out there and basically do the bidding of capital. And they give this an A+ rating, A+ investment there, right? But the fact is that all of this stuff is there simply to expand capital markets, simply to expand the fire sector. And literally, we've gotten to the point where we don't produce shit. Now, that's another story for another day because it's a very involved conversation that should not just be exports good, imports bad, blah, blah. And that should not be the beginning and the ending of our understanding of global trade. But unfortunately, right now, a lot of people only go that far. And that's just a very, very shallow, not very sophisticated assessment. So it requires more thought behind that. But with that in mind, if you look at why the student debt has gone up so much, it's not so much about them selling your loan. It's really more a matter of those agencies, those those institutions literally trying to find a way to lure more and more rich kids to their campus, to have more and more swagger. And the only way to do that is amenities, amenities, amenities. And the cost of all those amenities, 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 and all the ever-growing footprint of each of these universities requires more and more and more financial capital to do. And that's really what you're seeing right now is a massive shift away from the public purpose purely to neoliberal privatization schemes. And this is what spurs so much of the crypto market and so forth, is nothing but neoliberal privatization schemes. And I got mine, F you. And that right there is 100% got to become the battle of our lives, not just for student debt, which is a huge deal because it's 1.7 plus trillion in student debt that is on the backs of many old people that will die with this debt, young people that will never get started in life because of this debt, and people in the middle of the road who will kill themselves because of this debt. We have got a suicide problem in this country based on debt as well. So much is costing us because of this neoliberal privatization scheme that if we don't stop it dead in its tracks, we will be dead, because we got a climate crisis going on right now too, ironically. So we've got all this stuff facing us. We can't get myopic in any one area, but the ability to relieve $1.7 trillion worth of drag on the economy that prevents each of us from getting our teeth filled, from getting, meaningful surgeries that we put off because we can't afford it, to get our roof fixed, to have a roof. I mean, you name it. All of that is being stifled by this drag of student debt, and we've got to put an end to it. We have to put an end to it.
Caleb, do you have a response to that, or should I ask another question?
Well, I agree with pretty much, for the most part, everything Steve said. So if you want to ask me another question, you can just go ahead. That would be great. I'll probably have to get off of here in a little bit, but I can keep going for the next 5 minutes or so. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I don't know if this is relevant, but you seem to be able to connect the dots in very unexpected ways, Caleb. So I'm going to ask to go back to NAFTA, and let's talk a little bit how our dying manufacturing industry, because there aren't as many jobs available with only a high school degree. For those people that can't go into the trades, a lot of people say, oh, you should have gone to trade school. But there's problems with that too. For example, there's less women. Not everyone can go to trade school. Not everyone finds it a great environment for them, whatever. There's less good jobs today that are available with just a high school degree. And this causes more people to want to go to college. It's logical. What do you think about, also since you talk a lot about China, etc., how our dying manufacturing industry, and obviously we still manufacture some things, is related to this student debt crisis, and what we can do, maybe in other parts of the economy to turn that around. And why it is that socially it's become so difficult to find a job, not in every area, without just piles and piles of degrees. How they're kind of forcing this behavior socially.
Well, it's interesting because, when you talk about NAFTA, you can talk about the fact that the people of Mexico have been growing their own food for thousands of years, long before Christopher Columbus ever showed up. But now they're largely importing their food from American agribusiness, because the way NAFTA worked was that it opened up their markets. It got rid of subsidies for domestic, Mexican farmers. As a result, American agribusiness went in there and put the Mexican farmers out of business. And now they import their food from the United States, from American agribusiness. A similar thing happened to Haiti. Haiti, they've been farming there since, the time of the slave revolution. But yet NAFTA went in and put them out of business. And, yes, production does take place in a more global way. You can talk about a single laptop computer can be made in 50 different countries, right? And so that is global capitalism. But I will say that, while that is a factor, while globalization is a factor in getting rid of labor, it's not the primary factor. The main thing getting rid of jobs This technology, the main jobs killer is technology. And this gets back to the basic problem of capitalism, which is the problem of overproduction. The capitalist is constantly driving to produce as many goods as he possibly can and maximize his profits in doing so. Pay as little labor as he possibly can to do it, produce them as cheaply as he possibly can, churn out the most goods as he can, maximize his profits. But the worker is also the consumer. So if you reduce the role of the person in production and fewer people are hired, workers are replaced with machines, eventually people cannot buy the products that are being produced. And the computer revolution has taken that problem of overproduction, the problem that the worker cannot ever buy back what he produces, it has taken it to a far higher level. If you look at, World War I came after some great technological leaps in how production was carried out. World War II came after the Great Depression, which was largely a result of Henry Ford and his assembly line innovations that made it much easier to produce things like radios and cars and such, and made technology much more efficient, made production more efficient, and as a result, eliminated people from the assembly line. And as a result, people couldn't buy back the products, and we had a prolonged capitalist crisis. We're now living in the aftermath of the computer revolution. And a college degree is probably not going to help you that much in dealing with this problem, because it's not only, working the assembly lines that the robots can do. The robots can play chess better than human beings. The robots can trade stocks better than human beings. And that increasingly the role of the worker in production is being decreased. And this is what is behind the global refugee crisis. This is what is behind the dropping living standards and the rise of the low-wage, short-term service sector job economy for millennials and Zoomers. That's what this is all about, is that there is not a role for us at the assembly line. They have produced and they've gotten technology to be so efficient that they don't have a place for us in the global assembly line. And this is the problem of capitalism. And the only way to overcome it is to have an economy that doesn't function according to profit. Have a rationally planned and organized economy so that growth can continue. In a rational economy, self-driving cars would be a great thing, because everyone who has a job driving a truck or a taxi driver or whatever can now do something else. There's less work to be done. But under capitalism, self-driving cars would create, and is going to most likely create, a huge economic problem of millions of people without jobs. That's not rational. That's not rational. That's the rule of profits. That's the capitalist system. As far as what can be done about it, right? If this could be overturned, if we could get beyond profits and command, we could solve this. Now, I have in the past, the Center for Political Innovation, you can visit our website, cpiusa.org. We have a 4-point plan to rescue the economy. Step number 1 would be a mobilization to rebuild the country's infrastructure. Rebuild the bridges, rebuild the highways, high-speed railway, internet access for the whole country, etc. A mass mobilization, something like the Works Progress Administration of Roosevelt. Step number 2 would be public control of our natural resources. America's oil, America's natural gas, America's coal, America's timber, all of our natural resources, the profits from them should belong to every American. They shouldn't belong to private corporations that just happen to get wealthier as places where they're coming from. Places like Alaska and Kentucky and Pennsylvania are getting poorer and poorer and poorer, while the profits from their natural resources continue to go up. Step 3 would be public control of banking. Put the lending of money in the hands of the community. So instead of private banks trying to make a profit, credit can be strategically assigned in the long-term interest of the country, strategically building up the economy. And step 4 would be an economic bill of rights, the right to housing, the right to jobs, and most certainly the right to an education. A 4-point plan. If you were to enact those 4 steps, the U.S. economy would rebound amazingly. We would have a huge amount of economic growth. Things would get much better very quickly. And there are many countries around the world that have similar economic programs and have built themselves up with such success. Rather than trying to get people to agree with an ideology, rather than trying to get people to agree on cultural issues, if we can go to people with a 4-point plan, are you for these 4 things? Are you against them? That's a way we can push forward the conversation. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation is trying to do. I'm very interested to learn more about what Steve is talking about with modern monetary theory. I'm open to it. We need to have more conversations about these kind of things. And
Let's do it.
I really appreciate being invited on here. Student debt is a curse hanging over this economy, but I believe if the people of this country come together and we mobilize and we don't just march behind the Democrats, but we really make clear demands, I think we can defeat the student debt crisis. I think we can march ahead. So thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you, Caleb. Steve, do you have any last comments?
I just want to say I really like your 4-point plan. The only thing that I would add to that at all is that because the wagon wheel maker despised the steel radial, okay, I realize ultimately that we have to move as things change, right? One of the most important aspects of modern monetary theory is the loan policy prescription that it pushes forward. And that is because the government that issues the tax created the first unemployed person because they had to get that money for that tax. So in my opinion, the government should be responsible for fixing that, which is, we would suggest, through a federal job guarantee program that would drive the very thing that he talked about with the Roosevelt era work plan, because that right there would allow us to mobilize for a public service. Like, for example, in your community, old people that need help, that need someone to take care of, but it's not profitable to do so. Play chess with them. Why wouldn't they get a paycheck for that? Why don't we allow people to serve their local communities, not the man, but their local communities, things that are not seen as profitable, but that regular people can do in their local community and build up the community that they are actually a part of. I think that that's a vital step there. But as far as my parting words, if you will, I think that it's really important that we ask ourselves what kind of society we want to live in. Don't just say something quick and snippy off the cuff. Think about it. Take a step back and really think about how many contradictions we have with our existing world that we're around. Most of us don't want anything that our federal government puts forward. Most of us don't want our state government puts forward. When we read the news, it's like almost like, who in the world chose to do this? And the fact is, I don't believe any of us chose to do it. I believe that a lot of what we're seeing is if you ever saw the movie Blazing Saddles, as they walk into the town, it's a Hollywood prop town. There's walls up with 2x4s holding them up. I mean, the bank is just a prop. Everything in the whole town is a prop. I feel like that is what our democracy has largely become, a way of us feeling good about ourselves. Well, I voted, I came, I showed up, I knocked on doors for candidate A, I made phone calls for Bernie, I did this, that, and the other. And we just really feel like we've just done a great thing. And we don't realize that so much of this is a way of keeping us busy and away from really focusing on the fact that they're really hijacking us for $1.7 trillion in student debt. They're about to take many of our homes as the economy crashes. I mean, on and on. But don't look over there. Look over here. Remember, these colors don't run. Go USA. And it's the distraction that we're up against. So I'm hoping that people that have listened to us, that recognize that something doesn't smell right. Well, that's because something isn't right. And it's a great many things, starting with the fact that they are literally using our futures, our ability to get educated, and using that stranglehold on us as a means of putting us into a debt slavery that we can never get out of. And it's time for us to say, I'm done with it, and drop the chains. And I think that this is a really great thing you all are doing. I would like Real Progressives, the organization. I started to do a lot more of this kind of work. God knows we've been around for 7 years. We should be doing it daily. It's a crime that my organization has not done more to make this thing happen. So I applaud you in your efforts for doing the work that for 7 years we should have done that we did not do. So thank you so much for bringing this together.
Thank you so much for coming on, Stephen. I know this was very last minute, so I really appreciate you jumping on board.
You got it. Have a good day, everybody.
Have a good day. Yep. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Kobi is going to be moderating this panel. He's from the ProPeace report, and I'm going to drop out of this stream.
Hi there. I'm Kobi, independent journalist, activist, currently studying abroad in Lund, Sweden, actually. And so I think it's kind of interesting. We'll talk about this a little bit. Just the comparison between how student loans work in Sweden and how college education works in the US. But if you guys both want to just introduce yourselves first, I think that'd be a good idea. Lystra, do you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Lystra Clouden, and I am from Horsham, Pennsylvania.
Perfect. And then Scott?
So hi, I'm Scott Rennie. I'm coming to you from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And what organizations are you all both with? Are you with an organization?
We are both members of the Debt Collective.
Perfect. And so what kind of work do you do with the Student Debt Collective? Like, what's the main goal? I've read a little bit of the website. I know the idea is to cancel student debt entirely, but what work are you doing towards that end? And do you have any other goals?
I'll take this one. Another question could be, what has the union done? And I think that I'm not sure of the exact number, but hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars have been, we don't like the word forgiven, we like the word cancel. You ask for forgiveness when you've done something wrong. I have not done anything wrong. I do not need forgiveness. I need cancellation of these loans. The Debt Collective has been instrumental in borrower defense, and several different schools have had loans canceled because of the work of this union. It is a real thing. I might add that student loans are horrible. That's why I'm here today. But the real problem is capitalism and any and all types of debt. This is just one form of debt. I did write a line about this once that seems to fit. And, thank Steve, who was just on for that intro, because I'm here to tell you, please don't pay your loans. I am on strike. Many members of this union are on strike. Exercise what power you have. This is my sentence. A particularly egregious form of predation and grift is the student loan. Undoubtedly one of the most vile types of debt, as this type of loan has successfully infiltrated something sacred, the desire a person has to learn and grow and better themselves in their condition.
Yeah.
Wow, that was powerful. Yeah, and so, because I've also been considering possibly boycotting my debt. I'm currently studying abroad now. I don't actually have to start paying my debt until I graduate. But from my bachelor's degree, I actually had $30,000 worth of debt. And once I'm done with this degree, I'll have another $40,000 on top of that or so $60,000 or $70,000 of debt. What kind of work does the Student Debt Collective do to reassure people who boycott their loans that they're not alone? What do you do to help people with their credit score? Like, how do you reassure people who want to get started with this type of action?
The Debt Collective, they are currently involved in a number of cohesive events, like meetings, informational sessions. There is a source of coming together to know you are not alone in not paying your student debt. When you listen to other people, you realize that they have similar circumstances. You realize that they feel as though they have been trampled on. And somehow you have that unity in knowing that you can push forward and continue to push towards Washington so that they could honor their commitment to at least cancel all student debt. We know that President Biden, by the signing of a document, can waive all student debt. But what is taking so long? There are commitments among commitments, but nobody seems to be coming through with any positive aspirations for deleting student debt. So for us coming together, we hold jubilees, we hold functions, we hold different form of meetings so that we can get together and have people realize that this is something real and this is a burden on a community. And it's not just a burden on our community. What happens to our kids and their kids in the long run? This debt is something that will continue way past, if nobody does anything about it, will continue way after we have gone. So this is something that is real. It is not something that we are in it now, but we have to think about the future of students that are coming behind us.
I completely agree. I mean, that's a big reason why, even though if I were to boycott my debt when I have to in 2 years, even though I have that fear of, oh no, what would happen to me? Will I be able to move out of my house? Will I be able to get a job and actually support myself? to me, I feel like it's so much more important, like you're saying, that we draw our line in the sand now and say, no, this is the end of student debt. Like, we are going to put our foot down and collectively not pay it. Because I think that the solidarity, having people around you doing the same, I think is really reassuring that you're not the only one suffering. But, and Scott, I'll pose this question to you. What sort of actions, besides the boycott itself of student debt, what other sort of actions are you all working on to pressure the government to cancel student debt?
The union has planned activities in Washington, I believe January 19th or very closely thereabouts. So, direct action protest is certainly one tool in our toolbook. Here in Knoxville last year, for the last nationwide kind of event we had a debt burning where people write their debt on a piece of flash paper and then throw it in the air and burn it, kind of a symbolic gesture. The benefits are on many levels, but it seems to me the emotional level, where you just connect with other human beings who are experiencing very similar things to you. Abuse thrives in the darkness. And when you open the door and let the light in, and you're not ashamed of these things, you gain power and they lose power. And that seems to be what this is all about.
I love that. I mean, that's, to me, it's like education is a virtue. It's not something that should have been for profit in the first place.
Sacred.
And it's so amazing to me how in Sweden, I have to pay $25,000 for my 2-year program, which is actually much cheaper than it would have been if I had studied in the US. I looked up the average price before this podcast. It's like $60,000 for the average master's degree program in the US. And so it's kind of crazy to me that even as an American, I can fly abroad to Sweden and still get my master's degree program at a top 100 university in the school. Lund University is a good university. I can get it for cheaper than in the US. But then on the other hand, it's also amazing to me that my classmates from the EU, not just Sweden, but the whole EU, they all get free tuition as well for this university in Sweden. So it's only American college students here in Sweden that are actually being made to pay any tuition. So the $25,000 is actually more than any of my peers. And so do you all do any research of other systems abroad? Is there anybody that actually does free college in a way that you think we should emulate in the US?
I'm going to say that's a good question, and I'm not quite sure that I know the answer to it.
Yeah. I mean, to me, go ahead, Lystra.
I can talk about my experiences. I grew up in Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, and students don't even have to pay for a medical degree or earning a PhD. Education is the government sees education as a must. If you don't educate your people, how is the economy going to function in the next 25 years? So education is 100% free.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly the type of thing that we need to be doing in the US. And even in Sweden, this is important to note, they have free tuition. But when it comes to living expenses, housing, and things like that, some of it is paid for by grants, but then some of it is also paid for with loans as well. So Swedish students actually do still have debt. It's just more associated with living expenses. And so in terms of in the US, if we were to make college completely free, cancel student debt entirely, and I'll pose this question to you, Scott, do you think that we should also have some sort of grant system for people to afford their living expenses if we haven't already, rent controlled housing or anything else like that? Do you think there should be grants, not loans, for students to survive on if college is free?
So, the union holds the position that number one, you cancel student debt. Number two, college must be made free, right? I don't want to talk about education and loans in the same sense.
Perfect. And so, in terms of, do you think there's any chance of convincing Biden to cancel student loan debt? I know he had said on the campaign trail that he was going to cancel $10,000 of student loans. And I know there are other Democrats like Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, I think they said 50,000. But Biden hasn't moved so far. And from what I've heard, he said he's not sure that he has the constitutional ability to even cancel student debt. And I'm guessing you disagree with that. So what's the constitutional reasoning that Biden is using, and why is that incorrect?
The union put in a Freedom of Information request for the memo that Biden requested from the Department of Education, right? To force him to even show it to us. Of course, I would think it's pure folly to expect the person that created the problem to then solve the problem. We are not waiting for President Biden. That's why we are on strike now.
And so in terms of, I mean, I'm just trying to think, because to me, it's like, it's a great idea. I think most people agree with us, but it seems like we have few allies in Congress. So in terms of the two-party system itself, you know, do you think that it's possible to get any action in Congress? So I know, because I know canceling student debt can be done by the president, can be done by the executive, but actually making college free entirely, you know, that's going to take an act of Congress. And so have you seen any allies in Congress? Have you seen any potential to actually make that happen alongside Biden taking action?
Yeah, I do know that AOC has been in contact with our New York City branch, and you know we have had a history of working with some progressive members of Congress. And of course, you're right; it takes an act of Congress to make college free or to do anything about private loans. Right? The president only has the authority to do the federal loans.
And do you have anything to say, Lystra?
I know that Elizabeth Warren also and Bernie Sanders, they are also on the side of the student. So if we keep the pressure on, I think we can infiltrate a little more of the members of Congress to actually have a headway or see a path into getting this done.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope so, because to me, it's like my big concern when it comes to student loan debt, because I graduated from my bachelor's degree. It was a few years ago, maybe 2017, 2018. And I actually did reach a point where I was starting to have to pay back my loans. And I put it on forbearance because it was going to be, even with income adjusted, it was somewhere around $150 to $250 a month. And, you know, I was barely scraping by. I was making $15 an hour at the time. And even in my state of Maryland, $15 an hour while living at home with my parents, you know, even that was not enough for me to save up any money. If I was to pay my loans at the exact same time that I was trying to save money, I wouldn't have saved any money whatsoever. I would have been constantly running in place. And that's living at home, paying my mom like $200 a month for rent. So I'm getting a special deal. If I was actually living by myself in an apartment or even with a roommate, it would be impossible for me to actually pay it off. And so can you talk about the intersectionality of student loan debt and its impact on the younger generations even just getting started with their lives?
You know, the statement that you made is the general statement. And it's not just an statement, it's an experiential statement, because most college graduates are saying the same thing. They cannot afford to pay the loans because of the interest rates that were appended on these loans. They cannot afford to have their own homes, to buy a car. As you said, most of them are still living with their parents. It is impossible to live on their own, to advance after being educated and to advance as a person in society who can stand up and be dependent. Student loans actually cripple you because they can't be dependent, because you can't afford to pay it, you can't afford to move out, and the economy is such, even when they do get a job, the amount of loans that they have to pay cripples them. So when you have a crippling situation, it cripples the economy down the road as well.
Wait till you hear about how it affects your retirement savings, right? It gets worse as you get older. The fact that you have not built up any wealth during your life, you've given it all to the billionaires, right? That's why there comes a point when the only answer is to say no.
To say no. That's right.
Not another penny for me. They can do what they're going to do, but they're not getting any of my money.
Yep.
And so what kind of consequences do people see when they do make the decision, you know, I am not going to pay my loans anymore, I am done? You know, I've heard a lot about the impact on their credit score. I've heard some people talk about the potential for them to garnish the loan payments off of your wages. And so have you all heard any people's personal experiences who've actually joined the boycott, you know, what sort of issues are they having trying to make it through, and what kind of stuff could be done to support them through the boycott?
Well, you're right. It's the typical stuff, right? Your credit score will take a hit, right? I had a perfect credit score a year ago when I tried to buy a piece of property that would have made life complete for me, let's say. It would have been a dream come true. They would not nobody would loan me money because I had too much in student loan debt. What good did my 830 credit score do me when I couldn't get a loan, right? Mm-hmm. So my credit's going to take a hit. So what? What did my good credit do for me? You're right. They can garnish your wages, right? And get a court order. They will take money out of your paycheck. Everybody's in a different situation. And of course, we encourage eyes wide open when you head into this stuff. If you have co-signers on your loan, your non-payment means your co-signer is responsible. Yeah. Lystra, other things?
I was just thinking about one of the members of the group. She is turning 63. She came down with a bout of illness and was unable to work. She had to discontinue paying her student loan. So she sacrificed all these years to pay her loans, still had over $100 and something thousand in loans to repay, and was sick and could not. So I don't know, when you look around at this situation, who is this economy benefiting? A sick woman who has struggled all her life to pay her loans, now because of a sickness cannot afford to pay the loans, and you further bury her in her sickness and emotional state by making her keep harassing calls, constantly harassing calls. She's not able to actually walk into any financial institution to get any kind of financial help. So she is financially and emotionally crippling for a person. So when we look at student debt, we cannot just look at the student debt itself, but the impact of the student debt of the person in the community, their surroundings, everything that it impacts negatively.
Most student loan holders do not have a degree, right? They were either co-signers or they were people that did not graduate. Rich people don't have student loans. Forgiveness isn't benefiting rich people. They don't need loans. The biggest beneficiaries of cancellation would be minorities and females more than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I hate the argument that people put forward that, oh, we can't make college free. We need to means test it, at $60,000 a year, $70,000 a year. You don't want to pay for that rich person to go to school. And it's like, to me, that argument is just so ridiculous because A, they have the money to pay for it. So it doesn't matter anyway. They're going to school anyway. But then B, a lot of those people are going to private colleges. And so they're already paying extravagantly more expensive prices than a public university. When I went to college for my bachelor's degree, I went to an in-state school because I couldn't even afford to go to an out-of-state school. So if I had it completely for free, I can't even imagine the amount of savings I'd have right now. But so is there a difference? Do you think that even private colleges should be free? Do you think it should extend beyond just public school, or do you think that's beyond our reach?
I wouldn't say that a private university should be free, but I think the government should have some type of regulations that these private universities operate under, because my experience have been that I've been to a for-profit school and I have written my story. I was fleeced into paying over $200,000 in student loans because I went for a profit school. Because what they do is they delay and they change the syllabus, and you just keep paying this money, and then you graduate or you don't graduate because you cannot afford to have financial aid anymore. And you have this debt hanging over your head. But when you go to the government, there is no solace for you as a student who attended a for-profit school. So what I am saying is you have for-profit schools supplementing public education, but there should be some kind of regulation. The government should be able to step in when a student has been wrong and said, okay, this should not be. But we have an association with 55 alumni students, and we've been to all the government agencies, and all they give us is rhetoric. Nobody stood up to say, okay, I am on the student side. Nobody did.
I hear that. And I would add that not every private school is for profit, right? Many of them are, but there are nonprofit private schools. Perhaps they could be treated differently.
Yeah, I mean, I like that idea because to me, you know, and this just comes down to my fundamental worldview. I just hate the idea of things that are genuinely valuable in society, whether it be education, whether it be healthcare, whether it be housing, things that are a necessity. You know, I hate the profit motive being anywhere near involved in it because it's like you're almost making it so that, okay, this thing is really important. It's one of the most important values in our society, but the person who's giving it to you is doing it to enrich themselves. And so you almost end up in this situation where it's like, you know that the decisions they're making are not necessarily with the student in mind or with educational values in mind, but, you know, their profit motive in mind. And it was interesting because at my university, I went to Salisbury University for my bachelor's degree, the Eastern Shore of Maryland, and they're a public school, but they're a public school that's given money from a lot of corporations, like Purdue Chicken is the big one on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. And so when it came to asking the university questions about things like, I don't know, fossil fuel divestment, we had a campaign on the university. We wanted to get them to divest entirely from their fossil fuel investments in their university. And I noticed, because I was in the SGA, I was VP of Sustainability, and I would try to broach the issue with the president of the university. And you know that kind of politician spin they give you where it's like, oh, you know, this is a really important issue. I totally hear you. I totally see what you're talking about. But have you heard about this other thing? And they kind of like change the subject. And you almost know that the reason why they're doing it, even a public university, you know that the reason they're doing it is because a big donor for the school is a corporation that's invested in that idea. But I wanted to return to that issue of, you know, women and people of color being disproportionately impacted by student loan debt. So can you all talk about that a little bit, you know, your experience with that and just what you know about the disparities, the racial disparities and the gender disparities?
Okay, so let me take this one. I am a 64-year-old woman. Next year I'll be 65. I tried to put 4 kids through college, or including myself. I went to a for-profit school. Concurrently, while I was attending college, I had 2 kids in college. After a couple of years, I was told that I was overextended in my student loans. Now, this prevented my last 2 kids from going to college without having someone to sign loans for them. So you're trying to educate yourself because you want to be a role model for your kids and other kids in the community. You have an education. You struggle to get this education, but you also want to teach your kids and mentor your kids and have a kind of intellectual foundation so that you can teach your kids going forward. So you struggle and you get this degree. You say to your kids, okay, you also have to be an example for your kids. You can't say to your kids, achieve the highest level of education when you yourself did not. So you try to be a perfect example and you have the highest level of education. You encourage your kids. And then while on this journey, you are hit with all these student loan costs. And then you realize that halfway through your journey, you are actually hampering your kids instead of helping them, because my last 2 kids could not continue with their undergraduate because I couldn't afford the loans because I was overextended. So, and then as an African-American woman, and then most of the time you are the adult in the home that is trying to educate yourself, work hard, and still so many roadblocks along the way. So when you look at society as a whole, you have to ask yourself, do you agree with the American way? Do you agree that if you work hard and you educate yourself and you do what's right by your kids and other people in the community and you help along the way, shouldn't there be a success factor pathway for you to say, okay, I have achieved this, I have achieved that, and my kids are following my footsteps? But that is just a dream. I mean, some people have achieved that dream, but some people have not. and the society put up these walls so that it is difficult for you to achieve and get over these challenges in order for you to achieve that. It is 4 and 5 times harder for an African American woman in society to achieve the dreams that someone else have an easier path to follow.
That's powerful stuff. If you want to talk about gender and racial disparities in student loans, we should first talk about gender and racial disparities in income, right? Women earn something like 70 cents on the dollar. It's not too different from black people. Women and people of color are starting at a disadvantage because they make less money. But here's some numbers from the union. Black students graduate with an average of $7,400 more debt than their white counterparts, right? So they take out more in the first place, possibly because families have less intergenerational wealth. Fast forward 4 years, the gap is now $25,000. Some people are able to pay off their loans. For some people, the system works. For others, they just get ground to a pulp by the system.
It almost sounds like the disparity is getting worse over time, that the racial disparities in terms of student debt, it's not something that's shrinking at all. Systemic racism is making it worse.
That's why cancellation of this debt would go a long way towards righting the wrong, for our racist history and our horrible student loan history all at once. It's a net positive for everyone involved. A lot of people don't know this. Most Americans die with debt. The average amount of debt that people have is $62,000. It's so bad that people have that much debt on average when they die. Something like 65% of people have debt, and that's the average amount.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I'm sure that's in terms of housing, in terms of healthcare, in terms of...
Oh, everything. And again, while we say language is important, if you have $10,000 on credit card debt, my guess is you didn't go buy a new stereo and go to Disneyland with that money. You put that money on your card because your card didn't work. You put that money on your card because your kids needed food. That is household debt. That is not consumer debt. There's a big difference in those two things. It does not mean you were irresponsible. It means you were denied enough money to live in this society.
Mm. And so now I want to pivot back to the student loan debt union itself. And so I don't know if either of you are founders, co-founders, but tell me, what was the inspiration behind forming that union? How can people join the student loan debt union? And I know you talked about the stuff you do in terms of having meetings, having actions, how does this compare to a regular union itself? Because I know you're not all at the same employer. So tell me some more details about the union itself.
This is a new thing, on the face of the planet. This is a new thing. We've had workers' unions before, and these people were all tied together because of a trade or a business or union. And they would use their collective power to target the means of production, right? Factories. Well, this is a new type of union that uses people to target the financial means, the means of circulation. Creditors are our targets. And I guess one beautiful thing about this union is you don't have to work with us to join. Anyone is welcome to join us. I choose to pay dues every month because I can afford some. We will take anybody, whether or not, regardless of your ability to pay. We are happy to have you.
Hmm. Now, what about you, Lystra? What inspired you to get involved with the union personally?
I read an article about African American women being burdened with student debt, and if there is illness in the household, being further burdened with health debt. And then I heard about the debt collective, and then I said to myself, what is it? I am struggling to pay my debt, but what is it doing for me? I mean, it's putting me in further, crippling me further financially. There is no financial future I could see because I continue paying off this debt. And then I heard about the debt collective, and then I read about their agenda. I read about their communications with respect to President Biden and Washington and all the government representatives who they communicate with to try to get student loans canceled. And I said, this is something that I want to do. This is something I'm interested in. That's why I joined.
Yeah, I completely agree. And can you talk more about what sort of communications, I know you talked about it a little bit briefly earlier, but like, what sort of communications has the union had with the Biden administration, and how has that been received?
You know, I don't. I'm certainly not qualified to speak on what like the national team is doing on that subject. I don't necessarily know everything about that. Again, in the past, you know, the union was instrumental. It was the Corinthian school that was, I think, it went under, a for-profit school. The union helped to organize 15 people who went to that school, and that cancellation alone was over $1 billion of student debt that disappeared. You know. So you have had successes then. So you've actually had some targeted successes in terms of actually getting at least some of the student debt canceled. Well, if you call $1 billion sum, yeah, it's a tiny portion of the 1.7 trillion total, right? But if you're one of those students, your life is now different than it was before this. Individually, we have so little power. There's so little. And many of us student debtors are used to paying hundreds of dollars to the billionaires every month. Give $20 to the union and watch that money fight for you instead of make your life worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the exact sort of direct action we need on all sorts of fronts. You know, this could be this type of idea. There could even be like a medical debt collective. There could be
carceral debt. You name it.
Do you know if this exists, or are you just saying it's an idea?
Oh no! In fact, the union launched a new tool recently in California. Carceral debt is extra horrible because at least people with student loans at one point thought it would help them. Carceral debt is forced upon you by the state. You have no choice. And what can you do if you don't pay it? If I don't pay my loan, they're not going to send me to prison. You don't pay your carceral debt, they very well may. But student debt is hugely important to me, but it is just one facet of this economy where debt is used as a tool. Somebody earlier used the term indentured servant, and I really like the sound of that. I think it has a lot. It can inform kind of what's happening now. Now, how many days do you get out of bed and go to work just to pay the banks, just to make rich people richer? I was not put on this planet to make rich people comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I've been feeling that feeling of being like an indentured servant during this almost entire first semester of my master's degree, because I didn't know this going in. I should have read the website, the school's website, a little clearer. But when you get your degree abroad, I don't think a lot of people know this because most people don't go abroad to get their degree. There are a few universities in Europe and other places where FAFSA will help give you student loans. So you can qualify for a FAFSA student loan at a few universities abroad. So I was like, great, that's an amazing idea. That's how I'm going to do it. I can afford to go abroad to get my degree. And then I get here, and little do I know that in order to actually get dispersed your loans, it's not from FAFSA directly to your U.S. bank account like it is, when you're studying abroad in the U.S. or when you're studying in the U.S. I actually had to get, in order to get my loans, I had to get a Swedish personal number, my Swedish residence permit, a Swedish ID. Then I had to open my Swedish bank account, and then weeks later they would finally give it to me. And so we're now December 11th. My semester ends in almost a month, and I only got my student loans last week. So for the entire first 3 months of my degree, I had to rely on my parents because my money for the college or for my work ran out. I was working as a door dasher before I came. So I was basically just scraping by on $100 a week from my parents. And, I actually looked it up. That's below the poverty line in Sweden, like the amount of weekly money that I was actually able to spend. And so it's just kind of crazy to me because I felt that feeling of, choosing between buying a few extra things at the grocery store and, you can't even go hang out with your friends on the weekend because just getting to the bar, buying 2 drinks, all of a sudden your budget for the week is out. And so it's just crazy to me, the type of things, you talk about indentured servitude. When you don't have the capability to do much more than feed yourself, afford your housing, and that's it, and just go to school, and that's it, and that's the experience for a lot of students. If I had been, Black or somebody else, I don't have the generational wealth to actually support me, I would have dropped out. Like if I didn't have my parents there to actually give me that little tiny bit that I needed to make it till my student loans arrived, I would have had to drop out or had to get a private loan, which I don't know if you all want to talk about the difference between a private loan and a public loan, because I don't know all of the details, but I do know that a private loan is much, much, much harder to pay off. So do you guys want to talk a little bit about the differences between private and public loans and the impact it has on students?
When my kids, when I was overextended, I tried going to institutions to apply for private loans so that I could assist my kids in just completing their degrees. And the rates of interest were like 17.99, 19.99. Now tell me, why could the government should not even allow these institutions to be appending these loans to students? Realistically, how is the student going to repay this loan at the end of their graduation? You need 4 full-time jobs in order to even be comfortable to begin paying a 17.99% interest loan.
We had a subgroup, a working group in the union for, they're called SLABs, right? Student Loan Asset-Backed Securities. This was touched on in an earlier hour. Much like they did with mortgages in 2008, they bundled these private student loans together. You and I can't buy into them. And if we stop paying our loans, the money is guaranteed to the billionaires by the government. There's their power is so complete that they have rigged the system such that they cannot lose. Even my non-payment, they're still going to get paid from the United States government, whether it's up to me or not. I happen to think it's just several orders of magnitude worse to be a profit center for a billionaire because I wanted to be a teacher. So there's that. And of course, the interest rates and things are far more abusive on these things. I tell young people, if you need to take out money to go to college, don't go to college. For somebody who thinks education is really where it's at, that's a painful thing to say, but I think that's the reality of the United States today.
Yeah, I mean, that was the hard thing for me, is that, a big reason why I continued my education, even though knowing I had to take out all these loans, even though knowing that it was going to trap me with this debt. It's like, to me, I've always just enjoyed school. Like, I enjoy going to school, learning more subjects, becoming more educated on things before I go out into the world, because if I go out into the world without fully understanding everything that I'm getting myself into, I don't feel like I properly understand everything the way that I should. But so that's why I went to school to get my master's degree. But in general, it's just, to me, the idea that, because in Sweden, you have people who are in their 50s, in their 60s, in their 70s. They can go to school just for a class, just for fun, just for their own personal enjoyment. Like I was saying, I like education. They can do that for free. If you live right down the street from the university, just fill out an online application. You can go and get educated in anything, whether it be a trade, whether it be just a subject you're interested in. And I think that's the type of thing that in America we could benefit from so much, not just because people want to learn, people just want to learn more, but people to actually get the skills they need to get out of poverty. I think not just for a young person, because there's most people who go to school, but for people of any age, they can get out of that McDonald's job that they're stuck in, working $10 an hour, 40 hours a week. They don't know how to get out of it. Education could help anybody, age, income, or anything, get out of that problem. And so what do you all think about the idea of not just education for young people and for students, but for older people, people in their middle ages, people who want to just learn just for the heck of it? What do you think about that type of idea coming to America?
Well, when you asking me that question, you're talking to an educator. There is no more sacred or a higher spiritual goal in this plane of existence than helping other people become better than they are today. So any education is automatically an intrinsically good thing. It does not matter. And of course, if we can make that happen without money being involved, then all the better for everybody.
And so you were talking about the working groups within the Student Loan Debt Union. What type of working groups are there? Like, I don't know if you want to name all of them. I don't know how many there are, but what kind of working groups do you have? What type of stuff do they do?
I'm not aware of all of them. Certainly there was this private loans. There was another one for kind of restorative justice practices. what are our own internal conflict resolution procedures? How can we treat people as good as possible while, righting wrongs and moving ahead with things? Oftentimes they'll come up to meet identified needs, meet that need, and then, be absorbed back into things.
Okay, that's a good idea. And in terms of that event that you were talking about next month on January 16th, 15th, I don't remember what you said. I'm actually going to be going back to the U.S. for winter break. And so what's that event about? Like, how can people find out more about it? What are we doing?
Go to the Debt Collective website. There's a Washington, D.C. event plus a number of local events planned across the country for that kind of thing.
And so I'm trying to think. I actually don't have that many more questions. I know we have 15 more minutes. We have to talk about things. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to ask me about student loan debt. I don't know if you have any specific topics that you want to talk about that I haven't already touched on.
No, but I am excited to hear Scotty play his guitar.
Yeah, that's what I was actually just going to say. If we don't have anything else to say, I would love to hear the guitar.
Was it that time?
Yes.
We had 10 more minutes till you were going to start, but I mean, I don't have any more questions in particular, so.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess happy to play a song. Thanks for asking. The song, I wrote some new lyrics for this song, but the song was an old American tune that Joe Hill, the labor activist, wrote new words for in the early 1900s. It came my way through Billy Bragg, the British musician. He's performed his version on Democracy Now! And whatnot. I changed the words kind of to fit our needs here today. But maybe what's important to take away from this, kind of two things. There is a very long, deep, and storied progressive tradition of struggle in this country, trying to extend the benefits of modern life to everybody, not just rich white guys. That's the tradition that that I'm a part of, and I'm happy to be a part of. The other part of this is, your right to say no. Human rights to me are kind of touchy, and the language is bad. For instance, if women have a right to vote, how come they had to fight for 100 years to get it, right? Strikes me as to be something other than a right. So the one right I believe we do have is the right to choose how to respond to anything that happens to you. I didn't choose the college to cost tens of thousands of dollars a year, right? I didn't choose wages and salaries to be so low as to be disgusting. But I can choose to give my middle finger to the bank and say, up yours, come and take it, because I'm not giving it to you. And that's what this song's about.
Hell yeah.
So I'll take my headphones off and I'll back up here. If the volume needs to go up or down, maybe give me a thumb so I can see what's happening.
Yeah, we can thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah. Normally I open my guitar case and I tell people if they put enough money in, I promise to stop.
We find my super strong. Oh, nice. Some Woody Guthrie.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
How's it sound? Nothing's too loud. You got me? So. There's power in denial. There's power in the hands of the resistors. Someone should tell the bankers that we got organized, because this is how you stick it to the grifters. Money speaks for money, the devil for his own. We can tell you where to stick your student loan. No longer shall a teacher spend on banks before their child. There is power in the union. I'm overeducated and undercapitalized. I've forgotten what it's like not to be poor. When a deal gets us rotten, you drop it to the floor. Can't pay, won't pay, not anymore. Money speaks for money, the devil for his own. We've come to speak for the skin and the bone. No longer shall a teacher spend on banks before their child. There is power in our union. Where to stick your student loan. No longer shall a teacher spend on banks before their child. There is power in our union.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
It's awesome.
Nice anti-capitalist music. I'm always a big fan. In the legacy of Woody Guthrie, I actually remember I took a folk music history class during my bachelor's degree. And we did learn a lot about his political views and how involved he was in the socialist movement. So I love the fact you put that on your guitar. Machine kills fascists.
Yeah, thanks.
But so I think that we're all done with this segment right now. I think we're actually going to have a music intermission. I don't know if it's going to be your music or not, but thank you so much for coming today. It was nice to meet you all. I hope I can make it out there in January for that event. I live near DC. I live in Maryland, so we'll see. But
website is debtcollective.org. Look us up.
Yeah. Any last words, Lystra?
Thank you for hosting us. This is really important because, and I think this is a good way for us to reach a larger audience. It is too important to be limited. So thanks for the exposure.
Thank you. What about you, Scott? Any last words?
Don't be afraid to say no.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, to me, it's like, I think that direct actions like this, like the idea of boycotting our debts entirely, that's the type of political action I think we need more of in society. It's not enough to just go ahead.
You don't get COVID by not sending a check. It's a very safe way to protest. It's physically safe as far as that goes.
Oh yeah, completely agree. I mean, it's like politics is more than just voting at the ballot box every 2 years. Actions like this type of things we need more people to get involved in.
We can force the government to do what we want, right?
Exactly.
Stronger together.
Yes.
Power changes, Power never concedes without a demand. So completely agree. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
We're going to go now. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Carefully as our menu has changed. Press 1 to claim benefits. Press 2 to speak to a representative. All representatives are busy right now. The current wait time is 25 minutes. Is appreciated. Did you know that you can also spend your Saturdays with us? If you're not tired of holding yet and still want to speak to a representative, press 1. For Spanish, press 1. For Chinese, press 2. For Portuguese, press 3. For French, press 4. For Italian, press 5. For Ukrainian, press 6. For English, press 7. Your wait time is now 65 minutes.
Hello. We're gonna keep going with the intermission. I apologize for that. I'm waiting on Elias, so I'm gonna play the music again.
carefully as our menu has changed. Press 1 to claim benefits. Press 2 to speak to a representative. All representatives are busy right now. The current wait time is 25 minutes. Is appreciated. Did you know that you can also spend your Saturdays with us? If you're not tired of holding yet and still want to speak to a representative, press 1. For Spanish, press 1. For Chinese, press 2. For Portuguese, press 3. For French, press 4. For Italian, press 5. For Ukrainian, press 6. For English, press 7. Your wait time is now 65 minutes. As our menu has changed. Press 1 to claim benefits. Press 2 to speak to a representative. All representatives are busy right now. The current wait time is 25 minutes. appreciated. Did you know that you can also spend your Saturdays with us? If you're not tired of holding yet and still want to speak to a representative, press 1. For Spanish, press 1. For Chinese, press 2. For Portuguese, press 3. For French, press 4. For Italian, press 5. For Ukrainian, press 6. For English, press 7. Your wait time is now 65 minutes.
All right. Hello.
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 Are we live already?
Seems like it, yeah.
Excellent. Hi, I'm Elias.
Hi, I'm Collin.
Let's see you, Collin.
Hello, I'm James. Welcome.
Well, wonderful. I'm really excited to be here with both of you. I'm going to do my best to moderate what I know is a really important discussion. We're talking about how debt affects minorities and educators. And so, yeah, I have I'll give a little intro. We'll could introduce ourselves. I'll have an opening question, and then let's just respond. You all respond to one another, jump in, whenever you want. And when I have other questions, I'll certainly pose them to you individually or to the group. A little bit about the context, and I'm sure viewers have. Are no stranger to the context, and the past hours have been discussing this type of stuff. But talking about debt broadly, but zeroing in first on college debt. The context, a little bit of the context is, tuition has been on the rise for colleges. Individual and household incomes aren't keeping up with that. The buying power of the dollar isn't particularly strong. The U.S. economy, in many ways, was rebuilt, such to the extent that it ever was rebuilt, on student debt since the Depression of 2008. So we're in a place where, since 2003, when I was a freshman in college, I read student debt has quintupled. It was $240 billion in 2003. Now it's over $1.3 trillion. And sadly, of course, as expected, students of color and low-income students bear the brunt of this burden. It seems that these days, one of systemic racism's largest toeholds in America is with student debt disparities between white people and students of color, specifically Black students. Families who are been structurally disadvantaged from building as much generational wealth because they're minorities are in the U.S. are now sending their kids off to college in higher numbers than ever before. But because they don't have that family wealth accrued to pay for these rising college costs, their sons and daughters of color and low-income students often need to go into debt more often and at a higher degree than their white counterparts. And this, it seems to me, and certainly it's been written about and talked about, and hopefully we'll talk more about this today, has a big effect on if students of color enroll for college, where they enroll. I know that affected my decisions. The prospect of that affected that. Whether or not they even finish the degree. The university where I teach at, we're the most diverse university in the state of Illinois. We're in Chicago. But we also have, and we admit most students, including mostly students who would be the first in their family to graduate college, but their completion rate of the degree is lower than most places. And I don't think it's because the students are any less bright, and it also affects what people end up doing professionally in the future, as well as, of course, how much financial security they'll have being able to do that. So during this pandemic, student loans have been momentarily paused, like the mandatory payments for repayments for student loans. The Biden administration, which of course has refused to forgive any public student debt, so far is forcing the billing to resume early, I think in February, right? Early next year.
Yeah.
And yeah, right. Yeah. And they're offering no further assistance to those who went into debt to pay for their higher education. Moving beyond student debts, particular, we live in a country where the credit scores are inexorably tied to race. Unfortunately, creating additional barriers for people of color to build generational wealth at a time when service workers who are disproportionately people of color face rising job insecurity. They have lower purchasing power. So they have an increased need for debt to live off of debt, like credit card debt, to depend on credit at a time that cruelly this financialized capitalist system makes it more and more hard for them to actually get debt, becoming what they call the credit invisible. So yeah, people of color are literally still to this day less likely to be given credit to things that actually help us build wealth, like houses. They'll give us credit for they'll throw student debt at us, and but that type of debt only serves as, I feel, as yokes around our necks and follows us even past the grave, literally. But access to things like mortgages, which are things we could pass down and stuff, is still much more elusive. And as a result, right now in 2021, Black families in America have 10 times less the wealth of white families, and that gap is actually growing. So it's a heavy morass and a really gross one. Again, my name is Elias Cepeda. I publish the Deconstructing Consent commentary newsletter on Substack. I also teach English, literature, and writing, and critical journalism through the English department at Northeastern Illinois University. On this panel, we're going to be discussing debt generally, how that affects minorities and educators specifically. And I'm joined by two really great, super wise and smart panelists. James Fauntleroy. James is the host of the JB Font podcast. I'll probably be referring to, if it's okay, as JB through the rest of it. But the JB Font podcast is excellent. He's a co-host of the Revolutionary Blackout Network. It's wonderful. Make sure you're subscribed to them and you're watching them, and you're supporting them and all they do. They have wonderful programming every single day. A great rotation of hosts and guests all the time. We also have Indie News Network member Collin Radix-Carter. He's an early childhood educator. He's an activist and the host of his own excellent channel at YouTube, Komawo Muwkano. So I'm going to start us out with a question for each of you, kind of a question for all of us to get started with, and then we'll take it from there. Actually, before I do that, I gave you all a little quick introduction, but maybe when you answer this first question, feel free to add anything else and introduce yourself to the viewers. So, how has either having debt, credit card, student, anything else, or the specter of maybe having to go into debt affected your life? It's a big question. Take it any direction you want. JB, can we start with you, sir?
Hey, how you doing, everybody? That's an interesting question, but it's a question that is not a foreign concept for any of us really to answer, except unless you're in the top 1%. As far as debt goes, I can put it in an analogy like this. You're standing on the cliff, and in order to get down to the lower level, you have to tie a rope with a millstone to your neck. And you just want to get down to the lower level. But instead, because of the system and the way we live in it, you end up going into the water. And here's what happens. That millstone starts to drag you down, right? Starts to drag you further and further underwater. And you're trying to swim. And you feel like if you start chipping away at that millstone, then maybe it'll make it a little bit lighter. maybe you can get up just enough to get some air, but then you feel like it keeps getting heavier because your body is waning, and you start to feel that feeling of hopelessness. Your muscles start to ache and get tired. And so this is what it feels like to be in debt. I know what it feels like to be housing insecure. I know what it feels like to also suffer from payday loan debt. I've done that for years. And so it is a trap that offers the guise under the guise of making your life better. But it's really like the scenario with, I kind of don't want to use this one, but it's kind of like the scenario with the scenario of the hunter dipping a sword in blood and then freezing it, and then the wolf comes over and keeps licking it, and then the wolf ends up cutting himself to death because the wolf thinks that it's something that's going to help it, but really it's killing it all the same.
Thank you for sharing, Collin.
How does being in debt affected my life? I will say this because I was on an earlier panel earlier today, and I said this, so I'll say it again. I'm luckier than most in the sense of relatively, and I say relatively loosely, I'm not in as much debt compared to a lot of my other friends and acquaintances that I know who are paying like 6 figures in debt, which is ridiculous. But I will say, as a teacher, it's very discouraging for me to go into a field where I think, especially in this country, is not valued, and having to essentially teach the next generation who aspire, to go beyond what we're supposed to, or having that charge that of doing more than what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But to go into that field where, and, I think especially with the pandemic, more so now that teachers are retiring early, teachers are burnt out, and are looking for other options because finances are not necessarily there, depending on the state. Like, I live in DC, so so I feel relatively my salary, especially now since I've been in the field now for close to 20 years, it's good. Didn't start well for me, but now I'm kind of breaking even a little bit. But everything for me is expensive. Housing expensive, food expensive, quality of life expensive. And for me, it just feels like literally like a noose around my neck, in the sense of, I don't have much to pay off at this point, but
after 20 years in the field, you still have debt to pay off, though.
Right.
I think that's a big part.
Well, to be fair, I worked towards after college, I went for one master's degree that I didn't finish, that I'm paying off. And then I went for my master's again a few years later, which I did finish. So, so I'm paying for 2 degrees and some that for a degree that I didn't even finish. So, which makes sense. But given, the profession, you would think that there's not much incentive to be a teacher in this country. You would think that there would be more, especially since, as people say, they value teachers. But we're laden down with debt and not making the salaries that give us incentive to stay in the field. So it's kind of a catch-22 for me, because I love teaching. but I don't feel that the value is necessarily there given the salaries that we get, and especially in early childhood, that typically weights way less. But the salaries that we get, and then on top of that, having to try and pay off, student loan debt for me to go to school, for me to teach the next generation, it doesn't make that much sense to me, at least the way it's constructed. And then applying for public service forgiveness is a joke, because most people who apply get rejected. I think it's over 90% of people who apply get rejected. And then you have to make consistent payments for a decade. So especially as a teacher, depending where you are, if you make it that long, with low salaries, then they may say, oh, you may get it forgiven, which doesn't give many people confidence as far as being in the field. And then, but then just overall, it's it sucks. So
did you anticipate that, Collin, when you were going and said, hey, I think I want to become a teacher? Did you think, did you anticipate that it would be this way? It would be just difficult to pay off, what amounts to basically necessary education for you to do your job? Or did you go in thinking, hey, teaching is a pretty quote unquote good job financially, it's secure, we as a nation say we value educators?
Well, for me, to be fair, just to give some context, I'm an immigrant. I'm first generation, and both my parents never went to college, and so basically the idea of college was new, for my mom, especially in this country in particular. And she did warn me, like in high school, oh, be careful of where you go to school because you'll have loans that you have to pay back. I didn't understand what that meant as an 18, 19-year-old. I just figured, and then I figured, teaching seems to be a solid profession, it would be a way to kind of give back to the community and all the things that society tells you to do. And so I went into it thinking, okay, so once I go to school and once I get my degree, then I will be in a position where I'm able to pay off my student debt, and call it a day, and that didn't happen for me, in the sense of I started in the AmeriCorps. So I was basically volunteering, out of college, which I was basically on the poverty line. So I was making $700 a month, 10 months of the year. I had housing free, I had health insurance for free for the program, but everything else I had to pay for, like my food, transportation, and whatever else. So I kind of started, at a way lower salary than you would normally even as a teacher. And then again, early childhood, with a bachelor's degree at one point, I was not making more than $15, $16 an hour, depending on the job that I was working, which is not, and this was back in the 2010s for me. So it wasn't what I signed up for. And then in order to be a classroom teacher, you have to have a master's, which puts you even more debt. So fortunately, I did an alternative program, which because I was a teacher of color, that I was essentially given a stipend. So I basically was given money in order to be in the program, which is rare. But I still had to take loans out. Fortunately, I didn't have to take out as many. But it ended up elevating I have to pay more, obviously, in debt now. So yeah, all to say is, I'm now kind of making a salary where, I'm okay, but because, now I have 2 master's degrees, I have to pay that off on top of my undergrad debt. And I started, lower in the name of I wanted to do something for my community. I wanted to get the experience so that, I was able to guarantee that I'll be able to get a job. So I just felt like the work that I kind of put into it for a decade before I actually started making a salary that I kind of felt like I was making something of myself didn't seem worth it to me.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Please.
Collin, you basically did all the right things that those of us, and I think it's fair to say that all of us are millennial. We were told that if you go to school and get a decent education, you're doing the right thing. How does this make you feel? Because does it feel like this debt is almost like a punishment for doing the right thing? How does this feel to you and Elias?
Here's the thing, and I said this on an early panel today. I think part of the problem is we live in a country that glorifies debt, in the sense of we live in a country where it's considered not cool but okay to be in debt. Like, it's okay to be in debt for a car. It's okay to be in debt for school. It's okay to be having credit card debt to pay for basic needs. So I think that's kind of a problem. It's just, I think just in my mind, I just believed everyone took out loans to go to school, and I think in of itself, that was the wrong way of thinking. It's not okay, especially like having traveled abroad and living abroad and talking to other people. They're just kind of like, what the hell? Like that makes no sense, as far as being in debt for something that is pertinent to your livelihood. That doesn't register to them. So I think in that context, it's just, to me, kind of asinine. The fact that you have to take out loans to better yourself, and then take out as much in the name of, and people justifying that in the sense of, oh, this is normal. And to that I say it shouldn't be. And I think that way of thinking has to change. I think especially among the working class. But I think given that, we don't have many options either. Because it's like, either take out the loans or you're not going to college. Or it'd be very hard to. And then what kind of job are you going to get without a degree? So it's just kind of like, basically we've been had, like the propaganda as far as, you will make more money coming out of college than you would if you don't, but they don't talk about the debt that you can accrue, which kind of eats into that. So it's just kind of like, we're in a society that kind of glorifies debt, and it also glorifies struggle, as I mentioned earlier, which it's the wrong attitude to have. I think especially among people of color.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the struggle, it's the hustle mindset, right?
Right.
It's always that, well, yeah, I'm struggling, but I got my hustle on and I'm gonna make it.
Internalizing that capitalistic logic, right?
Right.
Well,
I think it's really important for us to do, because like this whole credit has always existed, but like personal credit cards, individual credit scores, student debt rising, those are really new phenomena. And the normalizing of that, I think, was really important ideological tool for capitalism. They're not paying us, wages aren't increasing along with productivity and with costs. So they needed in a consumer economy for us to continue spending. So they said, okay, debt, personal debt. And then we started maxing that out. People lost their homes. They're like, all right, student debt, because that builds on this ideology of, like JB was saying, oh, you're supposed to do the right thing, go to school. And because, of course, this is a meritocracy, if you go to school, right, things are going to turn out fine for you. You'll have a good job. And that's failing. That's even failing white folks now, not to the extent anywhere near it's failing like black folks and other people of color, but it's even failing them. And because things are imploding. And so, yeah, I mean, I do feel to answer your question, JB, I think it's a really cool question you asked. It's like, in a way that, although maybe I hadn't always thought about it this way, I do feel like it is a punishment for doing, quote unquote, the right thing, specifically for people that maybe don't want to do mercenary work. Maybe someone wants to be a teacher. Maybe they go all the way through like law school or something, and they actually want to, I don't know, do immigration law or civil rights law. They don't want to be a corporate lawyer, but they're saddled with, $300,000 worth of debt. So they say, oh, geez, I better go sign with this awful, amoral company or evil company to do it. And so in a way, I think I don't know to what extent any of this has an actual intentional directed logic, but I definitely think it serves capitalism well, because it also ingrains in us that, doing stuff that's for society, that's not really rewarded. There's precarity involved in that. So maybe you're better off just hustling, grinding, trying to hustle your fellow man, trying to, whatever field you're in, try to do it in the most mercenary way. Maybe you only do this type of teaching, or maybe you're only doing this type of sales, selling this product, or maybe do this type of law. Or if you're going to go into medicine, you better specialize in something that can make you a lot of money. You can't just go in the community and just help people. So I thought that was really I thought that was super insightful. I had I won't push it in case you all want to say something else, but when I get a chance, I did have a pointed follow-up and question for you, JB, when off of something you said earlier. But if there's something you all want to say now, definitely do it. Otherwise, I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, you can ask me right after this, but cool. I just want to give full disclosure. I don't have student debt. I never went to college.
Right.
And here's the reason why I never went to college. Because of student debt.
Right.
So I'm the unicorn in this group, right? And people are like, wait, why are you on a panel for student debt and you don't have student debt? Because I didn't go to college because I didn't want to get student debt. So there once was a young man named JB, story time. And so JB decided that when he was in 10th grade and he was getting picked on like crazy, these people came in very, very nice. They said, well, we have a magnet high school that we want to transfer kids to, and you can learn a trade or vocation. So in that trade or vocation that you go to, then you can have that as your career. And if you want to go to college, you can go and further your education after. I said, bingo. I was like, sign me up. So I left my traditional high school, and my high school, new high school, was located inside a technical vocational school.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Career Academy. So I went there for my last 2 years of high school, for my junior and senior year. What did I decide to get training in? I decided to get training in commercial foods and culinary arts. I was going to become a chef. So I went, I finished. I even got to get into the program where I also got credit for working in the food industry at school, so I can get my final high school credits. And so I decided to do that, and it was for free, so that I can have the job that I want, but not have any debt. Fast forward a few years to the point when I got when I was 23, and I got sick, and I ended up on kidney dialysis. But here's the question that needs to be asked. If I had went to college and incurred all that debt, and I still wound up on kidney dialysis, how would my situation be right now?
Right.
I'm still basically in poverty. Nothing really has changed. Whether you don't go to school and your outlook is trying to make a living wage without it, or you do go to school and yet you still incur massive student loan debt, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And that's the way the system works. And so that is something that I've been looking at. And I remember, growing up as a millennial and saying the whole, well, if you go to college, you're going to have a better life. Bullshit. And here's the reason why. They made it bullshit because they made it so that your life would be either just as hard, if not harder, with student debt.
Mm-hmm.
And because of greed, because of the means of wanting to make more profit. And so, yeah, I was kind of clued to that, but I also didn't realize that the other side of the coin. And now I'm living the other side of the coin. Right. It's kind of wild.
It is. It really is. I'm gonna to get to the question I had in mind for you about payday loans. I wanted to talk you to talk a little bit about that, JB. But also too, I wanted to. I don't know if this will form as a question or not, but you talked about your interest in culinary training and becoming a culinary professional. We have programs that I'm aware of like that here in Chicago. And I've known people that have gone through that. I also known because I always got so when I was growing up, I was born in Mexico, grew up in the inner city of Chicago near Southwest Side. I still live here, but I was always like shipped out to private schools in other neighborhoods, like majority white schools and stuff. And so I always had like different touchstones and stuff. So I know people who gone through programs and like they became chefs, even through programs like that. I also know people who became chefs, very different circumstances. Their families had money, and when they wanted to do this around the age you would have been, JB, in like high school age, they were able to do things like stage at really nice kitchens. It's just like unpaid work you learn in the kitchen, right? Apprenticeship style, internship stuff. And they were able to, and it's great. They worked hard, but they didn't have to worry about money or about school credits. They had a whole lot of latitude. So even in like the same type of field, you have very different situations depending on where folks come from and who they are, and that can give people a big head start or a big deficit off the bat in an industry. It would seem to me too, right? Like think about. I mean, I'll ask you this: like, what types of how willing is someone who maybe they get in, they go through a great like high school culinary program, but then maybe they go on and they go to like a culinary program after that, like a higher education one, but they have to incur some debt or stuff, and now they get a job and they're in the kitchen and doing whatever, they're doing prep, maybe they become a sous chef. How willing are they in an industry that is like notoriously abusive and predatory? How willing are they to like tell a boss, a manager, or a chef to like shove it if they're in debt and they need this job, versus someone whose family has been supporting them all the way, and they can say, oh, I'm not going to do this anymore. I have this degree from Sarah Lawrence also, and I'm going to fall back on that. Like it affects one's ability, it would seem. Debt, this prospect of debt or economic precarity affects one's ability to even stand up for oneself in the workplace, it would seem to me.
Definitely. And it gets to a point where, you have more than just the prospect of not finding a good job anymore. You also have the prospect of not having as good of healthcare, right? Health insurance. You run the risk of, let's say you've been there for a few years. Now you have to build that back up at a new place. And also, the culinary industry, a lot of people tend to know each other. So you have maybe, one chef that used to work for this one company, and he can speak to another chef and be like, hey, don't hire this guy. And so it kind of sucks because it is a profession. I mean, look, people are always going to need to eat. That's one profession that's never going to go away. But it sucks because you're in a position where you kind of have to take it as far as what they demand. But at the same time, they're always like, you have to be on top of your game. Culinary is mental plus performance based. So, your speed has to be on top, as well as your knowledge of different cooking techniques, cooking methods, different procedures, and things like that. So, and it can be a very dangerous job because you're in, a kitchen that's 90 plus degrees. You're constantly surrounded by sharp objects. You're surrounded by very hot objects. And so, to me, honestly, a lot of what prep cooks, line cooks, sous chefs, a lot of what we're subject to can be pretty dangerous. And the fact is, these companies are owned by corporations too, largely, and they don't want to put out as much money for compensation. And then you also, in a lot of kitchens, Not every person that is cooking in a kitchen started out in school. Some of us are school of the hard knocks cooks. We came in as a dishwasher, then they put us in the prep kitchen, then we moved up to the line. Now we're, a sous chef. And so we don't have any traditional education as far as culinary is concerned. We learned everything in that kitchen.
Right.
So, and I'm going to put it just like what an executive chef told me one day. He said, culinary school will teach you how to cook. The restaurant will teach you how to work. And so it's great to have both, but some of us don't. And, if you're somebody who goes to a restaurant and say you're school of the hard knocks, like a lot of us were, and then you're working, but you notice that somebody's making more than you, or somebody's not, has, more advantages than you as far as, education. And you try to come to your chef and they'll be like, well, hey, I gave them more because they have the schooling, but you guys essentially do the same job. It's there's a lot to it. I mean,
That's
truth be
very
told.
interesting. Yeah,
it is.
I wanna stay with you, JB, for one more question, and I got something for you, Collin, as well right after. But of course, jump on it and jump in at any point too, y'all. JB, you mentioned payday loans in the opening talk. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind, for those who may not be familiar, maybe briefly describe what that is, and then a little bit about your path to getting these loans. These are predatory loans, and I believe it's literally over 100%, where black folks are 100%, more than 100% more likely than white folks in America to take these types of loans out. So I was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit, because I think that's huge. That's huge, especially for marginalized communities in the United States. And I want us to hear a bit more about that.
Yeah, I can give you a scenario, and this is true to my life. So as far as payday loans are concerned, you get to a point where, like, let's say, for instance, you have a job and you didn't get the amount of hours that you needed, and so you're short. Payday loans are basically places where they have high interest rates and they give you a loan for a large amount of money. These could be $300, $400, $500, $600, maybe even more. And so these loans with high interest rates, you typically pay it back within 30 days. And they typically take, a copy of a personal check or something like that. And they're done at a lot of check cashing places. Now, anybody that lives in the hood knows that a check cashing place is just 2 blocks away. Let's be real. Okay. Right. So like there's a block away. There's a check cashing place. There's like 5 of them within the 1 mile vicinity of where I live. That just let you know where I live. So as far as check cashing places are concerned, they will be like, oh, we'll do up to $500. And then if you don't have it, then they're going to take the $500 plus their percentage and interest that they're going to take. And so for me, I did this for 8 years. I would take the loan out, pay it back, then take it back out because I needed it still. And it was a trap. And so every single month, take it out, pay the rent, pay it back. Take it out, pay the rent, pay it back. Take it out, pay the rent, pay it back. And then they would be taking out the interest every single time. So by 8 years, I have given this check cashing place thousands of dollars. And I couldn't get out. You know how I was able to get out? It was the stimulus package. That influx of money, I was like, oh shit, it's on. Let me pay this out and not take it back out. And that's what saved me, that influx of cash. But other than that, I would still be doing it right now. And so that hurt, it hurts every single time because, and for me, I was lucky because, I mean, the interest wasn't as high, but I also took out other payday loans at other times too, which I'm still paying for. And they still call my phone. I've been trying to duck and dodge them, bob and weave, every single time they try to call me. But yeah, they still manage to get my number.
People that lower income people always end up paying more to simply live than the rich, the real rich. People don't have to work, and that the working people, I should say, have to pay more to live than non-working people, right? Like you pay more in taxes probably than all of General Electric last year, and all of us probably do, right? Yeah, that's just one of the core realities, and it keeps us in the state precarity. Collin, if there's nothing to jump on directly on, thank you for sharing that, JP. Collin, it's interesting. As you were talking earlier, I don't know if it's just me being self-centered, but I saw a lot of kind of similarities and stuff. So I did a year of AmeriCorps at one point. I wasn't on the path to become a teacher or anything like that. I definitely couldn't teach children. I just started doing a little bit of college instruction. That's hard enough, but I can't do actual kids. Both of my parents are teachers. My mom was actually an early education teacher. For like 20 years, 2 to 6 year olds. She had her own place. She just kind of made like a home daycare. It was a Montessori school and stuff. And so it struck me. Both those things are really interesting to me. I know that. So my wife's mom was a teacher, and she worked into her 70s, and even now, after she retired reluctantly, she'll still go in and substitute and stuff, which is amazing. My mom, who loved teaching, as far as I could ever tell, loved teaching during early education, early childhood education. She did it for a couple decades, but then she did stop. And long and short of it was, although she loved the field and she loved the children, I think she was pretty much burnt out. Yeah. And she was still doing it in a context of relative privilege, right? Like we never were wealthy, but it was her own school, like a real small school, so that she didn't have to answer to administrators or things. So she was really privileged. A couple decades in now to your teaching career, all things considered, and anything else you want to elucidate connected to it, when you look towards the future, do you or have you already thought of I'm going to do this until I'm done breathing? Or do you think, what are the prospects for burnout, honestly, as a passionate teacher, someone who's gone into debt to do this, someone who works hard to do it and hasn't, society hasn't made you rich for helping scores and scores of children, but you love it. Well, realistically, what are your chances? What do you think your chances of burning out and maybe not doing this until you're 95?
Elias, I will say this. I'm there. I'm there right now. Wow. Not necessarily in light of my profession necessarily. There's just other issues, but my job is a part of it. I think just being a teacher, the reality is, again, I live in DC. And I think especially during the pandemic, a lot of my friends and family moved out of the city. I have a cousin who just moved to Atlanta over a year ago. Was able to keep his DC salary, and then of course living in Atlanta, quality of life. I mean, you can argue either way, but I think generally is a little cheaper. So he's keeping his DC salary. Living in a cheaper city somewhat. He just closed on a house yesterday. I can't do that. Not with because I know that if I leave DC, I am not going to make that same salary. If I were it definitely down south or places in the Midwest. I would have to essentially go to another city if I want to make a salary that will be comparable to what I'm making right now, which sucks because it doesn't offer me any really flexibility as far as, where I can live. And I only thought about that when I went to Miami for vacation maybe a couple of years ago, before lockdown. And I just, just talking to my cousin about it, I was just kind of thinking, you know what? Like, if I could live anywhere and keep the salary that I have, there's so much I can do financially. Like, I could be able to, especially like if I can live where I wouldn't have to pay as much rent, like I could go more aggressive for my student loans and pay them off a lot quicker. It'll be more likely that I'm able to purchase a house if I wanted to. I'll be able to maybe even give money to my mom, like just saying, here, mom, thank you for taking care of me. Here's like a couple $100 and give it like every month, just so like, she can get like a little more support financially, whatever. There's so much I can do. But yeah, I think just basically right now, like I hate saying it because I love being in the classroom. I love teaching little minds, at least the foundation, like just the beginning, their education careers and getting them excited, to learn, which a lot of it they're going to lose as they get older, but I'm not going to tell them that, just enjoy the year that they have with me. But it's sad for me that, and right now I'm just trying to figure out like, what can I do now? Because I've only had the mindset basically from the time I was 18 that education is what I wanted to do. And I don't regret that. But the idea now that I have to probably switch industries in the name of really my health, especially my mental health, and then, again, not necessarily feeling the value, of I'm doing all this work and I don't feel at times I have much to show for it, if that makes any sense, which is a sad thing to think of, especially in terms of like right now I teach in an affluent area of DC, which is fine, like, because at least they see, at least especially for white children, they see me as a Black teacher, and I'm able to share with them things that they may not necessarily get, from their white counterparts. But ideally, that's not I want to be teaching among my own, and I want to be teaching among, like, and offering like an example of this is an option for you, as far as a career choice. And again, just given that, like debt doesn't necessarily allow me to do that. And I can say that for other industries as well. Like many of us of color will have to usually resort to working in more affluent areas because we're able to make more money. We can't even work in the areas where we want to work to help our communities. It's usually, more often than not, white people who are able to do that. But they have the generational wealth where they're able to kind of make that track. We don't have that. So, I mean, I'm already burnt out. And I'm actually looking at options right now as far as what I could be doing, which again, I hate saying that. But I've always said to myself, I'm not going to burn myself out or drag like to the grave on account of a student. Like I have to put myself first and foremost.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not at my best, my students won't be. And I owe them a lot more than just being like, I want to be here in the name of elevating, humanity's existence. I have to take care of myself. And I think right now, that's where my priority is.
Well, thanks for that honesty and that sharing. I think it's understandable. People can empathize with that. I know, JB, you found an article on the racial gap in student debt. Would you mind sharing any piece of that or talking about that?
Yeah, I think if it allows me to, I think it'll have permission from you, but
yeah, ask for it if there's anything I can. I'm
yeah,
a novice with this. Hopefully, Lucy or me can figure out.
yeah. They would have to allow it in the bottom. If you can,
Let's see.
Yeah.
Click in. I see a button for sharing, and nothing popped up. But maybe it's on Lucy's end. So I don't see. Is there like a little alert? I don't see anything. Or let me.
Yeah. It should be whoever's producing.
Oh, it'll be Lucy. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
I'll try to send her a note in the chat.
Yeah. If they can, if she can let that be shot. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Perfect.
Thanks.
Okay. So this is actually from Brookings. Okay. So this article from Brookings, it says student loans to racial wealth divide and why we need a full student debt cancellation. This is very interesting because it actually talks about the student debt cancellation and why it's necessary, especially for those of us who fall within the racial wealth gap. As you know, as it was said that earlier, that the racial wealth gap between Black people and white people is about 10 times. It's interesting some of the things that it says here. It says right here, it says, but a college degree does not eliminate the income gaps between white and Black workers. That is huge. I'm going to repeat, a college degree does not eliminate the income gaps between white and Black people. That's interesting to note. And then a lot of times we'll say, well, that's how we're going to eliminate the gap. But why isn't the gap eliminated? Because here's why. Black students finance their education through debt, and thus college degrees actually contribute to the fragility of upward mobile Black middle class. And because education does not achieve income parity for Black workers, the disproportionate debt Black students are taking to finance their education is reinforcing the racial wealth gap. So,
which goes into the question, like, why do Black students finance through debt?
Exactly. There's a chart that actually shows it. It says share of loans where the current balance exceeds original share of loans where current balance exceeds original. If you look at, let me see if I can enlarge this so you guys can see this very well, because I know this thing is probably.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, that was good.
Here we go. Okay, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Here we go. Okay, Brookings, thank you so much. Okay. Sorry if it's a little. All right. So if you look at the blue line is actually Black people. And so we already start off at a higher rate of debt incurred for our student loans right from the starting point. And so we continue to track upwards. And if you notice, the gap between for US overall and even Latino and white people, it actually grows. The gap actually grows. So we actually start incurring even more debt. Even though everybody else's trends upward, our gap widens. And so it's quite interesting to see that among the racial wealth gap, especially for those of us who are Black and brown, is even more extreme. And as well, reminder to everybody, one of the biggest populations of college graduates tends to be Black women. Yeah. So this is something that is an absolute necessity. And so there was a great point towards the end that I would like to bring up because I know we don't have that much time left. Okay. So, here it is. I found it. It says to succeed in these endeavors, Biden must first cancel student loan debt for two reasons. First, canceling student debt would grow the economy by boosting GDP and adding jobs. Black workers are still lagging behind the pandemic employment recovery seen by white workers. Canceling student debt would improve the labor market for Black workers. Second, Black Americans would be unable to take advantage of this attention and investment without student debt relief. Student debt can delay or change a household's decisions on a number of issues, there being where to live, what type of work to do, starting a family, purchasing a home, or launching a business. So I can put this article in the private chat so you guys can share it in the chat. But this is actually, it goes even deeper. This is a very comprehensive article. I think that a lot of people will be interested in reading.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I read that in preparation for this. I'm really glad you went through that. Thanks for sharing it, JB. And before we wrap it up here, Brookings Institute is not exactly a Trotskyist rag, right? This is a very conservative institution providing this. This is just straight economics. This is reality. This is, regardless of where you are, this is the reality that's occluded and hidden by our mythology, by our meritocracy mythology, by this mythology that still encourages, especially marginalized people, to do things like lift themselves up without ever looking at like widespread policy. This individualistic idea that it kind of implicitly says, we're not quite worthy. We have to do this, and we'll prove to the rest of the world we're worthy. Then we'll get what we deserve. Instead of saying, hey, all of us have intrinsic value that's equal and all deserving dignity, all deserve access to the essential things of life and survival and thriving without going into debt from where I stand. So this has been phenomenal. I feel like we're just warming up. I hope I get a chance to chat with you all more. I'm definitely going to make a point to bug you all to do so. I'm going to give you all a chance to talk about where people can find you online and where they should follow you, because I want everyone to do that, please, if you're not already. I want to thank Luci, our producer. She has the Blue Moon Red Wine show, which you should definitely follow on YouTube. It's great. You can follow her on Twitter at BMRW Show. Definitely follow her. Collin, tell folks where they can follow you and find your great stuff, please, on YouTube and other social media. Then JB, please do the same.
So you can follow me on Twitter at Obona_Collin. You can find my channel on YouTube on Komawo Muwkano. I'm a baby YouTuber, so I literally launched my channel, I believe, in October. So, and as I said, just due to I have a 9-to-5, so it's hard to do that and put out content. But I'm in a better position now, I think, mentally and otherwise, where where I will plan to put out more content. My content's basically centers around East Africa and how those issues align with our experiences, Black people here in the West. So I'm hoping to do some cool stuff upcoming this upcoming year, depending how this pandemic goes. And then I'm also planning to do some exclusive stuff on the network as well, kind of similar to this. So be on the lookout for that in next year.
Nice.
Thank you, JB.
Yes, you can find me I have the JB Font channel on YouTube. I also am just a itty bitty little baby channel. I have that. You're like, I did that. Also, I am also on the Revolutionary Blackout Network. So I also do the JB show there. Right now, I'm taking a break on Twitter at this moment. But if you guys, want to follow me on Twitter, you can at JB Font. I also have it listed right next to my name, so you guys can see the proper spelling. But I just want to thank you both for having me, as well as Luci. You guys have, a deep, empathetic, empathetic tone to your ideology that I think a lot of people should try to emulate. And it's so great to see that you guys are doing a summit like this, because there are so many people that are hurting that try to do the right thing, and it feels as if they're being punished for it. And so I just think that you guys are doing a phenomenal job. And if you guys haven't liked this show and liked this summit, please be sure to give it a like, and also get your friends to subscribe. Get your grandma to subscribe, your granddaddy, your auntie, and your uncle, and all that too, because this is what education is all about, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think especially given this is a topic that affects a lot of us, especially if you're a millennial below. Definitely share out the stream, and I'm sure we're going to clip parts of it, because we definitely need to continue talking about this, especially coming into New Year, when they're going to restart. So we got to make plans as far as how the Democratic Party follow through on their promise, and hopefully maybe do more than what they say. But this is a discussion that we need to continue to have. But how it relates to education overall, which I think would be beneficial.
Definitely.
Well, thank you both, gentlemen. I really appreciate you both so much. Thank you again, Luci. If you're watching, stay tuned. We've got more great panels coming up next. Thank you all.
Listen carefully as our menu has changed. Press 1 to claim benefits. Press 2 to speak to a representative. All representatives are busy right now. The current wait time is 25 minutes. Is appreciated. Did you know that you can also spend your Saturdays with us? If you're not tired of holding yet and still want to speak to a representative, press 1. For Spanish, press 1. For Chinese, press 2. For Portuguese, press 3. For French, press 4. For Italian, press 5. For Ukrainian, press 6. For English, press 7. Your wait time is now 65 minutes.
Hello. Welcome to the Student Debt Women's Edition boycott panel. Welcome to Tame. It's so great to finally meet you. We are sisters on the channel, but I watch your content all the time, but I have never officially met you, so I'm really excited about that. And we also have Tara Reid joining us in just a few moments as soon as she figures out her technical issue, and then we'll get this party started. But in the meantime, do you want to give me a little intro to Tommy, and then I'll go?
Okay. So I'm Tatami, and I am the person who runs To Tommy's Diary, which is basically just me speaking just as one of the people, you know, just as somebody who's trying to navigate this world that we're all living in from my leftist perspective, and from a perspective that's, you know, Black American, Indigenous, and spiritual on at other levels as well. I'm an advocate for African traditional religions, and trying to make sure that we don't have to continue with oppression and misinformation for doing Indigenous religions, for practicing Indigenous religions. And that's basically what I'm about and what I do. I'm just really happy to be here. I'm so excited that you and I are doing something together.
Me too. Me too. This is excellent. And I heartily recommend everybody check out her channel. She has some really amazing content, politics, but not just politics. Also, you know, as she mentioned, about history and tradition. And that's the stuff that I find extremely yes. And quilting. Do you want to tell us about the quilt that's behind you?
This is actually an Underground Railroad quilt. This is not one that I made. This is one that my adoptive mother, she was somebody who quilted a lot. And she just, one day she said she wanted to make all of her kids a quilt. And I knew that this is what I wanted. And she happened to be making this for her own bed. And so she already had it, and she was really excited to send it off to me. And then later on, I learned about the tradition of quilting in the Black American community, and story quilting in particular, because this didn't appeal to me. All these little pieces did not appeal to me. But when I saw story quilts and how you could like cut out people and animals and plants and put them together into a big picture, that's when I really hopped into quilting. So I'm really excited. I just got into a museum, the Santa Cruz Museum of Art and History, like last month. So I'm so excited that my quilting. Thank you.
Amazing. Awesome. Tara, I'm so happy you made it.
Hi, I was having a little linkage issue, but I'm here. Thank you,
okay.
who got me in.
Yay. So do you want to give yourself a little intro and then I'll go and then we'll jump into it?
Mm-hmm. Beautiful quilt, by the way. And I used to live in Santa Cruz. I lived in Aptos.
Oh, nice. Yes. That's basically Santa Cruz.
Yeah. Beach.
Yeah. Quieter, much quieter, and a little foggier too.
So, are we recording? Are we live?
Oh, we're live.
Okay, hello. Well, hello.
So yeah, just give us a little intro, Tara.
Sure. I'm Tara Reed, and I was in the media a bit. Well, they pretty much suppressed the story, but when I was in, it was definitely anyway interesting. But I came forward about Joe Biden in 2019. Got called a Russian agent for coming forward about the sexual assault, because that's what Democrats do now when you don't agree with them, or it's their preferred candidate they're trying to protect with the elites. They call you a Russian agent. So that's par for the course now, as many of us know. And then in 2020, I was able to come forward with the rest of the history with Joe Biden, which included sexual assault. And I actually wrote a book called Left Out When the Truth Doesn't Come In. And I have started a podcast. And I want to say thank you to RT, who's given me that platform and produced the podcast. And also I've been able to write op-eds for them, which has helped me in many different ways as far as expressing myself. And I am a writer, and that's great. So you can actually get my book at tarareedauthor.com. And READE is the spelling of my last name. And yeah, and student loans, one of the things that happened when I was getting slammed and discredited in the major legacy papers like New York Times, Washington Post, AP, CNN, was they attacked me. They class shamed me. They went after me with past landlords in Santa Cruz, as a matter of fact. Santa Cruz has notoriously high prices in housing, and people that are very entitled, white, and mean, frankly. Yeah. And there's a definitely mean spiritedness there because of the wealth and the way and the wealth disparity. It's really kind of gross. And I really got class shamed. And then in the New York Times article, they said something like she was so poor she couldn't afford her law books, and mentioned my bankruptcy and talked about my student loan debt. So I kind of wanted to have a conversation, and I know we were talking about the effects of women and student loans and education debt. I now have a grown daughter who went to, as a matter of fact, in Santa Cruz, into the community college, and finally found her way out of it because they were trying to catch her by moving the goalpost every year. These requirements to go on to your 4-year, and more loans, right? Finally, she graduated college, and she was able to get out of that cycle, and she's in her master's program, but she has debt. So we now have Americans with generational educational debt, and I'm close to 60 years old, and I am literally going to probably retire with student loan debt. And one of the things that would have been a relief when I did file bankruptcy was being able to relieve some of that educational debt, right? But Joe Biden, as a matter of fact, was one of the architects of making sure student loan debt was exempt from bankruptcies. So we have millions of Americans that are suffering, and now multi-generations, who are not able to realize their dreams because they're drowning in debt. And that means you can't buy a car, you can't buy a house. It means you can't feed your, it means you put off the idea of having children if you wanted a family, So it affects all of us, and it creates a huge barrier. And then on top of it, you put the institutionalized racism and institutionalized gender bias, and you have a mess. And that's what I have to say about it.
Well said. 100%. Absolutely. So yeah, just so everybody knows, I'm Bess. I have a podcast called Millennial Splaining, and I dive into a bunch of different issues about my generation, how we really came into of age into for us it was technically a depression, and because of that our culture and our voices have been stymied. I've had a lot of really exciting people on the show, including Tara. Hopefully Tatame will join me soon. So please go check me out at milensplain.com. And my debt story is normal because I was a little bit lucky at my first BA, because lucky unlucky, because my parents passed away, and then I paid off my debts with their inheritance, so that's not lucky, but I didn't have any debt from that. But I did go for my master's, and I still have all the debt from that. I went for my master's in 2012. I went to Pratt Institute in New York, so that was extremely expensive, and that was dumb on my part. But I did it. And fun story that I went for my master's to be a children's librarian. And it was the year that they were closing all of the school libraries down and all of the extras programs, and Forbes magazine actually came out and said that my master's degree was the worst,
Oh no.
return that you could possibly invest in for a master's degree. So that was really exciting, and he wasn't wrong, because when I finally got out, I was looking at jobs that were going to pay me 30 grand a year or less. And that, and again, I have 100 grand in student loan debt. I haven't touched it since 2012. I haven't been able to afford to live completely on my own on the jobs that I've had pretty much since. And there's just no, I'm already on a student debt boycott because I don't have a choice. I just don't have money. I just don't have money for it. So I feel like a lot of us are in that situation. And it's worse. It's worse for women. It is. I actually was looking a little bit into the numbers, and fun story, women hold 2/3 of this country's student loan debt, 2/3, but we only make up slightly less than half of the workforce. So that alone tells you how
the patriarchy works.
Women were sold a lie. Yes, exactly. Women were sold a lie, right? We were all sold this lie, a lie of upward mobility, that if we invested in our education, that we would automatically be able to attain the higher ranks or whatever. But when it comes down to it, there's not enough room in the 1%. Right? The 1% doesn't come because the 2%, the 5%, the 10%, because more people get college degrees, right? So, you know, that was a hard lesson. I think a lot of us found out. And unfortunately, a lot of us were women. We were told that lie. And I know, Tatami, you didn't mention your student debt story, but if you want to tell it, you're welcome to.
All right. Yeah, I can do that. So my story is, it's a little odd, I guess. I first, in my early 20s, I was a Montessori teacher. So that was what my adoptive mother did. So I grew up Montessori. I always, anytime we had field trips, that's where I was. So that's kind of just naturally where I ended up. And then right after my mother-in-law passed away, my husband and I decided to go to Santa Cruz. We were like, if we're already going to be paying all this, we might as well live somewhere beautiful. But as Tara mentioned, the people who live there, you can find some of the best people in the world there, but the rich people there are incredibly entitled. They're incredibly cruel. We ended up being van dwellers for a little while because we had no other options. So it wasn't just like, oh, let's all live in our van. It was like the van is what we have. And so eventually I got pregnant with twins. But we didn't know it was twins for a long time. We thought it was just like, oh, it's just one baby. And finally, we decided to get an ultrasound. We realized we had two. So we figured we better get the heck out of this van and go and figure somewhere else out. So it was when the twins were about 1 year old that we decided to try for student loans and see if we could get ourselves a degree, get something going with that. And so my husband signed up for it at the same time as I did. We went all in. We're doing our best. We're trying to, you know, survive with these small kids. And I want to say maybe 2 years into it, he got a call from the local union to be able to get into being a plumber. So we just were like, just go in and do that. That's exactly what you should be doing. That's a way better option. You can always, everyone needs a plumber, you know what I mean? So that student loan debt, you know, it means nothing for what he's ended up going with career wise, but we still have it. We still have all that. So that degree was never finished. And then my degree was also never finished because COVID came and we were like, okay, so we're going to just take a break on this for a little while. But now, I mean, I honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect. I wasn't sure what thing would come when I got that piece of paper. I wasn't sure where I would take it or what would happen. But I did think that there was something that could happen that would, you know, help us with our independence, with our financial situation. And it wasn't even like we were hoping to get to the 1%. We were like, shit, 2% up from where we are right now would be really, really great. So, you know, we're kind of just still in the middle. We're still at that point where we realize that between the two of us, we have just an incredible amount of debt. And, you know, in all that, we're still facing things like discrimination. Like he goes through it at his jobs. He gets bounced around at jobs where, you know, where white people will just get pushed to the top, even if he has way more experience than another apprentice. He will be often the first to be let go. He'll be often the first one to be given harder jobs or put into, you know, harder positions. And so his work that was supposed to be more lucrative there, it can't go to paying anything. It keeps us afloat. It keeps us afloat. So we're just kind of at that point where we just have it, and we're like, we have nothing to show for it, and we're, you know, just at this loss where it just doesn't even really make sense. You know, there's a lot of me that just feels like it's this huge grift to make money off of these generations, but then, you know, it just doesn't logically. I just don't understand what's the end game here, because like Tara was saying, she's got it now, her daughter's got it, nobody's really paying it off. It's just like a constant extortion fee that we're all just trying to keep at bay. And, you know, what's the end game here? What's the government really trying to do with this? And what's the point? And the fact that none of us have paid for 2 years now, and nothing has gone to complete crap. it's still all going as normal. I just don't see the reason for us to be continuing with this student loan debt. It helps nothing if teachers have to go into complete debt and destitution, or librarians, or any other type of work. It just makes no sense that we're all going into destitution. And it's just something that we have to deal with, that everybody has this huge amount of debt, or they've completely avoided a type of life that they may have been good at because they wanted to avoid that student loan debt.
Exactly. And to your point about being a teacher too, what happens, and by the way, I used to teach Montessori. That's so cool. My brother went to all Montessori. Yeah, it's a great program. But you have to have continuing education. And like, I have a law degree, which I don't practice law, but I've used it for advocacy, and I was an expert witness. And then, with all the smearing and discrediting, I lost my career actually when I came forward about Biden. But what I have noticed is that they don't even take into account of how much you have to spend once you get your degree, because you still have to keep up with a lot of different professions with paying for that. And the other thing with California and other states that have community college is that you get in this cycle where they have incentives monetarily to have student loans. And so they keep moving the goalposts, like I mentioned earlier, so that students can't transfer or graduate. And they just keep having to take classes kind of stuck and spinning, and then finally they give up. And what are we doing? You're right. Like, what is the end game? The end game is not having an educated, healthy workforce. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, privatizing education, and I think Bernie Sanders was, right. We need free college. And look at the European nations and how much more is happening with innovative and creative, and, Russia and other places that have free university and free, they're getting ahead of us because we are stupid. I mean, Americans have become stupid and I don't think it's because we want to be, it's because we don't have access to education anymore. And the disparity of wealth is making it so only a certain class of people can actually have access to education. And that's exactly, the opposite of what we should be doing with our communities. And what makes me kind of mad about like Santa Cruz, so I'm going to go off on that again.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
We're going in on Santa Cruz.
And that area is they have this wokeness kind of talk, right? And the microaggression and the microaggression about racism, and it's just like it's like a layer that's just underneath everything, and it's bullshit.
And you can't afford to work there and live there. If you like all those coffee shops that they love, they want to be able to drop in and go get themselves all that stuff. None of those workers can actually afford to live there unless we're like living in someone's closet, which we've done. Like, like people will be out here in Santa Cruz renting their closet, calling it a whole ass room, And so we have like this issue where like they're out here like, no, Black Lives Matter, but then Black lives can't afford to live in Santa Cruz. We get run out of there constantly. We get the police, they're just killed. I want to say his name was Tamario last year. He in a really disturbing situation and tried to like brush it under the rug with his family. So it's happening in Santa Cruz. It's happening right there. But we have this issue where all of these people think like slapping a sticker on their car is enough, or saying something is in solidarity is enough. And for the thing that I did with the art there, I had to show up to the Arts Council and say that. I had to say, you guys are always talking this game, but you never put your money where your mouth is. Support these causes. Y'all will pay somebody $50,000, $100,000 to put flowers out on the like downtown area, but you don't have, but you won't pay money to people who actually need it or could have a voice to say any of these things. And, and then they didn't even pay us on time. Because they're so used to paying their rich friends to to get reimbursing their rich friends for all this stuff. It's just a circle jerk. And so when it came to actual people of color and who were artists of the community, we're like, we don't have $20,000 to just spend on something and get reimbursed later. nonsense. That's absolutely mind-boggling that they acted that way. But you're right, there's just such a disconnect between like the needs of people. And to go further into the students there, you know, the students are really living on top of each other in Santa Cruz. It's a desperate situation. The housing situation is just absolutely mind-boggling because it's all being overpriced, you know. And then they have all these weird rules like don't use the kitchen, don't use you know, light kitchen use. If I smell food, you're using the kitchen too much. And that's just the culture there at this point, where it's like, if you don't like it, leave, get out. But they'd miss it if we were gone.
And you know, I did. I left. I couldn't afford it. I mean, and I was going through what I was going through. I had death threats too in Northern California, but I kept moving north above the Bay Area, trying to get away from, you know, those prices that were, you know, where people were paying $1,000 or $22,000, I think, to live in a yard. One time I lived in a yurt, you know, and they're charging you an absorbent amount of money to live off grid. And when I've learned is when someone says off grid, damn, they need help.
Wow.
That's off grid.
Well, you know, and they also criminalized recently. I'm pretty sure Santa Cruz has started a thing where if you sleep in your van, you can only sleep in the city for 2 days, and then you need to get out, and then you can come back. It's just at this point,
it's ridiculous because they're criminalizing poverty.
Yes, absolutely,
and normalizing it. Sounds like,
and normalizing.
I mean, if it's happening so often that they need to make rules about it. Oh
and
my
this
God.
is happening, you know, all around the country. It's happening in Oregon. It's happening in Washington. It's happening on the East Coast. And how student debt's tied into that too is that now they're trying to criminalize, not criminalize, excuse me, but trying to put up that barrier where you can't get proper credit or like a home loan or a car loan if you have student loan.
If you have student loan debt, yes, it doesn't matter what your credit is.
Go on with what you were saying.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter what your credit is. It doesn't matter for a lot of things. If you have that debt already, it's impossible to get any of the other steps. Forget about it. It's all gone. And the fact that we're not being able to pay off our debt means that, you know, it's like they keep getting angry about like there's not enough people having babies, there's not enough babies for the future generations of workers, blah blah blah. But it's like, if you really cared for real, like if you really wanted all that generation of workers to be born, would it not be wise to have us all be highly educated, have all of us have decent jobs that can actually pay the rent and pay for food? Would it not be wise for us to be able to have a home? Like, so we're not caught in this chronic rent cycle where, you know, if somebody else has bought up 5 homes and they're living off of your paycheck and you can't afford to get it. So that's 5 homes off the market. That one person has 5 places to live, and the rest of us are in this cycle of renting, trying to find affordable rent. It's not existent. I've been looking for 4 or 5 months solid straight. I cannot find anything that is within my budget. And all the other places that seem like they're in the budget, they're charging $50 for the credit check, which I'm like, great. Now you're going to see just how bad it all really is for me. So somehow that part's legal. They don't have to call you back after they've taken your $50. They just pocket that $50. Who knows? Like if these people are even looking into everybody's credit. And so it's all, the student loan is literally seeping into every facet of living. And it's especially just disheartening because, like I said before, it was supposed to be a kind of a source of independence to be able to get these degrees, to be able to support ourselves like that. And I know that's the appeal that a lot of women see in it, is that source of independence, that source of like, I can do this. And even when we factor in the fact that we're making less than men, it still seemed like it was going to help bridge, not just bridge the gap, but give us our own independence in that way. And now we're just at a point where it's like everybody's just like, nope, I'm not having kids. Nope, I'm not doing all of this. A lot of people just don't even, they don't want to get married. They don't want to be with other people. They don't want to, it's really driving communities apart in this really sad way when we're all saddled with this debt. And, you know, debt sadly is so normalized in a lot of ways. You know, people are just like, well, yeah, you want to get better at life, you got to go in debt. You broke your leg, you got to go in debt.
So let's talk a little bit more about what you were saying with, you know, because women, you know, again, and I feel like women are especially vulnerable to this lie, right? That if you spend all this money on education, you're going to get a great job. You're going to get a great job. You're going to get a great job. But great jobs for women, you know, a lot of the jobs for women, not just good ones, but bad ones too, assume that you're not the primary breadwinner of your household, right?
Right.
So even if I get a great job, and I have a decent job now, I'm being paid what should be minimum wage, 25 bucks an hour. You know, I still cannot live on just that in New Jersey, unfortunately, because I'm an hour outside of New York City and everything is ridiculously expensive here. That's just how it goes. But at the same time, somebody, you know, somebody with a male appendage might make a considerable amount more than I do if they were encouraged to go into a traditionally male field, or if they were you know, again, the pay gap exists sort of on two levels. I like to sort of look at it like this. You know, there is direct sexism, there is direct racism, where somebody looks at you and goes, okay, you're a woman, you're a black woman, whatever, I can pay you less. That happens. Absolutely. But what happens more often than not, and what happens more often than we certainly talk about, is that the fields that are women dominated are tended to be paid less. Yeah. Even to the point where, hi Luci, even to the point where, you know, I worked in an office, my last job, and I was told when I started to work there that I was a secretary, and the girls in the office made $15 an hour. So when I asked for a raise, they laughed at me because the girls made $15 an hour. So everybody, it didn't matter what job they did. Some of them worked in the laboratory. Some of them were handling dangerous chemicals. Some of them were handling complex data sets. You know, doesn't matter. They were being paid $15 an hour. And that kind of thing happens a lot. And again, and it's not, you know, it doesn't have to be just like one sort of industry or whatever, but, you know, women fall into this sort of like helper category for so many reasons, societal reasons. And that is generally, you know, tended to be paid less, right? So what do you guys think about that? Do you feel like you've been influenced a little bit by that in your lives? I mean, Tara, like being a lawyer, you know, is not necessarily, you know, it's supposed to be a man's track, right? But like, did you feel that kind of a separation?
Yeah, I graduated in 2004 from law school. And when I graduated, I immediately went to law firms at first. And I was told in one job interview, he said, well, are you going to be having any children? And I said, well, I already have a child. And he goes, yeah, but like, are you going to be taking maternity leave? And he asked me this in the interview. Then he went on and said, you know, really, you'd look good out front, meaning as a receptionist. And I said, I have a law degree. And he said, and I said, I'm going to be taking the bar exam. I wanted you, you know, like sometimes what law firms will do is mentor you and then they'll go on. And finally, I ended up working for Snohomish County Center for Battered Women, and I was a legal services director. And so I went into, you know, advocating for domestic violence victims. But yeah, I this was a corporate law firm, and they wouldn't let me in. I wasn't the type. And you know, I just decided to forego practicing law and went a different direction. But for other people that I went to law school with, yeah, they had a lot of difficult times just trying to get in. But then once they got in, there's the goal of having a partner, and then there's the goal of running a firm, right? And that was almost unattainable. And so my debt load for law school back then was $250,000. So $250,000. So and so now it's even more. And so like even my daughter, like she's getting master's right now. She didn't want to practice law, but thought about it for a minute and then said, I don't want to go into that much debt. And I mean, that's what's happening to young people. They're literally foregoing careers, not based on what they want to do, but just not wanting to go into debt. And what I want to know is, where are these progressive candidates that promised us if they voted blue, like blue no matter who, like, right? They wanted it. Their main promise was to eliminate student debt. So what the fuck happened? No.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, and it's and you're reinforcing the fact that it's not just a generational thing. It's not just kids. It's adults. It's people over 50 having this issue generationally. Luci, did you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to. I'm not supposed to be on this panel, but I wanted to briefly bitch about what it was like to be a woman in the construction industry. And I noticed that this was kind of like a unique thing. I went to school for architecture. Like originally I had like a general degree, and then I worked in marketing, like at an engineering company. And then I realized during the first financial crisis that a lot of the women who worked in marketing and who worked as administrative assistants, like at that engineering company, were getting laid off. So I was like, I better up my game. I should get an architecture or engineering degree, right? And everyone was getting laid off. So it seemed like a logical thing to do at the time. Like I regret it, and I think it was a stupid decision, but I also understand like the pressures that were on me at the time and like the way that I was thinking. So I didn't think I would like love engineering, and I kind of always like to draw. I don't know. They told me that architecture wasn't a great like lucrative career, but I just thought that I would like it. So I went to architecture school. And architecture school is really bad because you basically get into not as much debt, but almost as much as a law degree, and you end up making way less. And when I started working, one of the biggest hurdles I had, and I'm not saying I was a great architect. I wasn't. I was just like very average, you know. But one of the obstacles I had is that as a woman, they rarely sent me on site, and they made me do a lot of the admin work at the job. And then, after a few years, it was like I had very little on-site experience. And then I couldn't get promoted, or I didn't really have any experience because I didn't have the experience because they didn't send me. So I was just kind of like in this circular pattern that was just awful. And then I kind of went back into marketing because like I got a small raise in marketing. Then I like went back into architecture. And then I got laid off for my final time after the during the pandemic. And the thing I noticed, because like I worked in the construction industry in architecture, I worked in marketing in the construction industry, I worked in Revit, like it's like a computer program, and I worked also in construction management during like Hurricane Sandy. The thing that I noticed is that a lot of times people will say about like student debt, oh, you should just go into the trades. But there's very, very, very few women in the trades. So you can't tell women that they shouldn't go to college, because sometimes that college degree is like the only thing that really helps us accelerate. Going into the trades is not an option for everyone. I think it's great to go into the trades. And if I had a daughter, I would definitely like encourage her to go into the trades. But there's other hurdles in the trades. It's a different environment. There's sexual harassment. You have to be a rough, and like, by the way, I thought that I could deal with it because I was always a tomboy, and I was like, oh, it's fine. Like I can be in a very sexist industry. And what I'm trying to do right now is learn to code after all, like just with a certificate that cost me like $200, see if I can get a job that way, because I couldn't take the sexism in the construction industry. It was like unmanageable for me. But like, you know, there are some women that do well in it. And, you know, like, I just wanted to put that out there, but I'll just leave it back with you guys to continue the conversation.
I'm sorry again from the panel. That's really tough. I'm really sorry that she went through that. You know, and it brings up, you know, that point about just, and what you said earlier, Bess, about just the systemic gender bias. And, you know, and one thing I want to come back to, and I just want to ask you about this. Where are our elected officials? Where are we? I saw Elizabeth Warren tweeted out something that 89% of students couldn't afford to start paying their student debts right now. Great that she's tweeting out about that. Great that Bernie Sanders is tweeting out about that. I supported them both. But God damn it, where is the elimination of student debt? And Joe Biden, and I'm not just saying this because I think he's a misogynistic creep and who sexually assaulted me. Let's put that aside. Okay, let's put aside that. He promised people that voted for him that he was going to eliminate the debt. Then he lowered the amount, right? Moved the goalposts and said it was like $2,000 or no, $50,000 of student debt for each student, which is a significant amount for some for getting a BA. What happened?
Yep. Nothing.
I mean, where are we?
Didn't
And
he
what can
lower
we do
it
as
down
activists?
again to like 10,000? I swear that it got down to 10,000 at one point.
Got down to
because, like,
10,000.
It did, yeah.
And then
It did,
and then,
and then nothing
was, like,
happened.
And then nothing.
And then
He
nothing.
never had any
I feel like
intent.
that's been the case with everything that's come on the Democrats' plate since Biden got into office. They've just go, oh yeah, well, we got a bar, and then all of a sudden nothing happens. Nothing happens, right?
So
It's
to
insane to me.
boycott, this is the disclaimer. You don't want to go into default, because default will destroy your credit, and you cannot count student loans as bankruptcy, right?
Right.
So you can't even do the same kind of protests you can with other things, where you can ban it or boycott it or whatever. To boycott, actually, or to stop paying your student loans, to stop paying your student loans in protest, right, would mean you'd go into default and you're just harmed and no one would notice. So what is the alternative, and how can activists move this or change this? Because of the way it's so set up for, the loan processors and the financial companies and banks that are running this.
That's an excellent question. I think we should all, I think we should all have a little chance to respond to that. But I definitely believe that at some point that it's not going to be a choice. Like, the boycott has already begun, and it's not because of a choice, right? And I think that at some point it's just going to get to a level where people are getting out in the streets, and I think we're kind of getting there, because I really feel like everybody is just so tired of just barely making it, or just not barely making it, and it's just, it's getting to this point. Student debts are almost like the cherry on top, because they are, like the weight that we don't feel right away, right? Like, if I'm trying to eat tonight, I'm not thinking about my student debt. But at the end of the day, I can't move out of this apartment. I can't get a house. I can't move my life forward in a direction that, I want to retire into, right? And I absolutely 3,000,000% agree with you. We have to start yelling at our politicians about this. We have to yell at Biden. We have to yell at Warren, and we have to yell at AOC. We have to yell at the squad. And I mean, they should be at the forefront of this. And what happened, right? I mean, we can ask that about a lot of issues with them, unfortunately. But I think that, this one is actually the easiest to take care of. This one is actually not going to cost taxpayers a freaking dime to get rid of this. It's only going to help people. Right. And the fact that as an establishment, they're not interested in doing that should tell you something about the establishment. It should tell you that the lie of upward mobility is something that they sell you to make you accept a worker's life. Right. So this is something that we need to start fighting back about. This is something that we can't only be unionizing. We can't only be fighting for better pay, but we have to stop telling people to go to college. I think we have to have a launching campaign, tell people, just stop going to college. As sad as that is, I love college. I love learning, but I could have learned a lot of the things I learned in college online. And also, they didn't help me in my career. So stop at this point, especially private colleges, especially private colleges, and those fast food online ones. Those ones particularly need to be boycotted, because they are just milking you for money, and they are not giving you any tools necessary in the real world. That is 3,000,000%. I think we need to reinforce the idea that we are still in a tiered system. And that we need to remind people of that, and that we need to start, building working class solidarity. And I definitely think that, again, like, I'm not telling anybody to go into default. That's awful. But I am saying that if you can't eat today and your choice is between food or default, eat. right? So, pay your rent instead. I am saying those things because those are the things I chose to do. I believe my loan is in default right now. When January comes, it'll probably suck for me. But at the end of the day, I'm at least surviving for the moment. So, that's a choice that a lot of us are dealing with. And, I encourage you to do as much as you can for yourself in the moment, because at someday, like, all of our credit card debt, all of our credit statements, and all of this imaginary debt that we owe people, right, is just going to become like a theory. It's just going to become a theory. And, if we have to start, removing ourselves from that kind of economy to survive, then that is going to happen naturally. And that's not something that the people who own the student loans want to happen either. So hopefully it won't get there, but this is the kind of thing that we need to be thinking about. So I hope that wasn't too much vague nonsense all at once. Tatame, do you want to hop in on this one?
Yeah. When it comes to things like, defaulting, I'm just kind of at the point where it's like we don't have very much to lose, like we're kind of we've been scraping by on like rock bottom for a minute now, and that's kind of how we ended up in the student loan debt situation. And when Tara was talking about like all of these tweets, like it's just infuriating how people, they bring out all the big guns on Twitter. They will write you like a 5-point dissertation about all of these things, about how things should be on Twitter. But we have yet to see that type of fight, from these elected officials. And, you have to just come to the conclusion that, yeah, this is what they want. This is how they like this system. And what's so sad is, the Democrats are always like trying to bully people into voting, vote blue, no matter who, it's going to go crazy, blah, blah, blah. But it's like you guys would win by a landslide if you just did a couple simple things. Like if you tomorrow said that everybody's student loan debt was canceled, that's just the biggest win you could ride that for years. You could say that for years. You could say that you did that for people, and people would be like, yeah, actually, no, that was a really great thing. But
nothing wins you votes like giving people money. What? Why is this?
Like it's so simple, it's so easy. And so because it's so easy, like you have to come to the conclusion that it's by design. There is a purpose to keeping us down like this. But like we were saying earlier, there's only so far this can go. There's only so poor people can be. There's only so desperate people can be before people start just like, it's like you said, it's not even like, oh yeah, well, like I'm going to stick it to the system. It's like, no, I have to choose where this money is going. There ain't infinite amounts of it. There's no extra. There's no other thing. So I'm going to just have to make this decision in the moment. This is just what it is. And the day-by-day process of it is that the loans are not getting paid, and then we're not able to move on from it, and then we're not able to do all of these other things, and we're also going through all of the other random things that are occurring in life, like when you're trying to get the job but there's sexism in the job and they're overly concerned with what you're going to be doing with your womb in the next 5-10 years, and making presumptions about it, assuming about your body because of how you present yourself or because of how you act. And and that's another thing. I mean, I feel like if parental leave was more widespread in this country, there would be less worries about what women were doing with their wombs or what people were doing with their wombs. It just wouldn't be as big of a topic, because it wouldn't be the end of the world if you chose to have a baby. But all of those things compounded, it's just, people aren't able to get to that point, and they don't want to, it's just another, like, and then I ended up having twins. So like, sometimes you think you're going to have one and you end up with a lot more on your plate than you originally presumed. So I'm saying, like, it can all add up. It can all add up. And there's just no knowing what's going to happen. And there's no help. There's no support system. There is no community. There is nothing. It's just all rugged individualism. Do it by yourself. If you're not doing it by yourself, you're lazy, you're trying to like mooch off of people, you're trying to find the easy way out. And it's like, why the fuck not? Nothing about this is logical. This isn't the most effective way. It's not the most efficient way. It's not using the resources the best way it could. It's just a waste. It's often just a waste, us all doing this by ourselves. So, it's just a really sad situation when we have people who are stringing people along on Twitter, and then people get mad at you. They're like, how could you say this about the squad or AOC or whoever, Bernie? But it's just like, and props to Bernie, I guess, where it's due. I'm not saying like, he needs to run himself. If that man don't die in front of me, he didn't put his work in. I'm not saying that, but I am saying like,
that.
there is reason to be criticizing. There is a reason to be upset. We do need to call people out. We do need to ask people to be as brutal in the halls as they are on Twitter. Where is all that energy? Where are you guys not coming together? I'm pretty sure it was it Corey who came in and was like, the squad isn't a squad. We don't talk. We don't know. Nobody knows what the other person's doing. This isn't, y'all thought this was like a whole game. We were all working. No, there's nobody's in charge of this. It's been going on for 2 years. I don't see what's going on. So it's just like, we're at a point where you have to call a spade a spade. You have to be serious about what you're seeing and understand what it means, for us in our real lives, which is nothing's going to fundamentally change. To, quote the man I didn't vote for, nothing is going to change. And he made good on that promise. That's the one promise that he has absolutely kept. And when I first heard him say it, I was like, that's the first honest thing I've heard this man say in a long time. He is a habitual liar. So, you do it like I people always trying to call out Trump, but it's like Biden's a habitual liar, like a habitual, like, dude has lied about marching with MLK like that isn't easily verified. Like, he will lie about the weirdest, just dumbest things, and that's what's running all of this. So when he says something like, oh yeah, like campaign promise, like I'm going to help you guys with student loan debt, like he'll say anything. This man literally will say anything. And then when you call him out on it a few months later, oh yeah, I'll do like half of that. Oh yeah, I'll do like 10,000. That's like, people then paid like $80,000 and they still owe $80,000 because of how the whole thing is set up. They still owe
the interest that accrues.
Yeah,
right.
they still owe the exact same amount after paying for like 20, 30 years straight. That's why I'm like, at this point, when it comes to something like, oh, like what will happen if I don't pay it? I'm like, what happens if I do pay it? Like, nothing.
Well, what happens if you don't pay it with default? And just so you know, that can be difficult. They'll go into your bank account. They'll seize the money in there. In California, they can do that online. They'll just take it. Yep. If you own anything, a car, a house, lien, all your property could be liened. They could take away things. So it's pretty dire, and it stays on your credit because there's no way to eliminate it in bankruptcy.
Right.
So when you make a decision to default, it has huge consequences. It can also present an obstacle from keeping you to get a job. If an employer sees a default to student loans, you won't get hired in like city or county jobs or law enforcement or even teaching and even some unions. So it's a big decision to go into default, and some people don't have a choice. And that's why it's so enraging that this is where we are, because the interest on top of your student loan debt, so you have your debt, but then that interest accrues. And then they say, oh, well, we cap it off. Well, no, they don't. They kind of bounce between 7 and 10%. And then sometimes raise it. And that's a significant amount if you're a working class person. You know, maybe upper middle class or upper class person can afford that. But if you're in a profession like teaching, you can't sustain that hit. You're going to spend 5 years. And there's one other thing about teaching, because you brought that up. There was a promise that you could, if you worked for a nonprofit or you taught at a school that needed teachers, for so many years, 3 years, I think, you could get some of your student loan debt relieved. And then if you remember a couple of years ago, they exposed it was a scam. 85% of the people that applied for that program were rejected. I worked for nonprofits and in nonprofits and other things. It never applied to me. I know so many people that applied. I know people that were in the same job, never left, did everything they were supposed to do, dotted all the I's. never got their student loan debt relief. It was a scam.
Yeah.
And there's no accountability for this. So like you were saying before, it's like built into the system to make it so that we stay. So to me, the solution is coming 2022, vote all these motherfuckers out, like all of them, all the Democrats, like vote them out.
Yeah.
What's the difference? The Republicans are going to do the same. I mean, they're all the same.
Difference. They're all fighting
Get in
for
the
the
Green
same
Party, get in a third party. Green Party, People's Party,
Yep.
Independent, I don't care. But like these elites, they're never going to change.
Yeah, we need
both
somebody
parties.
who's going to raise hell.
Well,
Like, we need somebody who, like,
Yeah.
because, you know, at this point, they've labeled AOC as, like, the radical. And her radical opinion is we shouldn't have climate change. Like, that's as radical. She's like, there's nothing radical about her, but she's taken up all the space. That's who they're funneling money from grassroots into her because she's appeared as like this far leftist radical who's gonna like take the bull by the horns and show them what's what. But she's incredibly centrist, and she's incredibly mild, and she's
become a megalomaniac. She's really hypocritical about women, about gender violence, about whatever. I reached out to her before I went public, and silence. She came and did a word salad about supporting me, but then backed off of it. There's not been a word. I have had 3 times trying to get people to reach out to her so that I could have a conversation and tell her what happened to me. I was a Senate employee. I was a congressional intern. I worked for Democrats my entire adult life. She won't even have a conversation with me. So don't goddamn tell me, AOC, that you're a survivor and you support gender violence, and then turn around and ignore the very person who was assaulted by Joe Biden.
Right.
And she's doing the same thing with student loan debt. It's like she made all this, talks about it. She talks about it really passionately, even in Congress, but does nothing substantial. And she doesn't meet with her constituents. They don't get to meet with her.
She wants to be in with the in crowd, and I think like when she's
a celebrity.
When she went to the Met Gala thing, I think that's when a lot of people like either people
We're
had
just
to,
like
really put the blinders on, or it felt like an exposure of what we'd all kind of been seeing since the whole like Pelosi Mama Bear thing. A lot of us kind of saw that for what it was. This person went from somebody saying, I'll only do this one time if that's all I can do, blah, 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 I'm not moving. And then now clearly we see a career politician trying to maintain their status. And so, I agree that if we could get somebody who is actually, far leftist or is actually willing to fight and butt heads, and like, I sometimes I think about the Tea Party and how like we need something kind of like that, how like they just kind of ran in and ran things over and took over the whole shebang. And I'm like, that's kind of the type of energy we need, is we need a couple people who actually want to make this kind of huge difference, who are not trying to be friends and celebrities and buddy behind the cameras, like in front of the cameras where me and
doing Vogue covers. She's just become, she's become like, we're making these politicians, first of all, we're making them oligarchs like Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein, and they're become fossilized in their seats, not to be ageist, but come on. I mean, Dianne Feinstein needs to step down.
Did you see that video where she repeated herself twice because she forgot that she already asked the question, the exact same question from 30 seconds prior?
Oh my God.
Y'all, it's that part. At some point, that's abuse. Y'all cannot keep propping these people up and have her be not even able to function, but because you don't want to lose the seat, you're really scared. So you guys are going to keep propping these people up. I was stunned to see how far gone she really is. And the fact that, that's somehow okay for a lot of people. Like somehow people keep voting for her, first of all, which I will never understand. But secondly, that, that's okay with the Democrats. Vote blue no matter who. Keep these seats no matter what. Even though, what are you doing with them? Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's because, like you said, the red and the blue, they're both 2 cheeks of the same booty, honey. They are. I
love that.
Right on.
Put it on a t-shirt.
So it's like at this point, they're definitely fighting for the same thing, but one side is heavily gaslighting us. And I think that was really exposed, especially when, you know, the black
gives new meaning
leaders...
to the word gaslight. Can I just interrupt you for a second?
Oh, yeah.
You have two cheeks on the booty that are gaslighting us? Oh, my God.
I didn't even think of that.
I love it.
They were,
but I don't mean to cut you off, but we're wrapping up in a little bit. So why don't you want to finish up what you're saying and then we'll do final thoughts?
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, I was going to say, like, when Biden was confronted by the black leaders after he was like, if you vote for me, we'll be doing this for you, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing he did with the student loan. But these people said, like, you know, it feels like you're not really doing anything. And he was like, basically, shut up and take it. Like, you guys are getting in my face about this and nothing's going to happen. Like, back off. And that's really where we're at with a lot of these politicians. They are not going to listen to us. And if we ask for something, they feel like we're being entitled and need to just shut up and sit down and let them do what they want to do with the country and just take whatever crumbs we're given. And the reality is we're getting to such a breaking point of desperation that we can't continue the way that we've been continuing. And I really hope that that's where a lot of people are feeling with their student loan debt, is that something's got to give. We've got to make a change. They're not going to change.
Absolutely. So while we're on you, Tatame, why don't you give us a little bit where we can find you, and then we'll move on to Tara.
Oh yeah. So my channel on YouTube is Tatame's Diary, and you can find me pretty much if you type in Tatame anywhere, you'll probably find me. I'm on a lot of different things, and I'm always Tatame almost everywhere I go.
Great. And definitely check out her content. She's amazing, like well-rounded content. So I highly recommend. She's my INN sister. Everybody subscribe to Get Indie News, please. And check us out. We're all sisters here in the same network. So Tara, give us final thoughts and where we can reach you.
First of all, thanks for INN. And, thank you to all of you for doing this and talking about student loan debt. Let's stop making it generational. And someone put in my Twitter, by the way, about the student debt. Nothing's free, Tara. Well, why not? Why shouldn't it be free? We pay enough taxes to where we don't have to spend $789 billion on defense and spend 20 times more than any other country in the world on defense. We could use some of that. One oligarch actually could pay off all the student debt. One oligarch could use some money to pay off all student loan debt in the United States of America. So why not be free? Why not have an educated workforce? Why not achieve dreams and prosper and be the nation everybody talks about that we're supposed to be, that we've never been? And move away from systemic racism, systemic gender violence. So when you have 90%, in closing, 90% of people in January, they're paying student loans and they're not ready. And we're in the middle of a pandemic with another variant. Yeah, we've got to do something. And one of those things is hold those politicians accountable, vote these people out that are in now, turn it over and start again. And please, more young progressives, let's get a third party. Let's get the corporate interests out of it and get them out. So Absolutely. That's what I have to say. And thank you for having me.
Thank you. Everybody check out Tara Reid on Twitter, tarareidauthor.com. Go find her anywhere that she is, because she is a guiding light for women everywhere, I think. And let me also briefly say that to whoever said that in the chat about you can't have anything for free, I find that the people who say that the most are the people who benefit from free labor. So let's watch what we get. Let's watch what we consider free. Okay?
That's an applause moment.
Please find my content at milensplain.com or at milensplain on Twitter. And thank you all so much for joining me. This has been a really awesome discussion. Johnny, I'm going to pass it off to you because I know we're encroaching on your hour here. So thank you so much, everyone.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was a pretty good panel. I appreciate that. We are here with our new panelists. They are also candidates for Congress. As they come on, I will, let's see, I'm getting some feedback. Okay, that sounds good. I'm here with Madeline Hoffman, Terrence Cudney. Is that right, Cudney?
Cudney, yeah.
Cudney. And Delilah, what is your last name? Because
Barrios.
Okay, there you go. You go by Delilah for Texas, right?
Yeah.
I know so many people by Twitter that it's hard to start putting their real names with people,
Yeah.
I go by my name everywhere. I started doing it when I started working online years ago. So we're here to talk about the student debt boycott, and more importantly, your role in what would hopefully be your role in student debt cancellation. So what we'll do is let's go around the room. Delilah, I believe that you might be on a tight schedule, I was told. So if you
yeah, I have kids and I volunteer to watch other people's kids a lot, so it could just change very quickly. But yeah, I didn't. I'm actually a candidate for governor in Texas.
Okay,
and,
so if you want to go ahead and start, introduce yourself and explain what you're doing, what you're running for, and how this agenda item fits into your campaign, and then we'll go to Madeline and then Terrence.
Okay, great, thank you. So yeah, I'm Delilah Barrios, running for governor of Texas. I also have student loan debt, and when I heard that this was being organized, I volunteered to be of use if I could. And just I think the way it ties into my campaign is that most of the people that are excited and energized about me running are young people, the same people who are going to be, saddled with debt for most of their adult lives, if not forever. Because at this rate, that what hope do they have? They have nothing to look forward to, and the interest rates are crazy. And I'm fully supportive of whatever actions people want to make sure that the things that the Biden administration ran on, they have to answer for those. They told people they had to vote for them because they were going to erase student loan debt, and then they are not even coming close to doing that for people. And I think that they really do need to be held accountable. And so I'm just here to offer my support.
All right, good. Yeah, well, that's definitely been a general topic that we will get to a little bit later about some resolution that's up and Biden's inaction. Madeline, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Johnny. And hello, Delilah. It's good to see you online after we've spoken quite a few times this week via Twitter. I just recently finished the third of 3 statewide races in 4 years as a Green Party candidate in New Jersey. I ran for U.S. Senate twice. In 2018 and then 2020. And then I just finished one of only 2 gubernatorial races in the country in 2021. And I'm proud to say that for the first time in New Jersey history, a Green Party candidate for governor came in third. I'm not going to tell you how many votes behind I was, you can imagine. But we got more votes than any of the other third-party candidates or independents in the race. And I'd like to think that it's in part because of our platform, very much in part because of our platform, which is very community-oriented, and also, like Delilah, in this last campaign, about 75% of the people who were volunteering on our campaign were either in high school or in college. And for those folks, the issue of student loan debt, tuitions at college, and issues like climate change and the like are really, really important. And there's an urgency behind their push for this kind of change because, hey, I mean, you see, $1.59 trillion worth of student loan debt already accumulated. And I just saw that it's something like it increases by several million, $5.6 million, or is that 56 million? $5.6 million, I believe, every month. So, I mean, this is not something that's decreasing or diminishing. It's not something that's going to go away, even with the moratorium on the payment of student debt, even with some of the tuition-free college programs, pilot programs that have been put in place for certain people with certain levels of achievement and certain income levels going to college. It's still the mountain of debt keeps growing. And it is, to me, it is unconscionable that this is the kind of situation people find themselves in. Education is an equalizer. Access to education is an equalizer. It puts everyone in a position to do better financially. And so many people, we just passed a $7.68 billion military budget in the House of Representatives. Why just take 10% of that away, and we can deal with student loan debt and or tuition-free college. I mean, we have so much money that we're spending on death and destruction around the globe. If we changed our priorities and look towards our youth right here, right now, we could change things so completely and so quickly. And as a Green Party candidate for these positions, I'm not beholden to whatever the Democrats say or whatever Biden does or does not do. I mean, he made a promise. When he made the promise, I said, yeah, really? Show me. And the thing is, he hasn't. If he did anything on student loan debt, it was a quote unquote drop in the bucket, a very small percentage of the overall mountain of student debt. And we need to change that drastically. And I firmly believe that neither the Democrats nor the Republicans are going to do it. I heard Tara Reid say a few minutes ago, we need an alternative party. We need a third party. And that's why I've done what I've done the last few years, why I will continue to support Green Party candidates around the country, even if I don't run for a while, because the Democrats and Republicans are hopeless when it comes to taking care of people's needs.
Okay, Madeline. Well, thank you. And you touched on another important point, which we'll talk about later, is your involvement with local schools in your area. If you're running for a state office, then there's colleges everywhere. If you were running for Congress, some people might or might not have a college in their district, but I think I have 5 local, community colleges just in my district alone when I ran for Congress. And the campuses were a hotspot for campaigning. Terrence, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us why student debt cancellation is an agenda item on your campaign.
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Terrence Cudney. I'm running for state senate in Massachusetts as an independent, and I'm relatively new to domestic politics, shall we say? This is my first run for office. And I saw an opportunity and I'm chasing it. And as to, the student debt issue, one of the 5 major pillars of my campaign, and I should say at the outset, my fellow panelists have laid out the issue pretty solidly well. And so all that I'd add is, one of the 5 major pillars of my candidacy is, I think that justice and affordability of essentials like housing, healthcare, and education are inextricably linked, and not enough people recognize that the importance of that link. And so when it comes to education and education debt, that's part and parcel of the issue. And so it's very important to me. It's a difficult issue that a lot of people don't really, get their hands around, like the fullness of the issue. And so I'm really happy to be joining you guys today.
All right. Well, now I have a particular question that I like to ask when it pertains to this particular subject, and it might be a curveball for some of you. Do you know why we refer to it as debt cancellation rather than debt forgiveness in our circle of activism?
I don't know, but I can guess.
Take a guess if you don't know. Let's see what you have to offer.
Because debt cancellation removes any bad credit rating or any kind of credit. It's gone. It's eradicated. It's erased. Whereas if you have a debt that's forgiven, it may still remain as something that that credit bureaus would look at and take into account. And what we want to do is just eliminate any evidence of there ever having been a loan.
Well, that's an interesting legal point that you make that I wasn't actually touching on. It was touching more on a philosophical level. However, that is a great legal aspect, because we do know that conservatives love the courts, don't they?
Yes.
And they love to use the laws and use the courts and their judges and to say, oh, see, we have legal precedent now for this case, which I warned everybody was happening with Roe v. Wade and women's rights, when liberals were choosing to vote with them about pregnant women and double murder, right? Mm-hmm. So a woman is pregnant and somebody kills them, they get charged for both the child and the mother, and liberals jumped on board with that. Well, they started using that as case law in many of these states to start pressing for the viability case. And then it went on and on from there, and they started using the courts. Well, they do the same thing, everything that they want to battle. And so that makes it an interesting legal perspective. But in reality, from a philosophical and maybe social perspective, it's because it's something that people did. They didn't do anything wrong to be forgiven. Right, what did they do wrong to be forgiven for? They went out and did what society told them they were supposed to do, and then they got killed with all this debt that keeps them from starting a family, buying a house, getting even a car, even getting the job that they went to school to get. And even if they do, in many cases, as was covered earlier on in our topics, they're getting paid peanuts. Master's degrees. I've shared them myself on Twitter. Memes of master's degrees being posted, jobs being posted for $15.89 an hour. And you've spent upwards of 50 to 100,000 on that master's degree, depending on where you went and what degree you were seeking. And it's going to take you your entire life just to pay that debt back. So I wanted to mention that. One of the things about what I've noticed of this event, and I want to mention, is that people are going to be either forced to default on their loans. So it's either going to be a voluntary action, which I've taken voluntary action since 2004. I've done everything I possibly could, taken every deferment, every economic thing. I've worked for myself, so I've used whatever means possible to defer my payments so that I haven't had to pay. 1 year I was doing pretty well, so I started paying for a year, trying to build my credit up, all that other jazz. And then I just said, forget it. Once I got involved in politics and I realized that it isn't even a matter of us having to choose between those tanks and bombs and education, because we know that we can create the funding at will. We already know that in our circles. We understand where money is created, and we can fund anything we want. We don't have to have that fight over choice as to whether we should do this. We just have to decide whether or not we believe education is a primary core soul part of any society. How do we move forward as a species if we don't educate those little ones before us, right? So to punish people with debt moving forward seems to be kind of counterproductive to the idea of asking people to get an education and better themselves. Now, this kind of leads to the next question I was going to ask.
It looks like Delilah had something to say.
Go ahead, Delilah, if you want to
comment.
comment.
What you were
Yeah,
saying,
thank
Connie.
you.
I'm sorry, I was
listening.
reading my
You're great.
note off to the side. I'm sorry.
I'm on my phone, so I don't have I can't chat. So anyway, I wanted to just make people keep bringing up the military budget and how we have so much for defense, but it's a vicious cycle that we prefer our classes to be less educated and more ready for battle and more ready, to learn these skills, and they're almost discouraged to learn independently. With our systems, our oppressive systems that we all operate under. And so when I think about the military budget versus, you have to consider a lot of people join the military just to decrease their burden for education. And that's I mean, and so it's just, it just kind of highlights how vicious the cycle is. But yeah, please go on. Thank you for letting me comment.
Well, and let me add to that, because every year on tax day for many years, when I was the director of a nonprofit peace organization, we used to put a penny poll out, where you'd have tubes, one for defense, one for one for education, one for, I've forgotten what all the other tubes were, and we'd ask people on tax day to take 10 pennies and put them on, into whatever chute, whatever tube they wanted. And inevitably, education came out ahead of everything else, more pennies in that chute. And in our budget, as Johnny was asking, I mean, our budget, you could have 5.7 cents, you have 57 cents, 57 cents to 60 cents on every dollar of our taxes go to the military, and 6 cents on every dollar of our taxes go to education. It's exactly the opposite. Our federal government's priorities are exactly the opposite of what the people want. And so that, yes, that, Johnny, that does present a challenge for us to talk to our politicians, to get them to shift their priorities. But that's why, again, I come back to, I'm tired. You see the brick wall behind me? I'm tired of banging my head against the brick wall, trying to get the Democrats and Republicans to recognize that, and instead, feel like we need to build an independent movement to do it.
Did you have anything to add to that, Terrence?
So it's actually kind of funny. So I heard Caleb a couple of panels ago talking about international relations, and it goes to this sort of military conversation as well. And I from an academic standpoint, I kind of used to resemble that problem a little bit, which was that my undergraduate degree was in international relations, and so I was involved in that sort of Eurocentric kind of notion of international policy and how we're supposed to approach the rest of the world. And just the more that I heard about it, the more I found myself, just wondering, what this doesn't make much sense to me. And my sort of political evolution began, kind of when I saw the Twin Towers, go down. And so at that point I was, angry, and wanted to support, our country in getting, I guess, like, coming back from that and figuring out what's next for us. But as I saw the drone, strikes kind of increase, and as I started to read the history of Afghanistan and Iraq, I just found myself becoming more and more anti-imperialist. And I actually wrote my thesis on kind of returning to pre-colonial, systems of governance in the African continent, basically. And my paper was panned by my department. It was too, it rocked the boat too much on that sort of imperialist, notion of, what we should be spending our money on and how we should approach the rest of the world. And I don't know. I just thought it was sort of an interesting anecdote in the context of what we're talking about with where our money is going. And so, yeah.
And I should note that for people running as governor and state office, you will be constrained to your state budgets. However, the federal government is not constrained by a budget or by tax money, and they don't divvy up our taxes. We've talked about this before. Our taxes are destroyed upon receipt, and they issue new money every time they have a new appropriations bill. The problem is they're not giving states enough money for education, so that the burden on states is nothing. You shouldn't be burdened to tax people locally so that wealthy neighborhoods have better schools than poor neighborhoods. There should be a standard that's given to all schools across the board from K to 16 at least. For free education, or pre-K even, right? When now we're going pre-K to 16, of free education, including what was brought up earlier, vocational schools, trade schools, things like that, right? Because they pay off better because they're a quicker return on investment. Most people only go for a short period of time, and then they're right in the field of whatever they're doing in that vocation, and they're on that job training, and they're actually earning money. So that's even a quicker return. So why should we punish people for just getting the skills that they need to kind of move on into a trade? So all of those things are included. Now, because you're all kind of state located, or because you're running for governor, right, Delilah? And then Madeline, you're governor too, right?
I did, but I also ran for U.S. Senate. And when I ran for governor, I'm sure Delilah and Terrence, you've thought of this, or if you haven't, a little piece of advice, and that is, even though some of these are federal issues, as a leader of a state, you have every right to push for what you think would be best for that state, to influence the congressional delegation, to influence the senators, and to influence the federal government, and to say, no, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to, like, we had an issue years ago, and I think it's still an issue, where National Guards of states were deployed to Iraq or Afghanistan, and the temporary, quote unquote, temporary nature of that never stopped. It became temporarily permanent, if you know what I mean. And governors or state senators, but especially governors, have a right and a platform to use to try to change that around. And because we're trying to build a movement, when we run for office, we're not looking out for only for us, for ourselves. We're trying to build a movement. So speaking out on these issues and letting people know there's an alternative and somebody willing to go to bat for that with them, not for them, but with them, makes a big difference.
Okay, now that actually leads to my next question. I have a short handful of questions.
Okay.
And Terrence, I'm curious, do you have a college in your district?
No, I don't believe we do. Well, actually, I'd have to look into it. I'm not. Yeah,
you're running for a state house or a state senate.
State senate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's
not all of the state districts have.
Yeah, I'm actually not certain if we have a school directly in our district, but we're a pretty rural district overall. So there's just less people and spread further apart. So I'd actually have to look into that. I'm not certain.
Well, the only reason
I want to say we don't, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, the only reason I was curious is because I was going to ask if you've campaigned on any colleges, and if you've talked. Now, Madeline, you had already mentioned, that's why I said you touched on this earlier, that you had a lot of people from college on your campaign who were obviously student debt cancellation advocates. So that was going to be the question. Delilah, you want to touch on that? Have you been working with anybody from colleges? Have you been to colleges campaigning on this issue in particular? And if so, how have you been received? What are people's feedback on the issue?
Yeah, so we actually just filed yesterday to be on the ballot and paid our fee. So a lot of our efforts have been just making sure we could pay that fee, and it was concentrated on funding for that. What I have done is I've gone to local campuses and I've tried to do like podcast situations where I'm talking to students about the issues that they're dealing with. And I'm glad that we're talking about this because I really wanted this to be kind of a learning experience for me as well. Because I think everybody's just frustrated with their debt, but from what I've heard with the people on campus is that they just don't want to be having to pay debt well into being old. They don't want to be the interest rates are too high, and so as somebody running for this huge position, it's really interesting, like with a stroke of a pen, what you can and can't do for people. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a very big concern for a lot of people. And then when you think about students, like they're not all young. We have a lot of students who are, older or younger, like all over right. Everybody wants to get a better education.
I went back when I was 30. Yeah, I
You
was
went back.
I was dumb enough to go back when I was 30 and start incurring new debt.
It's a,
So
but
I
you know,
incurred all this
it's not
debt.
a dumb thing, but you
No,
do
but
get
I mean,
punished
and that's
for your
where I sit
education.
now. But still, 20 years later, okay, here I am. I'm 49, and I'm sitting on this new understanding of where this debt sits and what it's from. I mean, the people who own the debt, quote unquote, who are the underwriters of the debt, went off and celebrated in Hawaii, boasting about their profits, $100 million in profits, and people are strapped with this never. And the earlier panels discussed how it hits people of poverty, people of color the most, because the rich kids, their college is paid for one way or another. Their family was able to invest. They're going off to a private school. All we're asking for is that people be able to go to a public school and get any education that they want, any knowledge that they want, and not have to pay for it. Just like if you're sick, you should be able to go to the doctor and not have to pay for it. Why is that so hard? Where we know money is just made up. It's just made up. We've covered this in earlier discussions.
Well, and if you're concerned about national security, quote unquote, one of the best definitions, in my opinion, of national security is a well-educated population who understands what's going on. No, but
they don't want that. I'm just saying that's not what they want. You're right.
Let me finish my sentence.
Don't want that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I don't disagree with you, but I was, because a well-educated population will know and be able to do the things you've been talking about, Johnny. Analyze things, and Delilah, analyze, how they're being manipulated or pushed in certain directions. So this is not what the powers that be want. Absolutely, Johnny. But really,
you guys, one of the things that I know in the circles, because I'm one of them, I've lost faith in electoral politics, even as a former candidate. I just really, with 2020 especially, and the whole charade that went on, and now we see the capitulation of the squad, just from left to right, we see people not living up to what they say they're going to live up to. So this leads me to our next question, which is, given the general path people take after being elected, what assurances do you offer viewers that you too won't start capitulating to establishment powers and start watering down the very agenda that gets you elected?
Go ahead, Delilah. You hit it.
To extend this question, a follower on Twitter asks, D. Wrights asks, are they willing to sit in, march, gripe, speechify, and tweet daily about cancel student debt? Who will make this their bumper sticker issue? And this kind of question comes from the idea that when people get elected, the agenda changes and they're kind of told, okay, now that you're here, this is how things work. And what are you going to do to be different from that and uphold any agenda that you say you're going to say? And my example was, instead of wearing a tax the rich dress into the gala, you should have been standing outside the gala with the protesters.
Absolutely.
That's just
Lila. I know you want to answer that question. Go.
I just, for me, I was like, this is an easy question. I got this. The reason why I'm different is I came into this completely different without an agenda, because I don't have anything to gain from this. I have only more debt to accrue myself. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not about me. It's about what the people need. And it's about people feeling hopeless that they spend their time and energy into people and they are not rewarded with even them an honesty, them keeping their word. So I don't have anything on my platform page right now regarding debt, because I don't know what the students are feeling. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to be considerate, because obviously with budgets concerned, I don't see why, and I have children, right? And I've lived in this state my whole life, and I don't want to leave. Like, why should I have to leave the state? I want my state to get better. So I'm already invested here, because this is my lifeline. This is where I grew up, and this is where I want my family to grow up. So I'm very dedicated to making wise decisions for the future just on that principle, because I'm a mother and I love my family and I want them to do well and I want them to be safe. And I hate trying to talk to my kids about going to college because they're like, so they just charge this much and the interest rate and you never pay it off basically. And it's just like the whole thing that never goes away. And I was like, yeah, that's how it is. So I don't see why you couldn't get a 2-year degree to get yourself into a field where you get paid enough that you could go back and follow your passions, not just something that you need to make a living. We don't provide that for people here, and we should. So all I can do is be consistent. And once you get to know me, you'll learn that there's very little that changes. I'm more than willing to learn, but my gut tells me who I need to stick by, and it's usually the poor and working class, and I have no reason to turn my back on them.
Let's go to Terrence since he's running, and then because this is a kind of a live candidate question. What assurances are you going to give people that, you're going to stick to your guns and that, you'll make something as important as student debt cancellation a priority on your agenda?
Well, I think I'd start by saying, at least as far as this panel is concerned, we've already kind of taken the first best step, which is, either not running with a party or running with a party that's anti-establishment, right? That already we're on the right start to, making sure we don't get bought out by, the establishment in terms of how we run. And how we intend to govern. And then I think, kind of the second biggest piece is, and I think it's been touched on by Delilah a bit already, which is, a commitment to being connected to the grassroots, a commitment to be the one that's outside with the protesters rather than inside, on the inside looking out. And I think the third piece is a little bit more difficult, but I think is equally important, which is, surrounding yourself with peers that share your beliefs about fighting the establishment, people that'll hold you accountable. And there have been, a number of states around the country that have committed to running, rather than one candidate, running slates of candidates. And this is a good way to kind of, come in with, however many make it in, come in with a group that says, okay, well, we're going to make sure that you're not doing the wrong thing, that you're holding true to your values. And that piece is a little bit trickier, but there are states that are doing that. And I've been talking with other candidates in my area that I know would hold me accountable, but also groups that are interested in, kind of creating that kind of that solidarity, that group solidarity that says, okay, we're going to hold your feet to the fire if you, stray.
Well, yeah.
That's good. Good. Go ahead, Madeline.
Yeah, and I would suspect from both of you, though you haven't said either way, that you won't be taking large amounts of money from political action committees that have a different kind of interest than you do. I mean, this is what happens with a lot of the politicians who run. I remember when we were a couple years ago on the Medicare single payer Medicare for all, that I was seeing missives from Nancy Pelosi saying, "Oh, your base is going to want you to push for single payer Medicare for all, but don't do it because the major donors to our party don't want it." So, the Green Party doesn't take any money like that. I wouldn't take any money like that. And I think Terrence and Delilah both have said this. I mean, I won't be running for office again this year, but I'll be backing people who have the same kind of position that we're talking about. But you can't do it just as a candidate. You can't. I mean, for me, it's not only about what I as a candidate believe or what the candidate I support believes. It's about bringing people in. When when the questioner asks, would you sit in? Heck yeah. If there's a group of students that's going to say, we're not going to pay until our debt is canceled, or, we need our debt canceled, sit in, I'll sit in with them. We sit in with them. We have to be part of the movement that's pushing on these either the candidates or the incumbents to make a change.
And I should point out, as a former candidate to this point, you just registered, you said, Delilah, and something changes when you do that, because it's something kind of in like, like I didn't cuss anymore on social media. I watched my mouth. And so you got to watch what you say a little bit. You got to be a little bit more diplomatic and tactful, things like that. But
Delilah. Little does Johnny know, does he?
I'm just saying something kind of changes in a behavior. I know I felt when I stopped running, I felt a big relief, because what ends up happening is you have people from all kinds of different walks of life, from all different agendas pulling at you saying, well, I want you to support this, I want you to support this, and I want you to support this. So it becomes difficult to start pleasing everybody and finding a coalition of people that are willing to be loyal to you and the issues that you support as a candidate. And so building that base of people, that's why, look, I supported Bernie. I appreciated, he kept telling people, and the human behavior will not allow people to stop making idols of people. He said, not me, us. They said, Bernie. Bernie said, no, damn it. I said, not me, us. And they said, okay, not me, us. Remember that? I've tweeted about it. Got a bunch of retweets because it was at the live, it was at the time of the event, right? I was like, Bernie, not me, us, the crowd, Bernie, no, Bernie, no, and then it got a bunch of retweets, right? And it was funny because everybody got it, but they still don't get it. They still put everybody else in central. Like, you as a candidate, people need to understand, if you're able to do this, get in a position where you have any power over any of these issues that we're talking about, it's your responsibility to do it with the help and aid of the people who support these things. You can't just walk in and do it alone. And what I've seen all too often, like Madeline had mentioned, is that, and this goes back to taking over, like the Dems taking over. We have all these people, these progressives, who turn their backs on the institutions that are oppressing us, instead of using their strength and power. We've seen it done in other ways. I'm not saying take over the Dem Party. I'm saying take over the institutions that are oppressing us in one way or another. And there's enough of us. There's enough students. There's 42 million people currently in student debt, right? That's a whole voting block.
Absolutely.
You got those people and said, hey guys, that's just, nationally, but I'm sure it breaks down equivalently per capita in your states. If you got those people to come together on even this one single issue and said, can we do this? Now, obviously you could couple that with a lot of the other struggles and social issues that have been experiencing. And this has all been brought to the froth with COVID, right? Showing people that we can actually spend into the economy and help people who are struggling without massive issues to, and it actually helps people. Go ahead, Delilah.
Well, I just wanted to kind of elaborate on what you're saying. I mean, I think it was a very good indicator of how successful social programs can be, because I know a lot of people that the most calm they ever felt in their life was when they were at home during quarantine and they had their bills paid. That was the happiest time that they'd have. And it's very tragic that a pandemic had to hit for them to be able to ever experience that. And I want people to not have amnesia regarding this, because it wasn't fun. And I'm a frontline worker. I work in surgery, and it was hard. It was very hard, but not a single person that I know was angry or upset that people were able to stay home and be taken care of. Like, that's what we all want. If you're a humanitarian, you want everybody to do well. You want everybody to be happy and healthy. And so I wanted to just bring up, because I would be happy. Direct action is one of my favorite things. And my activism is what led me to be running for governor, because I know that when people get behind issues, we can make things happen. And that seems to be our only our only ability is to use our labor and to use our collective organizing power against the structures that oppress us. And so one of the biggest things that I love is that we're doing general strike conversations. And on my website is actually a link to another group of organizers that I've worked with in the past and currently in regards to general strike to force not just student debt, but, you know, socialized medicine, and to force, you know, decent wages and all of those things. And with enough people, something like that could be very successful, because as a Green Party candidate, peace is part of our platform. Like, we all want a peaceful revolution. And ideally, the only way that we could safely do that is a stay-at-home strike and supporting other workers in other fields. But, you know, I just wanted to kind of tie it all in together. I'm happy to do what I can as a candidate and show up to places where people need more of a noise to be made, more of a fuss. I'm happy to do that. I would love doing that. And I think that it's the only choice that we have is to use our collective power. I don't see any other option.
Johnny, you said
I'm sorry, go ahead.
let me just add to that. You know, even during the height of the hyper partisanship of the 2020 presidential campaign, where, you know, it was all about Trump and not Trump, 60% or more of the people who were polled said they wanted another party. They wanted more choices. They weren't happy with either the Democrats or the Republicans. So if you add that, you talked about the 42 million, you know, voting bloc people who are in debt, student debt, and then you add the people who want another party, and then you add, Delilah was getting at it. I can't see how in the world we're going to lift the moratorium on evictions and moratorium on payment of rents. We're going to have to cancel rents too, because there's just no way that this economy will sustain, or the people can sustain paying back how many months now? 24
well, the
months of
excuse
rent?
is that there was supposed to be money that was supposed to go to the landlord. This is what the neoliberal excuse is. The reason they're not enforcing this is that there was supposed to be money that was supposed to go to the landlords to pay these people's rent, and that isn't how it was structured. And really, the money got stuck at the top, and, you know, all the people that were pulling the levers, it divvied it up between them friends, and it, you know, it's lost now. It got created, now it's lost, but it didn't get into the hands of the people that needed it, right? And that's the main problem, is that we if we were going to freeze rent, I mean, look, there are legitimate, you know, small business owners that own properties that rent at a reasonable rate, that aren't these massive, you know, multi-conglomerate renters that are looking at losing now their property. And that's part of the scheme, right? These little guy suffers. They don't, because the rich people, they have the billions in the bank to let the properties float for the months and months. If the people don't pay their rent, they get evicted, whatever, they get new people in, they mark it off as a write-off, whatever. The small person ends up losing the property, and then BlackRock gets to gobble it up, right? So it's all part of the same game that's being played. They create the mechanisms by which to rip off and exploit the people who have nothing. It's the monopoly game in real time. And so they do the same thing with education.
Have you seen an increase in your states of mutual aid groups? Because I know in New Jersey, it's been an explosion of mutual aid groups, understanding that government's not going to do it, but people within a community can.
Okay, now this leads us kind of into what we're talking about is, you know, because here's the thing that I mentioned earlier today when I took kind of a poll about what do people expect out of their politicians, because a lot of people have lost faith in the electoral system. We believe that direct action, the general strike, I believe anyway, must include election and voting reform, right? So you can ask for whatever you want. You can ask for Medicare for all, but if you don't put in there election and voting reform, then we're going to keep spinning our wheels over and over and over, right? So we need to get rid of the Electoral College, maybe even the Senate. Sorry for anybody who's running for Senate, but it's a worthless institution. You know, things like that need to go. More proportional representation.
Ranked choice voting.
Right. Things like that need to be instituted. So the voting methods are bringing about a majority rule that leads more to a consensus of the people. And that should be part of the general strike demands, in my opinion. We can throw other things on if the ball is rolling strong enough, and
Yeah.
the capitalists are losing control, and they're like, oh, the problem is they don't tend to feel that way because they have the police and military and everybody else on their side, right? So I wanted to ask this question because it's one of the things up on the board of things that we've been talking about. Do you support House Resolution 100 by Rep. Ayanna Priestley, calling on the President of the United States to take executive action to broadly cancel federal student loan debt? Why or why not? And given Biden's failure to address the issue at all, we just talked about it earlier, is this just political theater by Presley? What do you guys think as candidates? We've been going with Delilah first. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I just I think it's cute that they talk about these things on a regular basis, but very rarely act on them. So what is it? A cancellation of up to $50,000. So is that what the resolution calls for? And it's being hailed as very bold. But I'm pretty sure I remember him campaigning on canceling student debt.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't remember them making any testing or saying anything like, oh, you have to be below the poverty line or this or that in order to get that. No, you want your public to be healthy. You want your public to be well informed, and you refuse to allow them peace of mind to go about their lives without being saddled with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt. I mean, have you seen the videos of those people crying? They're like, I made a payment of $6,000 to my debt, and I still owe $99,000. And, it's like the projected payoff is never. So we're not even addressing that in any of this literature, any of these bills that I see. And even if they write these resolutions, who's going to have the balls to actually vote on them in office right now? I don't know anybody that would.
That is in and of itself the question. That's what we're here to ask candidates. I mean, who's going to have the guts to vote for something that the corporations who control most of political arenas right now, how can a candidate like yourself, now as governor, of course, you would have a great amount of control. As senator, even on a state level, you wouldn't have as much control. You're kind of stuck in that House chamber kind of, where your voice is part of many. So how do you, governor? Yeah, I mean, you got a little bit more leeway to start doing a little executive action, start pushing in part of the governor's, what is it? There's a group, right? Governors all meet.
Governors
Association. Yeah.
Just sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, but
no, go ahead. This is your guys' panel.
So one of the reasons why debt is so bad right now is that they made it so that you cannot file for bankruptcy for student loan debt. That's why we find ourselves in this predicament. So I think if anybody wants to address it, they need to consider that too. What was sorry?
I said thanks to who? Joe
Biden, of course.
He wrote the bankruptcy.
The man with the plan.
Mr. Delaware himself.
3%, 1%. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Terrence. Sorry.
Well, okay, and I'll go in after Terrence. I have an idea as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think any effort that moves us down the path towards the slippery slope, if you will, is a good one. So any move that gets some student debt canceled, some like sizable, I'd say, amount of student debt, shows the people that there's the question of like, oh, well, you can cancel some. Why can't you cancel the rest? So I think anything that moves, there's a difference. There's different kinds of incrementalism, and I think we've been sold on a certain kind of increment. Many have been sold, shall we say, have been sold on a certain kind of incrementalism. But there's another one that I support generally, which is one that gets us closer to the precipice, where we can actually make the big changes that we want to, where we can get all of that student debt canceled. So in short, that's what I'd say on that piece. Is it's good. And obviously to the piece about, is it political theater? I mean, in a lot of cases, you can't really know. Unfortunately, though, I think we are in a place where we kind of have to take people at their word a little bit and then hold them accountable when they don't when they fall short of their word. So my knee-jerk reaction is to say, okay, well, at least she's advocating for a move in the right direction. Like I say, a move towards the slippery slope. But then we need to absolutely, hold them accountable and say, okay, well, then what's the next step? What's your strategy to get us, all the way to full student debt cancellation? Oh, you don't have a step? Okay, well, then maybe we'll see, how we support you going forward.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately, Terrence, I disagree with you. Maybe it's because I'm older. Maybe it's because I've been around, the election cycle, too many election cycles. But I don't think that I think the problem with continuing to take people at their word is that we continue, and this word was used to describe Bernie Sanders a lot. We continue to be shepherded into voting for Democrats because somehow we take them at their word. And so then the efforts of third parties, alternative parties, get tossed to the curb because people say, oh, I hear they're talking about this. Oh, or in the Green New Deal, right after the election of 2018. Oh, let's start with a Green New Deal. And then you look at what the Green New Deal says, and their Green New Deal is miles and miles and miles away from the Green Party's Green New Deal. So I've gotten way past the point of taking people at their word. And if I do, if I want to believe, but I think the best way to push people at this point is not to vote for them anymore, is to get an alternative political party with a movement backing, with a movement to say, hey, you can't take these votes for granted anymore. It's only because, look, I mean, people said this about Bernie Sanders, and, in 2016, I thought, well, maybe they're being a little too harsh on Bernie, but then he capitulated, to the Clintonites in the party, and then he did it again in 2020. And I don't trust a word he says anymore. He says the right thing, but I don't see he even came in and endorsed Governor Murphy during this last campaign.
Now, here's a point to that, Madeline, is that if you guys are all running outside of the mainstream, right? Why is it the mainstream? Because that's what everybody tackles onto, right? So how do you get those people that are involved in those sheep, those conditioned, propagandized sheep, basically that's what it boils down to. Because if anybody believes that the Democrats or Republicans have their best interest at heart, they have fallen for a conditioning of society that the trap. They've fallen for the trap. They believe it, right? And how do you get them out of that trap? Because it seems like we have a big number of people, right? Because you take the statistics that say, oh, all these people don't even identify as Republicans or Democrats. But that doesn't mean that they identify as really anything, or they even care. Maybe they just show up and vote. How do you get them to really care enough to show up and vote for the alternatives? Because we're looking at the same problem when it comes to choosing alternative work methods, like worker co-ops, over some guy at the top owning everything, like Jeff Bezos. Why isn't Amazon fighting to be worker owned rather than trying to just beg for more crumbs through a union? So anyway, this is the question that campaigns that are outside the mainstream, because even if you try to run in the mainstream like I did as a Democrat, you get excluded out of the process if they don't like you, right?
Yes.
Just like Bernie did, right? And my actual run was very similar to Bernie's in so many different ways. I mean, just the attitude, the way people were, the other candidate they chose, and the way that the nastiness and toxicity that they engaged in against me as a person and so forth. So as candidates yourselves, it's going to be very difficult to navigate through that.
Do we have an answer out here? Does anybody have an answer?
Does anybody have, how are you going to motivate people to vote? Are you running as independent, Delilah?
I'm running as a Green Party candidate.
Green Party, and you're running as in Terrence?
Independent.
Independent, okay. And Madeline, you were Green. We know that. And so how do you build up? I know Greens have gained some momentum in the years after Bernie and things like that. I tried helping them for a period of time myself here in Minnesota, but again, they really didn't gain a lot of their.
Because
here in Minnesota, it's still.
I think you have to
very
open up
two-party-centric.
we have to open up the electoral process.
So that comes with direct action again. First, direct action to get the election and voting system changed so that third parties can compete.
And we're working very hard on ranked choice voting. Whether that's a panacea or not, I don't know, because people say different things. But at least if you can get somebody out of the mindset of, I have to vote the lesser of two evils. I mean, I can't stand that. I voted that way for too long, too many times. If you can concretely take that away to give people another option, then I think that's step one. But I don't want to monopolize because we only have like 2 minutes.
So we do have the next.
Can I answer that?
Yes. I'm going to let you close, Delilah. Why don't you finish up your thought, and then tell everybody where they can find you, how they can get in touch with your campaign, things like that. And then Terrence will go to you too. You can do the same. And then Madeline, you can say bye.
Sure.
I just wanted to say that I think that voters need to, it would be ideal if the theatrics didn't make them, that they called it what it is. Like they called their bluffs and they see it as what they are. I do not have the kind of budget to like blow up your YouTube channel with ads. And going back to the toxicity of the 2020 election, if you looked at the amount of money that was spent on ads alone, and then you say, oh, but you don't have money to pay off this student debt, that is a lie. And I think we just need to be a little more comfortable calling people out on their lies. And then we can work together, because I don't have any financial incentive to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just really want to see some good things happen. And I know that we have the ability to do that, but we got to get off the wheel, and we got to start to, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't be afraid to work with people that you may not agree with on everything, at least to find some common ground, and we're stronger together, all of us. So I've taken like junior high students to like rallies, for abortion rights. And I've like talked to them about, the whole system. Like my son told his friend today, he's like, America's not a great country. Like we're propagandized. And I was like, I feel so proud that like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I was just like, I'm so happy because like the way that I've raised them, they're aware. And so we gotta help our friends, you know what I'm saying? Like to get out of that propaganda gridlock.
It's
and my website
Terrence.
is
Delilah, where can we find you?
DelilahForTexas.com.
DelilahForTexas.com. Terrence, real quick closing.
Great name.
Yeah, so all I'd say, in terms of, I think Madeline was getting at it, in terms of opening the electorate, the best way that we can get our piece out there is to start educating our voters on like where we stand on the issues and on what the issues actually are, and that's kind of how you can start to break the kind of the state of things is by telling people about things like economic democracy and what ranked choice vote, what different kinds of voting systems there are out there. And to Madeline's point, I want to be very clear that that when I say take them at their word, I'm being very specific, which is the word is you say you're going to go for a bill, let's go for a bill. If there's no bill, then we have a problem. And so I want to be very clear about that, about where we listen to them and where we don't. But you can find me at Cudney4MA as it is there on the screen, Cudney4MA.com. Thank you so much for having us.
All right, guys. Next panel's up on the way. Madeline.
Just HoffmanForGovNJ.com or Hoffman for the People on Twitter, Hoffman for the People, the number.
And Instagram.
And Instagram too. That's how you
Instagram, Facebook.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not running for office this time around. Thank you.
All right, Blue Moon, you can have it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Johnny.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello. Looks like we're on.
All right, how's the sound?
Hello.
Sound good?
I can hear you.
All right.
Can you hear me?
All right, so I guess we'll start with introductions. So, Samira.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on with you all. Thanks for having this amazing boycott programming. My name is Samira Adri. I am a graduate of the Latin American School of Medicine and also the IFCO Pastor for Peace ELAM Scholarship Coordinator. So I'll be wearing all hats and telling you about the Latin American School of Medicine in Cuba, and also the admissions process, and answering any questions that you all have.
Buenas noches, Samira. That's all I got. That's all I got, guys. Nikki, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Nikki. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
I
Sounds
hear
good.
like an echo on my side of myself. It's kind of weird. I don't know how to fix it.
Do you have the YouTube video playing by any chance?
No, I have the Twitch playing, but it's muted, so I don't know. But if you hear me okay, then that's okay. Indy kind of asked me last minute if I want to speak on the panel, and I went to school in Thailand, so I was gonna try to talk about that a little bit and why I went in the first place, and also I have a Twitch stream. It's Radical Leftist Agenda, twitch.tv/Radical Leftist Agenda. If you want to come hang out with us sometimes.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
And Angel Rivera.
Well, obviously, my name is Angel Rivera. I live in New Jersey. I went to college but never finished for reasons we can discuss here later. But yeah, I have a YouTube channel and I'm on Odyssey and I'm on Rumble. So yeah, I'm a content creator, make videos basically.
Outstanding.
That's me.
All right, so and I am the Carl from the Debate Me channel. So it's a nonpartisan commentary channel. The underlying theme is basically to pull people out of their echo chambers. I'm an anti-partisan. I really don't like the way that people group up, with people that share your same ideology, and then you're getting the same kind of information. You are very aware of the issues with the other side, and not so much self-aware of the issues on your side. So my thing, what I try to do on my channel is to bring people together. I've got everywhere from people on, far left, socialists, communists, whatever it is, centrists, liberals. I have conservatives. I even have some Trump supporters that watch as well. All are welcome. It's not really about trying to keep people in an echo chamber. It's about uniting people, because united we stand, divided we fall. That really does mean something. So, Samira, I wanted you to start with telling us a little bit more about your story and begin this exciting panel.
Sure. Well, I think it's definitely a different option outside of many in order to attend school, to become a professional outside of the United States, and to be able to contribute back here without the large sum of debt that many of my colleagues have. Because as you all know, medical school here and in many parts of the world is a very expensive venture. And unfortunately, while we commit many years of our lives to studying, because it's not just during the medical school years, it's our entire lives of studying, taking board exams, license exams every some odd years. It's a heavy debt that comes with that decision to continue that lifestyle. And I was blessed with the opportunity to apply for the scholarship to study at the Latin American School of Cuba through IFCO Pastors for Peace. Now, IFCO stands for the Interreligious Foundation for Community Organization, and it's based in New York City. And it's a small grassroots nonprofit that has been entrusted with this process of recruiting U.S. citizens to study in Cuba for free, study medicine. It's a 7-year program. And so that is how the journey started for me in 2012. And luckily, I was done after taking a year off, a leave of absence for a year. I finally finished in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic. But it is thank you. It's a opportunity that is one of a kind, because I don't know how familiar you all are on this panel, but Cuban medical doctors are some of the most amazing in the world. The Cuban healthcare system is renowned, especially for, achieving certain health indicators that are comparable to quote unquote first world nations, because we all know not first world nations, is the other way around. But yeah, so the Latin American School of Medicine is in Cuba. It is a huge school. Usually the student population is about 2,000 to 2,500 students just in the beginning years at the campus. But in spanning the whole 7 years, we'll just say it's about 2,500 per year. So that's roughly 10,000 students on the island studying medicine from all over the world. That's over 120 countries that are represented at our school. Virtually the United Nations of Medicine. And it's an amazing experience where we all are studying in Spanish. We're studying medicine, and we come out to be able to serve in our communities. That's the social contract we have with the Cuban Ministry of Health, that we will return to our communities and serve. And it's an unimaginable opportunity for you to be able to take a skill set like being a medical doctor and apply it in a setting in the world where we all know there's a shortage of all sorts of professionals, but especially healthcare, whether it's nursing or medicine. Especially now that we've been confronted with this pandemic, we know that we can't have enough of these professionals, but not only any type of medical professional, but one that is trained in Cuba in the spirit of understanding that healthcare is a human right, and that we should not turn down people because of their inability to pay for a procedure or treatment. That's not the basis of having healthcare be accessible. So we are blessed to be able to train in that system. Unfortunately, our reinsertion into the rest of the world is a rude awakening, because it is a profit-driven industry elsewhere. So in my line of work right now, I have the honor of recruiting and vetting students who are between the ages, but the criteria is pretty simple. You should be between the ages of 18 to 25 if you're interested in studying.
I'm too old.
There are some exceptions made for people who are over 25. It's a case-by-case basis. You should have studied at least a full year of biology, general chemistry, organic chemistry, and physics. And you should also be a U.S. citizen. Those are the three main criteria. Everything else is contingent on the fact that you are also committed to your community. That's also very important, because we do not want people to just study medicine and then become, little kingpins of medicine. The point is, you should come back and serve your communities, and you should be dedicated, whoever your community is. You should come back and serve. And so that social consciousness and commitment to correcting the inequities of society is also key. And so that's what we focus on at IFCO Pastors for Peace, where we know what it means to be from working class, poor, from the poor, from marginalized communities, not having the opportunities that others have. And we take that seriously. So every year, it's about 10 scholarships that are given to U.S. citizens to study in Cuba. And we take that seriously because there is a need right here.
Can you tell us how many graduates every year for this program?
Sure. Well, for the school in general, it's a huge amount of graduates. For the school in general, because it's a big program.
What about Black American graduates?
Okay, for the U.S. Graduates so far, we've had out of this program 209 physicians graduate from this program, and they are predominantly African American, predominantly female. It's all the data is flipped the other way in terms of our representation of all the minorities who in this system would not be well represented is the other way around when it comes to this program. And not just with with our U.S. delegation, but with basically the entire school population. You have to remember it's over 124 countries being represented, and it is predominantly people of color from everywhere. So,
would you have any idea of a comparison between how many Black American doctors graduate from that program versus from American medical schools?
The comparison, I don't think there's a cold hard number, but we definitely know that it is more than any. The number of people of color that have graduated out of Elam is more than all that are combined out of any of the medical schools in the U.S. That's what we know. So it's pretty amazing.
And let me ask you. So, what are your thoughts? One of the interesting values of me having such a people across the ideological spectrum, as an audience, I get to hear a lot of different perspectives. I know there is a segment of the population that have these ideas of, they talk about college being free, and then they say, what about people who just paid off their loans, right? They had it's an unfairness thing, right? And what are your comments on people who talk about stuff like that?
People who talk about those who just paid their loans and compared to
they're saying okay, so like I just paid off, not me personally, I'm saying like someone who just spent years and years paying off $100,000 worth of college debt, right? And then you have someone who actively has debt and just has it forgiven. So they're looking at it as unfair, like my debt wasn't forgiven, like how is that fair to me? What's your response to people that make comments like that?
Well, I think that's really counterproductive. And definitely think that it's not about what an individual has gone through. It's about the collective strengths and gains that we can make. A system that's incorrect doesn't mean that we should keep perpetuating the same mistake forever, simply because one person fought to or worked hard to pay off their school debt. That's an unfortunate circumstance. And if anything else can be done within our collective power to make sure that person who had to go through that work of paying back such loans can be compensated in any other way, that would be an option, but not to, put the brakes on such an important movement simply because unfortunately some of us have to pay back our loans. It's not in the spirit of, change.
See, I think a question like that comes from a lack of community in this country. It's a lot of, I'll be honest, I mean, it's really selfishness. It's kind of like, well, I have to pay it, so why should you get yours forgiven? As opposed to looking at community, right? In terms of, something like if we were to forgive a lot of college debt, right? That would be so much improvement in the lives of so many of our fellow Americans, right? And there would also be a very strong potential of benefit to even the economy, because the people that are stuck in debt, they're frozen a lot of their plans to buy a home, to have children. So if you release some of this burden, they'll be free to spend more, which is great for the economy. But people don't think like that. They just think, well, I have to pay my, and it's very, very self-centered. Like, I have to pay it, so you should pay your thing. Like, no, we don't live on an island. We live in a community. This is a nation, and we should all want everyone to, or as many people as possible, to do better and be better. And I think the other question that I hear people talk about is they say, oh, well, I guess that's actually a different topic. It's comments about free healthcare, but we're talking about student debt. So let's leave that for a future panel. So I guess what in terms of what my perspective is, so, and I think Angel is also going to share his perspective as well. So we're coming from a perspective of not, I don't want to speak for you, Angel, but not having debt or having alternative paths to success. So just to give you my brief history, born in Jamaica, third world country. We didn't have running water when I was a kid. My father's mother used to go down to the market and make hats and stuff like that, hustling, trying to make money. That's where I'm coming from. When I was later on my childhood, we moved to the Virgin Islands. And we used to live in this little house next to a lagoon, and cows used to come in the yard, and they kept stealing our TV. There were like people that would live in the bushes, and they'd come. So I go to school, I come home, and the TV's gone. Our one little TV, we didn't have cable or anything. So that's where like my roots come from. And then get into high school, I started goofing around, hanging around with the wrong crowd, wasn't taking school seriously. Things were very violent in the schools that I went to. I mean, we've had schools shut down because of fighting. We had students fighting police officers, gun violence. I mean, it was pretty insane. And at 16 years old, I realized that I need to start looking seriously about my future, because I'm butting heads with my father, and I'm like, I gotta be able to take care of myself. I'm not trying to stay here with my father. I love him and all, but I need to take care of myself. So I started working hard in school. And my first experience with college was in high school. I was the little nerd who used to go after high school to my physics teacher used to teach in college, and she said I could come, and I would go there and sit in for free in a college physics class, like a little nerd, But that kind of ended it in terms of college for me, because once I graduated from high school, the first plan was I wanted to be an engineer, and I actually thinking about this debt. I didn't want debt, right? My sister was in college; she was paying off the loans, and so I had concerns about that. So I looked at the military. Military was talking about how they will pay for college. There was this program about I forgot what it's called. It's like CLEP test or something like that, where you, instead of doing a full 4-year whatever, if they just give you a test and you pass it, you get it. But that was for really, really low level stuff. Now, you can't do a mechanical engineering degree. I mean, I was just a 19-year-old. I don't know. I was like, I thought I could do it. I think just before I joined, I realized that plan wouldn't work. But like a genius, I said, you know what? Whatever. I like aircraft. I was in the Air Force, so I was like, whatever. I'll do the military thing. But I knew going in that my college plans, like that was the whole thing, to join the military to get my degree. When I realized that wasn't going to happen the way I thought it was, I went in anyway, finished the military, and then I said, at this point, you know what? I'm just gonna do my own thing in terms of I'm gonna get into the workforce now, utilizing my skills that I had from as a kid. I was really good with computers and stuff like that, so I started my career. Help desk was one of the first jobs I had, and I started doing pretty well for myself. But around this time, my parents are like, college. You have to have a degree. You're not gonna be able to get a good job or whatever. Now, meanwhile, I'm moving up the ladder very rapidly. I was a very hard worker, 16-hour days. I hustled, and what I would do is, at some point, I figured, you know what? I need the knowledge to be successful, not necessarily the paper, right? It's the knowledge I need. So what I would do is I would actually look at what some colleges, I would look at their syllabus, like the things that they were teaching and the books that they required. And I'm like, I can just buy the books. Like, I don't need to go there to to go and get this thing. So I self-taught, lots of books. I remember I was in a basement apartment in Brooklyn with roaches, and I'm sitting on my bed. I didn't have a computer desk, and I didn't have any money. I was moving up, but still very young, right? I just started out, and I just hustled and really, really dedicated myself to learning. And one of the things that I learned as I was growing up is I started noticing conversations. I'm working for these corporations now, and when we're hiring, I'm hearing conversations the managers are making, and I heard comments about it's a couple of jobs. I heard the same comment, mocking people with Ivy League degrees, because and it's the same thing that I always heard. They would say that we hire these people from these top schools, Harvard or whatever, and they're useless. Like all they know is the book stuff. The knowledge they have is from back in the day or whatever, and they're not really adding value. So some point in time around, I don't know, this is probably 99, 2000, I guess companies started realizing that they need to focus more on the individual. Like, what do you bring to the table in terms of your mindset, your creativity, your leadership abilities and ambition and those types of things. So all these jobs, I'm working for top companies with my colleagues coming from these top schools. I have no degree. And every job, it says, you got to have a bachelor's, you got to have a bachelor's, you got to have a bachelor's. But they didn't care. Like, I would, in the middle of the interview, they might ask me, they would say, like, do you have a degree? And I would say no. And it's like, whatever. I would say maybe in the last 20 years, maybe 3 or 4, it's better if I do percentage. I would say 2 to 3% of the companies that I tried to apply for cared about the degree. There were some companies that old school. They don't want to talk to you at all if you don't have a degree. But overwhelmingly, no one really cares. They just want to know what you bring to the table, what you know, and how you're going to help them make more money, right? So I kept on this path. I kept moving up very quickly, and yet my parents and family never stopped. They kept with this, you got to go to college, you need a degree. They were like, it's weird. I'm being very successful, debt-free. I'm able to travel. I can already tell. I don't know what my family's making, but I can tell that I'm probably already past them, and they're worried about me. Right? They're worried about me. Meanwhile, I'm good, but they're so ingrained this mentality of like, you have to go to school. That's the only path. And what I've learned from my life is that it's not, it depends on what you're doing. Medical is different, right? If something where that needs a certification of some sort, like a lawyer or whatever, that's different. But there are a lot of other fields, you just need education. The source of the education is optional. You can do online stuff. You can be self-taught, right? So just to wrap it up, I don't want to take up too much time, but so in the end, at this point, at this stage in my life, I am now easily low single digit percent in terms of top percent in terms of income in the country. Just for example, I just randomly paid off what was it? I think I owed like $6,000 because I was out of work for some time, and that's something I should have mentioned as well. Is no matter how successful you are, the baseline in this country is far too low. So I have been where bad times in the job market, and then I'm out of work, and then I end up like one time I was selling mops. I moved from an executive position, 6-figure salaries, to I'm selling mops, right? Because if outside of your profession, where do you go? You get these low wage jobs, right? That's why minimum wage needs to be higher than it is, because we can't be, you have a family and all this stuff, and you lose your job, and all of a sudden you're, $10 an hour or something. That's kind of ridiculous. But I felt that I've had to sell cars. I've had to go and get change and go to the store and like change it into dollars. Like I've done that even after being successful. So that's pretty much my story and my journey. I really think it's about knowledge again. It's not about how you get that knowledge. Nikki, tell us about your story.
Hey, actually, so I ended up going to university in Thailand, which it's like I didn't plan to go to college because I didn't think I could ever afford it. And I'm originally from North Carolina, and then I moved to New York City because I hate North Carolina. And I knew that I could barely afford to pay rent there, like for sharing a room with someone when I first got there. And everyone around my age was going to college, and everyone was like, "Aren't you going to college? Aren't you going to college?" I was like, "I'm sorry, I don't have money to go to college. I need to work, and I want to be here. I don't want to be in North Carolina." And so I worked. I was working a bunch of different jobs. The last job that I was working there was in a restaurant in the meatpacking district. I ended up becoming manager there, and I was working like 16 hours a day, like you were talking about working 16 hours a day. And my ex-boyfriend is Thai, and he was going to school in New York. His school finished, and he asked me, do I want to go back with him? And I was like, okay, sure. Actually, this sounds good. I'll go there with you. If I'm tired of working in this restaurant for forever, even though I guess my situation was better for someone that young, but like I knew that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't really know what I wanted to go to school for, but I knew I needed a visa to stay there. So I ended up going to school for a visa, and I got my degree there, and the cost is so much less, and they have international schools there. I just looked at their website earlier today to see like how much they're charging now for like a business degree. And it's about, for 4 years, it's like $16,000, but that's the total of 4 years. And it's all in English. And also they, at least at the time when I was there, maybe it changed since I went to school there, but back then they didn't have the copyright agreement, the international copyright agreement in Thailand, so they can copy books. So you can get the book for like around $10 instead of hundreds of dollars, even though, I mean, I know it's kind of like stealing, but there they don't have it. So it's just like, I would have never been able to go to school unless I went there. And it was just kind of random how that happened to me. Because I could never afford it here. And also if I didn't go to school there, then I wouldn't be able to have a job there either. Because the same as here, they tell everyone you have to have a degree to get a job. And I ended up teaching English over there, and it was actually a good experience. But when I came back, they tried to say that, oh, this is not from an accredited university. And so I went, and I was applying for jobs, trying to get a job, and they're like, your university is not accredited. They told me there it is accredited. And come to find out, they want you to get like a piece of paper to say it's accredited. It's just like more and more and more. Everywhere you go, they want to charge you more and more money just to prove that you're okay enough to work somewhere. And I just think it's bullshit. And I think this whole student debt thing is bullshit. And I'm really glad that Luci's doing this, because I support the student loan debt boycott, even though I don't actually have student loan debt, because it's gonna help everyone if we get rid of this. It's just like weighing down on so much of society. And then we can go into the other Medicare for all stuff another day, because like this is just keeping everyone down. And I'm sorry, I just keep talking.
I think this even cuts it into I'll go left field here, but I think this even affects marriages and relationships. What's one of the big reasons for divorce in this country? Financial.
Yep.
What's a big source of financial issues in this country? Student loans, right? Yes. So how many people, that's not going to be the only thing, of course, but how many people part of the reason why they're divorced is because of student loan debt?
Yeah.
Right? And it's insane. And again, that selfish way of thinking, like we were talking with Samira earlier, where it's kind of like, why are you guys getting your loans forgiven and we aren't? We all benefit from this as a society, right?
People want, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say people want like you to start having more kids and growing the community, but how are you gonna grow the community? You can't even afford to get married or anything like that. It's just like, I don't get it. And who's gonna take care of us in the future? No one's gonna be there to work and run the society if people stop having kids. But nobody can afford that. They're paying their student loan debts for like 60 years. Like she was talking earlier, I was listening earlier. The lady was talking about that she knows someone that was paying and she was 60 something years old. Like, why does this person need to be still paying? And they're supposed to be retiring now. This just doesn't make sense to me. Sorry, I talked to you.
No problem. That was great. An Angel, tell us your story. What happened?
Well, real quick. Real quick. I'll keep it short. I graduated high school in 2004. I didn't go straight to college immediately. I just started working. I just didn't feel like going. So I just started working, made some money. My mom kept telling me to go to school, kind of like you. And and by 2008, the crash happened. I lost my job, obviously, like most people did. So Obama became president in 2009. He started the talking point about, oh, everybody needs to go to college in order to get a good job. I bought into that, so I went to school, and I started in 2010. By 2012 or 13, excuse me, I don't remember exactly. I started to burn out because I was doing like 20 credits a semester, and I just started to burn out. So I wanted to leave, but at the same time, I didn't want to disappoint my mom. So I was like, okay, how do I leave without disappointing her? So I started, my grant money, government money started running out. So I went in to see how much these loans were. Holy crap. I wanted to go to law school after college. So I was like, okay, how much did this cost? I forget my bachelor's, because I wanted to go to a state school, Rutgers, here in New Jersey. So it would cost, this is 10 years ago, so the price went up now, but to finish my bachelor's would cost around $20,000. And then to go to law school would probably be $60,000. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's very expensive. And on top of that, the interest rate was so high. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna drop out. This is my excuse, and I'm just going back to work. And I had all these extra credits, so I was able to get a good job, or a decent enough job to make a living. So that's what I did, and I was gone. And I haven't gone back since. And I don't want to go back either, because ultimately, to me, it's just a piece of paper. I'm not trying to denigrate anyone who has a degree. Let's be clear, but to me, it's just a piece of paper saying, "Oh, you're accredited to do something." But meanwhile, you don't. As you said before, those people don't have the real world experience to actually work and do the job that their degree says they can do. So, which is why I was like, you know what, I'm just not going to go back. So I just never went back, and honestly, I don't regret it. So yeah, that's pretty much my story, and I've done every job you can possibly think of. Janitorial work, everything. I've done it before college. Even now, I've done everything. Right now I'm unemployed because of the pandemic, I lost my job, but or at times I'm underemployed, depending how you look at it. But yeah, I'm rambling now, but you get my point. I'm done.
Yeah, and I think it's very it's a very interesting point in terms of the fact that how far that I've made it, and yet still there's a thin line between my success and failure, because twice in my life I went from six-figure salary to, like I said before, I was selling mops. And I remember, just to give an example, so I remember a day when my manager, we're doing like we do like this. I was one of those guys in the supermarket that does those presentations. In 5 minutes, we're gonna be whatever presentation. We're gonna get a free gift, right? So these guys have all these techniques and in the words that we use, word choice. It's really manipulation to get you to buy the stuff. So he was trying to coach me, and I got really frustrated. And I'm usually very, very it takes a lot to get me aggravated, right? I can take a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. I had to step outside. That's very rare. I got so frustrated, I had to step outside because, I go from one store to one store, and it's like I may have a bad day where I don't sell that much, and then I'm looking at how am I going to pay my rent, how am I going to pay my bills, right? So I know what that's like, where you're it's like you're strangled, where you look at stuff. Now I don't care about my laptop breaks or whatever. I take that for granted, but in those situations, nothing can break, right? Nothing can break. My laptop breaks. It's like, where am I gonna find $500 to buy a laptop or something, or the tire gets flat or something, or I park somewhere I'm not supposed to, and then I get a ticket and I can't pay the ticket. Then they tow the car, and then and actually I ended up in a situation where they had a warrant out for me. That's the country we live in. I've actually been to jail many, many times as a person who's not a criminal, who's never robbed anyone, never done any fraud or scammed anyone, nothing violent, no drugs. But I've been in and out of jail for a lot of time in my life because of stupid stuff like that. In my downtime, money's low, I let these tickets pile up. They put warrants out, right? And then you get pulled over and they take you to jail. I remember one time I was riding in my neighborhood, low crime neighborhood, whatever. I'm riding my bicycle. I'm in my slippers and a t-shirt, and a neighbor calls the cops and says somebody's suspicious. I don't know what's suspicious about me. I look very gangster, but whatever. Cop shows up. He sees there's no crime committed. Right? No crime committed. Everything's fine. I'm being respectful. I'm answering questions. I showed them what I was doing. Next thing you know, they're not supposed to, but he required me to show ID, which in my state you're not supposed to do that because there was no crime or whatever. Anyway, they ran me, and I guess there was some tickets or whatever. So my door's open. I told the cops this. My door's open. I'm in slippers. I got no wallet, no nothing, because I'm just a few blocks from the house. And I end up in jail over parking tickets, right? And that's as a single person. Imagine someone who, you're a father, you have a wife, you have kids, right? And they'll take your car away. They will lock you up. What if you don't have money for bail? Then you could sit in jail for months for like a $50 ticket. I even got assaulted one time off. It was for a $50 ticket. I had a cop throw me down on the ground over a ticket because I wanted a supervisor and he didn't appreciate that. So I called 911. I'm on the phone with dispatch and he's upset with me because he's like, no. Like, I can't call 911. And next thing you know, I'm on the ground. This big guy's on me. My wrist was in pain for that. It wasn't, because considering what some other people have been through, that was nothing. But it's just the fact that why should I have any marks on my wrist from a $50 thing where all I was doing is calling for a supervisor? Like, what? And I'm not being aggressive. Like, that is, it's insane. Nikki, can you tell us what are your thoughts in terms of what do you think is the biggest sort of what's the biggest danger or damage that this whole student loan debt brings in terms of to people? What's the biggest damage that it causes, other than stress?
Oh, stress is probably the biggest one, though. You know, like you said, I agree with you about the relationships. It's going to hurt relationships, or it's also going to make like the future generations, maybe to say I have a kid, right? And I'm still paying my student loan debt. For example, if I have it, like when they want to go to college, like it's just hurting your future generations over and over and over again. So it's no growth. It's only pushing everyone who's down. I don't see it getting better for more and more people as I just see it now. Like it's getting worse for more and more people. Education and all of the things that come with that. And now I'm kind of glad to see a lot of people saying, fuck going to college, don't go, because no one can afford it, right? So I think it's just the greatest threat is our future, like the ruining of our future.
And I want to make it clear. I'm glad that Angel brought this up. He talked about, that we're not knocking anyone who went to college or having a college degree. I am not against college. What I am, and just for perspective, my father was a college professor and he taught in high school as well. My mother was also a teacher as well. So I'm a product of two very educated parents who very much involved in college and high school as well. My mother was elementary. So my thing is not anti-college, it's pro-education, right? I'm just about, depending, everyone has a different experience, right? Everyone has different, what you're good at, what you're not good at, right? So it's the path. The path is optional. This whole thing about this is the only way, you gotta call it, that's what I'm against. It's case by case basis. Not everyone can do what I did in terms of being self-taught, right? That takes a level of discipline. I mean, some people, they do need a little extra, sort of hand holding or whatever it is. But even in that, in this digital age, I don't know, because you have these online courses that you can take, and you could be part of sort of like a classroom type of thing where you can interact, and you have students, and you can ask questions, you can do, and it's different formats of that, right, that are available. So I really think we need to sort of change our thinking. But as far as for those who choose the path of college, it really should be affordable, right? It's this upside down loan scenario where you have a mortgage on a home and the home is worth less than you owe, right? Like that to me is what happens with these college degrees, where you have this college degree, that's worth much less than what it's giving you in terms of income. Like you have this job and you're making this amount of money, but then you have this amount of debt, and it's like it should never be that way, right? So, Joe Biden is just absolute clown, shall we say? But there should be more focus on making more options in terms of affordability, so that even for, like we said, not everyone can do you're gonna teach yourself. Like, let's say medical, you should be able to have affordable ways where you can get your medical degree, or you want to become a lawyer, affordable ways that you can get that, because the idea of starting your life and you're so far behind. Like my sister, she went to college. I'm 3 years younger than her, and yet I ended up being like a decade ahead of her, because most of when we were our young adult life, she had this loan. She went to this big fancy school, and our father was paying, and she was paying, and it was a thing. And I already had moved on beyond that. I'm like moving forward in my career. I'm moving up the ladder, and she's just starting out. And then whatever little money she makes, a big slice of that is going to this stupid loan. And I want any of you guys who know anything about this whole thing about the loans, where they kind of bury you, because even though I never had student loans, I did take a very sort of predatory loan not too long ago, because I was out of work, things got tough, and it was 29% interest. 29%. It's like a private lending, whatever. And think about it. What kind of person goes to a place like that? Obviously, you don't have a lot of other options, because me personally, I'm the one who, again, talk about the old school train of thought, right? You're supposed to go to school and have a degree or whatever, and then no debt. I got caught up in the no debt thing. So I was living cash. So I didn't have credit cards. I paid for everything. I'm like debt free. I thought I was doing the right thing. When I went to get a car loan, my bank, they looked at my account and they're like, wow, you save a lot of money. That was strange to them, right? Because people, everything's on credit or whatever. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now I know better. Now you look at my credit file, the average age of my accounts is like 2 to 3 years. So they treat me like a teenager, right? So it's kind of tough when I was trying to get loans. I got this 30% loan, but why I brought that up is because I see how they bury you, where I got approved for the loan, and then I got the money and I'm making my payments, and then they send you this email. They're like, hey, do you want more money? Right? And I see, like, I have the means, like, once I got back in my career, because I make good money, I can fast forward like really fast. Like I can do 5 to 10 years in a few months for me. But what if I didn't? I could be stuck with this one loan. It was $17,000 or something like that. If I did the full length of the loan, 5 years, I would have paid $30,000 for a $17,000 loan, right? But because of my career, I was able to, once I got back on my feet, I just pretty much wiped it out. So I ended up paying half of that. So I didn't really get a lot of the interest, but a lot of people, they can't do that. And at a 30% loan, when are you going to pay that off? It's only $17,000. Man, that $17,000 could, well, like I said, $30,000 if you take it for 5. And then, like I said, they ask you, they offer you more money. So the initial thing is 5 years, and then the 2 years later, like, hey, you want more money? Now it's another 5 years, and before you know it, you're 50 years old or whatever, and that $17,000 loan is now 40, 50. And I'm thinking that's what happens with college. I heard earlier they're talking about how some kind of refinancing thing, and we'll help you out, and then you end up where you're making payments, but then it's like you're owing more over time.
It's a trap. It's a trap. Don't do it.
Do you know about this stuff? Have you heard about this?
Yeah, I mean, I've had like loans myself that's tried to do like that too, but it's even worse. Like it's similar to the payday loans because they also do that and they charge a huge interest rate. It's everywhere. It doesn't matter whichever way. If you're poor or if you don't have enough money for the things that you need, they're gonna screw you over, and that's the shit that I can't fucking stand. It makes me so mad, and I don't know why more people aren't mad about it.
It's vultures, right? And
people are used to it.
And it starts from when you're in high school, right? You don't even graduate from high school, and they're ready with like these credit card companies. They're ready for you. As soon as you get in college, like, hey, and they get you. It's like debt slavery. Give you a little taste. Oh, you don't make that much money? Don't worry about it. we'll give you this credit card, and you charge it or whatever. Just make your minimum payments, and then before you know it, like 20 years later, and what happened?
You have a big problem.
Yeah.
Even maybe a few months later, depends on who you are. You're gonna have a problem.
I definitely think that that is an issue that we need to address as a society. It's just it's a trap. It's not just student debt that keeps people poor and trapped. It's just a cycle of debt that follows in every aspect of life, whether it's a car you want, house, you just need a loan to do something progressive with your life. And it's a perpetual cycle, and it's also built on a very consumerist society that we live in. They're selling you something all the time that you don't need. You keep buying into all of that, and things you don't need, you end up buying and piling up, and you're in debt because of those things. And I think it's a lot of unlearning that we have to do, our generations, because it's been going on for decades. The advertising agencies, the businesses, they only get better at tapping into our minds and feeding us all this nonsense so we can keep buying literally into everything, and putting ourselves in debt forever. And it takes a certain amount of grit for us to say, no, we're not going to do that. But definitely this kind of boycott is a major step, because it's like you just showed, it's much more than just student debt. It's a whole lot of debt that is circulating in the air in terms of everybody's lives out here. And I'm with you all, Angel and Carl. It's not about being anti-education. I'm definitely not anti-education. But I think it goes back to a certain quote that I love from W.E.B. Du Bois, that education is not just about work. It should not just teach work. It should teach life. And that is the core, element, the core necessity that we need from the type of education that we receive. And back in the day, so many people were autodidacts like you, Carl. They self-taught because they were kept out of the system for being people of color, for
Had no
being
choice.
poor, X,
Yeah.
Y, and Z. So you had to teach yourself a lot of things. And they excelled in not only one field, but so many different fields, because they kept learning perpetually all these different things. And so it's not just about getting a degree and becoming a robot and sticking to one thing. It's contributing to society in all ways that you can do that possibly. And I think that for me, it gives me a great segue to talk about why I entered medicine. I didn't
Yeah, I was
enter
gonna
medicine.
ask you. Perfect.
I didn't enter medicine because, I wanted to be a rich person, to dictate to the rest of my community and whoever else about what they should and should not do when they're sick. No, I entered into medicine mainly because of the social aspect, helping those who need the help, especially in the poor and the marginalized communities here, because we make medicine so far out of reach for people, and it should not be that. And it's our people. I mean, I'm from a working class family. My parents worked 2-3 jobs, each of them, to keep everything running smoothly, for me and my siblings, for us not to worry about the lights getting cut off or the internet getting cut off. We had all our tools to excel because they worked hard and they broke their backs. They continue to do so because that was what was required of them. But not only that, it is, if you didn't do that, what was going to happen to your family? What was going to happen to your family? And so they did that to sustain us. And most of the time, for example, my mom worked in the healthcare industry, and she wasn't making enough to even pay for her health insurance, because that would take such a large chunk of her paycheck that she was like, no, okay, I'm just not going to do it because it's just too much money and I have too many other things to take care of. And we're immigrants, Ghanaian immigrants from Ghana. So we have extended family that are depending on us. And you know how that plays out. It's gotta send money for this or that. And it's lots of responsibilities that you can't just throw off and say, okay, maybe later. So everything is adding up. And it's like, if you are stuck in this system where you're trying to find a way out, and it keeps pushing you into this indebtedness, how are you going to be able to really fulfill the responsibilities that you have? And so all of that, you know, knowing my background, and how much sacrifice went into ensuring that we would do well, and continue to study and make the most of our education. I was like, if I get stuck in this system here, I studied undergrad here before going to Cuba, and it's like, if I get stuck in the system, I'm just going to be piling on degrees and debt, and in the end, even with those degrees, I don't even know what job I'm going to be able to get that's going to sustain my life, my family, et cetera, and am I even going to be happy? Because will I be doing a job that will actually give me that satisfaction, that I'm actually fulfilling a calling, and I'm not just out here doing it so I can pay a bill? And I would not be able to do that if I had followed the US route of medicine, because I can tell you for a fact, now we're in a system where people study medicine in the US, and when they finish medical school, they go into residency for more and more specialized positions, because those are the positions that are going to help them, quote unquote, gain enough money to pay off all the debt that they accrued in the process of studying. So instead of going to family medicine, pediatrics, internal medicine, and working in a community clinic, et cetera, no, they don't want to do that. They want to be a specialist for, I don't know, plastic surgery or orthopedics or something that is ridiculous and not needed on the front lines, because that's what's going to pay their loans. And it's unfortunate because more and more of us, those of us who are coming from backgrounds who need representation in medicine, are also falling into that same pipeline. So people like me exist because now I've gone to school outside and I haven't accrued that debt, and I can come back and actually say I'm going to be in primary care. I'm going to be in the front lines of medicine and healthcare where I'm needed, because that's where I need to be. And that's where my people need me, not because I want to rake in loads of money. Great. For those of you who love money, I'm not knocking you either. Continue to aspire to that. But there's more to life, in my opinion, than loads of money. So I think that it's important to share that. And also in my particular story, for me to go to Cuba comes from a long history of knowing what Cuba meant to the rest of the world, especially to the global South, having always sent doctors and nurses and other educators to parts of the world where nobody cared, right? So being from Ghana, I was exposed to that at a young age. And so when this scholarship came about, because the school started in 1999 out of a response to Hurricane George and Hurricane Mitch ravaging certain parts of Central America and the Caribbean. And the school was founded by Fidel Castro in a response that, once Cuba had sent thousands of medical personnel to these regions, they realized that they weren't going to be able to resolve the issue in a short time. The real issue, as he put it in his words, was the poverty that had been wrought on that region for decades due to, just colonialism, et cetera, just being entrenched in debt on a global scale, and not having the resources. So what was the goal? To train medical students from those regions, from those poor communities, so they would go back and be a permanent infrastructure for their communities. And so that's the school started in that spirit. And so once I heard about it, I think I was in high school. I was 15 years old when I heard about it on a radio show out here in the States. And from then on, I was fixated on this thing. I said I wanted to go study a school in Cuba. I wanted to study medicine in Cuba because I knew it was going to be a practical type of physician who's going to be able to help where it was needed. And unfortunately, I didn't go right after high school because the administration at that time, the Bush administration, was trying to keep students from traveling back and forth. with this scholarship. So I went to undergrad and waited it out and said, once I was done, I would apply. And so I did that and I got in. But I think that at the end of the day, I embarked on this journey because of so many reasons. It's not just one factor. It's not just wanting to be a doctor from when I was younger, or just not wanting to be in debt. That's even besides the point. It's because of the greater gift that I knew I was going to be able to get and be able to multiply in being somebody who's educated outside of this country, outside of the system, because it does do a number on you to work, live, work, and breathe in this system for so many years and not know what is possible outside of this place. So I think it was and it still is, because I'm still reaping from that education every single day. Just coming back in the middle of the pandemic into this country, what has been a huge lesson about what to do and not to do, what public health infrastructure should look like. In my perspective, from coming from a Cuban socialist public health infrastructure to this lack of a structure, we have things to teach, we have things to share, for the sake of the survival of our people. And it's a blessing that keeps multiplying in so many different ways. So
all right, so we're kind of running out of time. I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to give their, like, how can we find you type of thing. I just wanted to make a quick comment on one of the biggest sources of my success was actually where I came from. I started my adult life with a lot of financial insecurity. And it was that drove me to work so hard to make sure that I never had to worry about paying the bills, even though that did happen a couple times. But that was one of the driving motivators for me to really, really work hard, because, the baseline in this country is so low, right? It's so savage. Anyway, Nikki, where can we find you?
You can find me on twitch.tv/radical leftist agenda. I also have a YouTube that I upload to those two sometimes, but I got a lot of copyright claims and stuff, so I'm just kind of not wanting to upload on there. And I got a community strike for talking about the C word. That's not the bad C word, but it's the other C word.
Oh boy.
I wonder what that C word is.
You know what it is. It's the one that everyone gets in trouble for talking about since 2020. I think you know
That
which one it is. Thank you for everything. Thank you for having me on, by the way, just saying.
Outstanding. And Angel Rivera, how can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at AngelJRivera08. As my link tree is there, all my social medias are there: YouTube, Odyssey, and Rumble, and my others too. And yeah, that's where you can find me.
Outstanding. Thanks for joining. And Samira, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter. I don't know my handle off the top of my head, but I think it is at Adri_M. I just opened it in 2020, so I'm still getting a hang of the whole Twitter life. And I'm also on Facebook, Samira M. Adri. You can also feel free to email me at Samira, SAMIRA, at IFCO, IFCO. Do I even know my email? And news, IFCO News, IFCONNEWS .org. Samira at ifconews.org. Email me if you need more information about the medical school scholarship. You have people who are interested, and you want to hear more about my experience. Anything I could do to help, please feel free to reach out.
Outstanding. Really appreciate that. And of course, you can find me on the Debate Me channel on YouTube. I'm also my handle for Twitter is the same thing. And again, nonpartisan commentary channel, pretty much critiquing both sides of the aisle. So I critique conservatives, I critique liberals, and basically left versus right type of thing. If that is of interest to you, I welcome you to join and subscribe. So who is on the next panel? We have another panel coming up. Intermission.
They're having
intermission. Okay.
carefully as our money has changed. Press 1 to claim benefits. Press 2 to speak to a representative. All representatives are busy right now. The current wait time is 25 minutes. Is appreciated. Did you know that you can also spend your Saturdays with us? If you're not tired of holding yet and still want to speak to a representative, press 1. For Spanish, press 1. For Chinese, press 2. For Portuguese, press 3. For French, press 4. For Italian, press 5. For Ukrainian, press 6. For English, press 7. Your wait time is now 65 minutes.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I had scheduled a lawyer to come to talk to everyone about the legal risks of boycotting, but he's not here yet. So in the meantime, I'm going to talk about it, about the conversation I had with him about the legal risks of boycotting. So first of all, I just want to say that this seemed to be like a fairly conservative guy. And he has a lot of experience in basically student debt and the legalities of student debt. And one of the things that he said was he seemed to be mostly against the idea of boycotting per se. Now, boycotting can mean like lots of different things legally. And one of the things that he actually said was that there's lots of tools at your disposal that you can actually use to avoid actually boycotting, where your payment is basically zero. So obviously, if you can use any kind of forbearance, use it. Anything that you can use legally while still boycotting, you should use. Now, the people that actually should boycott or, could boycott, if you have a job, you don't qualify for any kind of forbearance, you can boycott for 269 days. Because after 269 days, when you hit 270 days, you can go into default. And he definitely recommends not going into default. So there are people, and this is actually, like, I wanted to get a legitimate legal opinion, but it's pretty much the same advice that Alan Collinge gave. He's like a longtime student debt activist that he gave earlier in the show. People that don't pay anything for 269 days, and then they make one payment. So that's one thing that you can do, is to not pay for 269 days. So if you can start boycotting in January and then go for 269 days, and then you should make a payment. So that's one strategy. Another strategy is to use anything at your disposal, whether it's going into forbearance. If you don't have a job, you can alert your student loans and go into income-based repayment, whatever all of those tools are. So I want to introduce Sabby and Nick from FHL. Thank you so much for coming on for basically the conclusion of our student debt panel. Can you let me know, do you guys have student debt? And what is your story? Start with Sabby and then Nick.
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know it's RBN. It's RBN, Revolutionary Blackout Network.
I'm sorry.
Just a quick update. It's okay. Yeah, so for me, I think like I was like a lot of people, I took out student loans to help pay for college. And then I graduated during a time when the economy just tanked. So me and Millennial Splain have that in common. We graduated into that crash and it was really hard to find a job. So you have a lot of stress during that 6-month grace period because they give you a 6-month grace period before you start paying them back. So there was just a lot of stress of finding a job and finding a job that was going to pay enough for me to be able to pay for my rent and pay for the student loans. And I did not find a job that paid that. And I didn't find a job that had benefits either. So I actually ended up doing a forbearance, what Luci was just telling you about. I ended up doing that for a little bit until I was able to find a job that would help me pay towards my student loans. But then the problem that I ran into was that by that time, because see, the interest does increase. It continues to add up, even though you're under that restriction. So then my student loans were more than they were supposed to be before. And it's been like this constant thing where it's like a cloud, like looming over my head. It's like, yeah, I graduated with this degree, but because I graduated during a time where the economy was terrible, the housing crash, there were no good jobs where I lived. It just took a long time to financially get on track to be where I should have been at that time. And so because of that, I wasn't able to like buy a house, like start a family, like those things that my parents were able to do, who, by the way, did not have student loan debt. So it's just been really difficult. I still have student loan debt, and I feel like it's just something that's just never going to go away.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that. So, Nick, what has your experience been?
Thank you for inviting me on. Always good to be on the show. I always tell people I was radicalized just by living life, right? So they sold us, and this is the biggest betrayal of our country, leaving so many people in debt, because they sold us the idea that, yeah, you may be taking loans out, and this is what they told us in high school. You may be taking loans out, but they'll pay for themselves. It's not that bad. And that I still remember that's how they sold it to us. And that's how they get a lot of people still in loan debt. Now, there are a lot of people who are right-wing minded, who care about protecting institutions for some reason, who would say, well, if you didn't want to get in debt, why don't take out the loans? Don't go to college. But once again, this is our institution, the institution that we were taught to trust. Like I had advisors that were telling me, like, yeah, this is a good idea. It's usually a pay for yourself. So what do you tell do you see the conflicting messages? They say you got to go to college in order to make yourself better, but now they want to punish us because we had the audacity to go in college and try to make life better for ourselves. So like everyone else has student loan debt as well. And I always want to highlight the fact that, and Sabby does a good job of this as well, that student loan debt crushes Black America. I think Black women have the highest amount of student loan debt. And this is part of the class war, which I cover, because if you have generational wealth, you don't have to take out these loans. That's why the talking point of, oh, we cancel student loan debt is going to help rich people. No, the rich people, they don't get into loan debt because they don't have generational wealth. So if you look at disenfranchised communities like myself, we was part of the scheme, thinking that we're going to make a better life for ourselves. And now we're being punished just to make a very small handful of people wealthy. And to expand on my story even more, because I always speak out against the credit system. People can call me extreme all you want, but I think it should be abolished straight up. A lot of people don't realize the credit system, I think it started in 1989. Like, it's literally 1 year older than me, 2 years older than me. So people think this is an institution that deserves to be protected, but I sold cars. Once again, you asked me about my perspective. This is my perspective. I sold cars, and I try my best for people, and that's where a lot of people was radicalized because you realize the system was rigged. I talked to people who did literally nothing wrong. Literally, in fact, they did everything right. They went to college, they got a job, but they had the insane interest rates on their car loans, or they wouldn't get approved because student loans. And I see this over and over and over again. And you know who's not being affected by this? The CEO of the company that I sold a Forerunner to that cost $70,000, right? That customer, those rich people, they're not suffering for this. It's the proletariat. It's the everyday working class people.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I just want to, I went to great difficulties, by the way, to call lawyers and try to recruit them to come on. And they were seemed very much opposed to this. I did get some legal advice from them, while I was bugging them. But I just want to share my screen a little bit because I have something to talk about. I wrote here on my Twitter, the law office of Simon Goldberg debt relief lawyers just refused to participate in the student debt boycott event. So these are basically debt relief lawyers. And I can say the same for Josh Cohen. I called him several times. I asked him to come on. He gave me good advice in terms of the 270-day maximum. But again, these are also people that benefit from our debt system. Because what would the life of a debt lawyer be like without debt? So, and maybe they themselves they're in debt themselves. And what I want to talk a little bit about is some of my actual discoveries about how the student debt movement got co-opted starting in the Obama era. And I discovered this by just talking to people that had been in the student debt movement, from people that are now in their 60s and 70s, actually, because it's been that long and there are so many people that are now trying to retire and don't have student debt. And they have so much student debt that, it's they need to retire. They need to be thinking about their golden years, and instead they're thinking about their student debt, right? And so that time period for payment, as people have talked about in other panels, is ludicrous. But basically what happened, and I will show you a few websites. There's a group on Facebook called Forgive Student Debt. And at the time, during Occupy, there was a huge student debt movement, a very active student debt movement, because they basically coordinated with all of the people that were pissed off about the foreclosure crisis. So those are the roots of the student debt movement. The student debt movement was never just a bunch of privileged college kids. The student debt movement, especially during Occupy, it was a bunch of student debtors that were working in coordination with all of these housing activists as well. It was never just about student debt. And at the time, Obama lived near Mark Zuckerberg in Hawaii. And hello, JB. Obama lived near Mark Zuckerberg in Hawaii. And this is the name of the page. I'll look it up later, but it's called Forgive Student Loans on Facebook. And it reached 350,000 members or something like that. And Mark Zuckerberg shut it down. Mark Zuckerberg shut it down. And a lot of the people that I talked to, they don't want to come on because they're scared of Mark Zuckerberg, or they're doing some other activism related thing and they don't want to deal with it anymore. This is what happened. And it's old news because it happened in 2009, 2010. So Mark Zuckerberg closed a lot of those activism pages down. The ones that didn't get closed down became fronts, in many cases, for some kind of debt service, whether it's legal services, debt lawyers making money off of, negotiating your debt, whether it's refinancing services for which there's an extremely high default rate. There's like an 80% default rate on refinancing. Because a lot of this debt is just simply untenable. So whether you refinance it or not, there's no real solution to it. We need some kind of cancellation policy. Whether that's some or all, there's political disagreements on that. But I think it stands to make sense that you can't, pay debt until you die. There has to be some kind of timetable that's reasonable, even if you don't believe in full cancellation. It shouldn't
I
be
have something I want to add, if you
your
don't
golden
mind.
years. Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't, I just want to add to the debate about whether we should cancel all the student loan debt or just some of it. And it is my opinion that as a left movement, as a worker movement, we have to draw a line in the sand and we have to demand all. I understand if you're in some situations where you have to take the W. Like I'm not like I'm not mad at you in those situations. Like if you're working locally or on a state level somehow, and you have to negotiate way down. But I feel like we have to make the argument why you got to cancel all of it. So I always want to explain like basic economics principles to people. So the whole concept of canceling student loan debt is so you can free up a large buyer pool. So when you have the neoliberal test that we have, all right, we only cancel student loan debt up to $50,000 or up to $10,000. Okay, you just eliminate the economic benefit of what we're trying to achieve. Now, think about a society that is run this way, where you're like, okay, let's put our young workforce just right out of college, the people that are becoming doctors, lawyers, teachers, example. This demographic, 25 to 40, these are going to be your most powerful spenders, and you guys are putting them in massive amount of debt. So, like you said earlier, Blue Moon and Red Wine, and I think Sabby said as well, this kind of stuff prevent people from buying houses. So, like as an economic principle, advocating for student debt in any sense does not make sense. So, okay, you say you cancel up to 10,000. Okay, that's still 10,000 that this family is not spending. So you just eliminate the entire purpose, because there's studies after study that show if you cancel student loan debt, it will actually boost the economy. The concept is that people have more money to spend. But if you keep people in debt, you just eliminate that part, right? So I just want to add that part to what you mentioned. And that reason, that is exactly why I think we should advocate for it hard. And once again, I'm not gonna like shame people if they take their victory, but I think we gotta start there and hold firm as much as we can, because it just doesn't make sense to keep a large spending block in debt. That ruins the whole point of what we're trying to accomplish, in my opinion. Obviously, you help a lot of people, but you lose the economic benefit from it. So I want to hear from you guys.
So
Yeah.
I want to, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, like, with the lawyers and with the politicians who don't want to cancel student loan debt, and I've talked about this before, what people have to understand is those student loan companies donate to Republicans and to Democrats. And you can look this up on Open Secrets yourself. At the end of the day, they're going to look out for the best interests of the business, not the best interests of the people. And then you also have to think about the banks. And we talked about the banks last night. Like, at the banks, when we talk about people who control the wealth in this country, we're not just talking about Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates. We're talking about the bankers as well. And the bankers are above those people. Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates, they're just considered part of that corporate elite class. But when you look at the banks, I'm talking JP Morgan, I'm talking the Federal Reserve, they are above those people. So at the end of the day, when I say it's all about money and you need to follow the money, that's what I want you to do, because this is why they're not doing this. This is why they don't want to cancel student loan debt, because they know that would be a loss for the student loan companies and a loss for the banks.
So I want to share on my screen really quickly, because ever since I started to look into this a little more deeply than I had before, I got a lot of like information basically from people that had looked at this, been with this for years. And this is one of the groups, Student Debt Crisis, that basically the leader of it ended up just kind of wanting to work for the Warren campaign. And Warren was basically instrumental in introducing the idea of a cap for student debt forgiveness. And what she did when she did that was she basically separated people that had a little bit of debt from people that had a lot of debt. So the people with a little bit of debt are like, okay, you know, I like her, I'm going to vote for her. And this is how you create like a split. You divide. You can divide with many things. You can divide, usually, you know, in American politics, it's along race, but Warren managed to divide basically between essentially like grad students or people that had a little bit less debt, that were a little bit more affluent, and people that were really in the hole. And that's how she managed it, like created a fissure in this progressive movement. And the leader of this website, Student Debt Crisis, was a Warren supporter. And, you know, she was making it basically sound like, you know, she was in favor of debt relief, but in reality, it created a split in that movement. And this is the website, the Facebook page, Forgive Student Loan Debt, that was shut down by Mark Zuckerberg. And after it was shut down, it basically just became a like general Facebook page to ask lawyers questions about debt relief. And the thing that people have to understand is that lawyers cannot fix this issue. This is an issue that can only be solved by activism. Lawyers can help us. Like, I think it would definitely be useful for us to get together money. These guys don't like to work for free. Josh Cohen, his rate is like $400 an hour, or per email or something crazy. You know, just to tell me on the phone, you know, for 15 minutes that you shouldn't default, you shouldn't make like boycott for longer than 270 days. You know, that's the information I got from a legal expert. Now, there's other things that he said that were also interesting. He said that the payments, since under one of these IBR or whatever programs, you can make very low payments. His belief is that actually if you can make such low payments, like boycotting doesn't really pressure the government that much, because they already haven't received payments for a year or for 2 years since the pandemic started in a lot of cases. Especially since there's a very high default rate, it's like over 60%. A lot of people are not making payments. So what he said was that it's not very threatening to the government to boycott, because they don't really care. They don't need the money. They don't even need this additional tax. So what I asked was basically, so you think it would be better to march, like to march on Washington? And he literally said, yes, I don't think a boycott would be very effective. So, you know, it's very difficult to get people to march for something like debt relief. Alan Collinge has put together, like, he's tried to put together marches, and he had 1 million people sign his petition. And even with 1 million people signing his petition, it was like 50 people would show up to his marches. So it's, you know, ultimately, it's not realistic to expect like millions of people to march on Washington for debt relief. It doesn't seem like there'll be enough energy for that, but there will be enough energy for boycotting, for not making payments.
Yeah, that's an easy sell.
170 days. So I want to talk a little bit about like these infiltration tactics, especially like maybe hear from Nick and JB a little bit on infiltration tactics, because when I started this event, it literally almost got shut down because some people didn't like the word boycott.
Wait, hold up. What? Are you kidding me?
And I want to talk about it because I know that you guys had the same experience with the General Strike Summit. And, you know, like they tried to get me to change the name and people were complaining and stuff. And I was like, no, it has to be a strong name. It has to be a strong name. If you're not going to march on Washington, then the next strongest thing is strike or boycott. And we made this decision with the members of Debt Collective that were already publicly striking. So can you tell me a little bit, like, can you guys talk a little bit about, tone policing and, how this kind of plays into kind of weakening our effectiveness?
There's this idea that quote unquote leftist infighting. I use quote because I define leftism way different than a lot of people do. A lot of people want meet my classification of leftism, which is anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist. But for the simplicity, a lot of people who don't like the idea of left infighting, and I think it's actually really important because it's very important to highlight the people who are not on your side, and it's very important to research and be aware of CIA infiltration techniques, because as someone who is aware and who read about this kind of stuff, the same people who was purposely criticizing the Medicare for All March, the people who was fear-mongering over the General Strike Summit, these people were checking the entire checklist. They was really upset that we didn't go through the proper channels. They was bringing up irrelevant issues over and over again. And I'll bring up this example regarding the Medicare for All March. I would love to hear JV and Sabby as well. But I remember when, and apparently someone correct me on this, he was never booked. Anyway, apparently this right-wing neo-Nazi was accidentally booked by the Medicare for All March. But I heard he wasn't even booked. But what a lot of these progressives did, the leftist best, majority report crew, whatever, they took that and it was like, oh, see, this is why this march is bad. Even though that speaker was removed, like immediately, like even if he was booked, like they said, it was immediately taken down and corrected, right? So despite the fact that this issue was immediately corrected, I mean, this is weeks and weeks after this happened, you still have people like, what about the Nazi speaker? What about the Nazi speaker? And there's a coordinated effort to get this misinformation spread. It took so much effort because I was doing it. I was like, yo, that's old, right? Like, we've been corrected. And then people didn't even know. I talked to people who criticized the Medicare for All March who still thought the neo-Nazi was speaking. And I was like, bro, that didn't happen, right? So what is that? That means people are criticizing activists and then they don't even correct the record, which we saw as well, where you have people like Hassan and David Doe who was openly lying and saying that we didn't have union activists. Now, did they come out and apologize? Say, oh, we got this wrong. No, they actually did have union activists on. No, they did not. So their role is to attack activists, get people to distrust activists, while at the same time getting people to trust the politicians. So that's why I say leftist infighting is good. Once again, using leftist as a very vague term in this sense, because it's important to identify the people who are against our struggle. Because as we said before, I'm not here to debate our liberation. I'm not here to debate why we should be doing this kind of stuff. We should be trying to do this stuff because we live in a late stage capitalist hellhole, and you either join the team or we gotta go against you. We gotta fight back against you. But I'll pass it to the panel. That's my take in general about infiltrators and what we like. That's a very short what we went through and my thoughts on that. But you guys gotta be vigilant. I know it's easy to get people benefit of doubt, but man, once you start sniffing some stuff and you get bad vibes, trust your vibes. You just gotta know the tactics. But I'll pass it back to the panel.
Yeah, I think a lot of these things, and this is something I've talked to Nick about often actually. A lot of these people that tell you to fight for these issues and they say you should go out and get into the streets, they really only want you to do that when it's connected to a campaign to help get someone elected. So when Bernie said those things, they were like, yeah, we should do this. We should do it. The moment that Bernie dropped out, you noticed there was a split. So you had a group of people who still wanted to fight for those things and weren't relying on politicians to do it because we saw it just wasn't going to happen through them. And then you had the group of people that was like, no, this isn't the right way to do it. You need to go through like Nick said, go through the proper channels. And they really want you to do it through electoral politics. So that's the big difference that I've noticed, that anytime you try to do some type of direct action outside of electoral politics, they're against it. And the reason why they're against it is because their role is to keep you in the Democratic Party. And this is what I tried to tell people. That's the message that they preach, whether they say do it through progressive candidates or not. The role is to keep you in the duopoly. And so when we do things outside of that, they're going to try to smear it, and they have a large audience too. So this is a red flag for people. They are preaching that message to hundreds and thousands of people, and they're giving them incorrect information. The thing that Nick was saying about David Dole at the beginning of that video, David Dole said he didn't even watch the General Strike Summit. but he was commenting on it and he was saying what we didn't do. And so I just, again, like, they're not honest actors. Some of these people are paid. They were bought off a long time ago. And you notice, you see their message has changed. There's a reason for that. So my advice to you is just that expect that going into it. There's always going to be those people. There are whole DM groups on Twitter that their sole purpose of that group is just to attack activists. I'm not kidding. I've seen some of these spaces. It is absolutely ridiculous. So if you feel like people are coming at you in strong numbers like that, 9 times out of 10, that's one of those DM groups.
And to add to Sabby's point, it means you're doing something right. So a lot of the people who are hand-wringing about, the tone policing about this summit, that means that you would have done the exact same thing to the Montgomery the bus boycott. Because that's what it was called. So basically, you guys will be saying that Martin Luther King Jr. himself was too extreme. You're showing your whole ass right now. That's basically what you're doing. That's what we say in the Black community. You're showing your whole ass. And the thing is that when people say, and they try to hand-wring about these things, it's just like what Sabby and Nick were saying about trying to go through the proper channels. One thing, and I wanted to say this about, earlier when you were mentioning, Luci, about the lawyers, the debt lawyers that really are against ending the student loan debt. If these people were left up to their own devices, we would have high school students and high school loan debt. Let's be real. Because the thing is that would be even more money for them. Because to now make high schools, have to pay for tuition. Oh, now we're really getting some more money, right? And so the whole, mishigas of, oh, well, we should call it this or we should call it that. It's like, if you're not willing to call it something strong to get something that's much needed done, then it's just going to fall flat. It's just like the whole debate about the name of, it's just like the whole debate about the name of defunding the police.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah. It's like, well, we shouldn't call it that because that's just too extreme. And it's like, good. Let it be extreme. Why? Because that means it gets a conversation going. If the conversation gets going, then guess what? That means that things just might change. And that's the point. It was brilliant for you to name this summit the student debt boycott. Why? Because this is getting that message out there that people need to know that you're basically being punished for doing the right thing. You're being punished for it. And people, and you get people go, well, you shouldn't have taken out the loans. Back then, back in 1937, when you were going to school, your ass was paying $1,000 for 4 semesters. Get off your damn high horse. Guess what? We're paying out the ass just for this. And guess what? And I said this earlier, and a lot of people who aren't watching earlier, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't have student loan debt. Why? Because I didn't go to college. Why didn't I go to college? Because I didn't want to get student loan debt. So you're going to sit here and tell me that so I made the wrong decision by not going to college, but I tried to avoid student loan debt. So either I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. So that's the crazy part. And I want people to really think about when people try to, poo-poo about the naming of different things. And it's really not the name that they have a problem with, Luci. It's the summit itself that they have a problem with. Let's be real. Because ultimately, people who have paid it off, some people honestly want to feel like, oh, I'm better than you because I managed to pay it off. Oh, I paid mine off. I was responsible. Oh my goodness. You didn't pay yours off. What? You're lazy. You're stupid. You couldn't pay it off. Guess what? Now we're looking at everybody can't pay. Look, my mother, damn near 50, had just finished paying hers off, and she didn't even finish her college education. I watched her not being able to pay it off until one day they took out our income tax, which we needed to pay the rent. You know,
James, you have any idea how many customers I had that was well established in their careers in their 40s that was still had student loans they were paying off? How ridiculous is this?
Yeah,
like these are conservatives. I'm talking to you or anyone who's against the idea of canceling student loans. This is money that is not going into your community. If you got a small business, imagine if you had a coffee shop. I want people to think about real life, right? Imagine how many customers didn't go to your coffee shop because they live in their budget margins are so tight because of student loans, they can't go to your coffee shop. And that's the reality everywhere we live, especially if you're looking at more like areas with a younger, like robust working age group, like the people that ain't debt. Like it's impossible to calculate. I would love to see a study done, like how much money is being lost from these businesses. And I'm saying this as an example because once again, as someone who's paying student loans, even though I never really made a lot of money, there were things I didn't do that I would have done if I didn't do that. Now imagine if I went to some business that hosts entertainment, right? I'm not supplying that business with that money because I got student loan debt. You guys see what I'm talking about? So it hurts everybody, even if you don't got student loans. You guys think outside the box. You're losing customers. I couldn't, and one thing I knew this firsthand because I was sold cards. There was deals I was missing. My income was hurt because people's credit was bad because student loans. And since their credit was bad, I couldn't make the sale. Like this helps. Even if I didn't have student loan debt, that's an example of how that hurts me.
Yeah,
like
I was in sales too.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I was in sales too. I sold furniture, and I ran into the exact same problem that you did. I would sign up people for credit. Next thing you know, they got denied. Why? Student loan debt.
And then most capitalists will judge them, but I didn't. Every time that happened, I'm pissed because I'm like, you're screwed and I'm screwed now. Like there's maybe some capitalist salesman like, oh, this broke motherfucker, but I never had that mindset. I looked at it like, man, we both are screwed now because you got screwed by the system. Now the system come back and screw me. I never say that, but that's my mindset, right? Yeah. But I'll pass it back to the panel.
Yeah, and that's one of those things too that I want to make clear to everybody. When people when their credit score goes down because say they defaulted on student loans or whatever, that affects the rest of their entire life. Because there are some jobs in this country that you can't get if you have bad credit, which I think is ridiculous, by the way. But there are some jobs that are like that. They run a credit check. And if you don't get the score that they think that you should have, you can't get the job. So this, like Nick was saying, this is a lose-lose for everybody. One of the ways to put money back into the economy like that is by canceling the student loan debt. And you hear people like Joe Biden, they're talking about, well, people aren't buying homes and the housing market is suffering because we don't have money to come up with the down payment to buy the house. I had to get help from my parents. And so and not everybody has parents that can help them. And not everybody has parents. So it's this outdated way of thinking because they're thinking about an economy and a society that worked for them and their generation. It is not working anymore. So to keep people in that debt, it's no one is benefiting from this right now.
And adding to Nick and Sabby's point, you know what else they use? They look at your credit score when you're looking for an apartment. So guess what? This is going to contribute also to the homeless crisis. And that's one of the crazy parts. So now you're settled with student loan debt. You can't get an apartment, which means that you're going to be homeless. And do not tell me that, oh, well, they're not sleeping on the street. They're not homeless. No, if you're sleeping in a hotel or a motel, or if you're sleeping on somebody's couch, you are homeless. So guess what? If somebody can't get an apartment because their credit is shit, then guess what? Then you just contributed to the homeless crisis. Then guess what? Canceling student loan debt across the board would actually help people to actually live in homes.
People are being denied jobs.
Yeah.
So technically there's someone out there that's been denied a job because they're student loans. I mean, I guess that happens all the time, doesn't it? So it's like this is the society that you guys, the capitalists want, because they're in love with usury laws that are supposed to go against your guys' religion. They go against all economic ideas and foundations. But you guys love usury. You love keeping the working class in debt. And I use plain language. Like when I talk to people, and this is like the minority, right? The small amount of people who don't believe we should cancel medical debt, right? The people that don't believe we should cancel student loan debt, because I think we should cancel all this stuff. So you believe in an economy of people being in debt. You believe in debt wage slaves. Like when you lay it out, I think people really start thinking about it, like, do you really want a society where a ton of people are just in debt to the capitalist class, and they can decide whether if you can go to work or not? Like James said, where you can buy a home. This is an absolutely ridiculous way to actually have a society. But so many people are caught up in capitalist thought. They don't give any Marxist ideas any validity. They don't even think about how ridiculous it is.
Thanks so much, Nick. I just got word from the lawyer. I might do an episode like next week or, in the next month on my channel with him, giving advice on how exactly to boycott should you choose to. But I want to talk more with you guys about, and I brought up your little, what you like, Nick, the infiltration tactics that they use, because this is exactly it. And I know you've discussed this a bunch of times on your channel. I don't know if you want to go over it again.
I'd love to. Well, just to give some background, I read this a long time ago. Like, this is one of the things that always lived in my head rent free. When I first saw it, maybe 2-3 years ago. It's hard to tell, but I dug this up. If you look at my original tweet, like if you just Google my name and CIA, I've tweeted this the first time around January. Now, what was going on in January? Forced to vote. And I'm like, I've seen the people who was like fear mongering on that, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting like flashbacks of shit I used to read about the CIA did left. So I did my research and I found this. And then like I tweeted maybe like 2-3 times. Each time I tweeted it out, it went viral. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because if it went viral, because people were like, what? That shows me that people haven't seen it before. Like if you like, well anyway, I don't want to talk. But if you tweet something that most people know, like the chances of it going viral is pretty low. But the fact that this went viral, like I'm like, oh, a lot of people on the left don't even know this stuff. I have people who was like, oh, I didn't. Everything makes sense now. Like I posted it again during the Medicare Fraud March. Like I told you, I posted like 2 times. One during the Forced to Vote, the other one during the Medicare Fraud March. And every time I posted it, people was like, everything makes sense now. It makes sense now why they criticize me for doing this activism. It makes sense why people criticize this person for doing like. And then it was one of the things that we needed massive awareness, because if people know like these tactics and understand that it's not done in good faith, it allows you to share to use less bandwidth. Like it creates less stress. So when during the whole Joint Strike Summit, I've seen this stuff happen. I'm like, okay, these people are not the people that are on my side. Like these are the people that are working to undermine activists and empower politicians, because that's what they do. Now, one last thing I want to say, and I'll pass it back to you guys. I can talk about this forever. I'll cut myself off short. I do not think it's healthy to accuse people of being in the CIA. Like, even if you disagree with them, like if they're progressive, I don't think that's healthy, because you create a culture of paranoia. So I think even if like there's some people I really like, that dude's definitely. I try to avoid saying that, but what I am doing here is spreading awareness about CIA tactics. And what I say is, if you find yourself doing the same stuff the CIA is doing, you got to pause and reflect. I'm not saying you CIA, but what does it say about your politics if even despite not being CIA, you naturally do this stuff? What does that say about you? That's the message I wanted to share. So any thoughts, guys? And listen, I can talk about this all day, but it's crazy. They constantly fall through, like every single time they go through this list in one way or another.
I'd like to talk specifically this time with the student debt cancellation, the kinds of things like comments I got on Twitter. I'm definitely going to take a break from Twitter after this. But I definitely a lot of bureaucracy, people that wanted to draw us into more and more meetings, to a point where I was like, I just couldn't handle, like, there were, people that wanted to put together so many meetings that it was detracting from pulling together as many people as possible for this student debt boycott summit. Because, the second thing was definitely the same thing. Bringing up haggling, I'm going to go to 5. Haggling over precise wordings. Whole meetings about whether whether it should be called student debt cancellation summit or student debt boycott. Whole meetings just about this. It was a complete waste of time. Referring back to matters decided upon the last meeting, like we decided in the first meeting that it was going to be called student debt boycott summit or marathon, whatever. Nobody even cared what it was called. Initially, it was like, oh, it could be cancellation, strike. But during the first meeting, we were like, okay, it's not really a strike because we're not working for the student loan servicers, right? It's not like a strike the way you would strike at work. So you're boycotting. It's really a boycott more than a strike. So then we decided to call it boycott. Somebody brought it up in the second meeting, about how in the first meeting, we had to revise that decision. So that's exactly what happened. In the second meeting, reopening matters that were already decided in the first one, just to so that you can't move on. You can't move on to the next step. Advocating caution. That also happened. About how we couldn't name it student debt boycott marathon because it would hurt some students to go into default and they might get their wages garnished. And there's all of these unprecedented dangers. But we're a year post-pandemic. Over 60% of students are in default. A lot of people can't retire because they have such a heavy debt load. All of these, we're already in it. We don't need further caution. Obviously, you should definitely look into the risks before you do whatever it is that you decide to do.
Yeah, and number seven is their biggest sin. Like our A1 on the list, I would say number 7 and number 4 is probably the most relevant we've seen this year. All of them are relevant, but number 4 and number 7 is like the big one. Think about, once again, force the vote, advocate caution. Oh my God, what if this fails? Oh my God, what if they were like, what about what does that Republican do? That what if some Republican become House Speaker? What about this? What about that? Same thing for the Medicare for All March. Like he's like advocate caution. That's what they always do. But sorry, right back to you.
Yeah, and advocating caution, and it's like, what if one person goes into default? It's like, well, what if 43 million people get student debt cancellation? What about that? What if that happens?
What if the vote for Medicare for All fails? Oh my God, what happens then? Our movement is dead. Like, you see, that number 7 is one I've seen the most. Out. We can't run on defund the police. What if Democrats lose? Like, you see, like this is the same thing I see from these people all the time. But back to you.
And then bringing up irrelevant issues. And, I'm just going to say this, like, obviously, I really think most people in our country don't watch these channels. I think this is a reality. And I don't think, even the biggest people, the channels that get the most views, even those people, I think most people in America don't watch those channels. But in terms of bringing up irrelevant issues, there seems to be this, and I'm just gonna say it because, I really don't care about this subject at all. But there's a bizarre part of progressive media that is lethally obsessed with Jimmy Dore. Okay, they're bizarrely obsessed with Jimmy Dore. I don't know Jimmy Dore, so I didn't invite him because I don't know him. So I have no way of inviting him. That's one. The other reason I didn't invite him is because I didn't want this whole thing to become about Jimmy Dore. Because I don't want this whole thing to become Jimmy Dore because it has nothing to do with Jimmy Dore. And I don't want them to use it as an irrelevant issue. Would you believe that it was not less than a week before we put this whole thing together, this whole event together, that people started mentioning Jimmy Dore in the student debt boycott marathon? And Jimmy Dore is not he's not in it. And this would go back to 4. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. And one of the infiltration tactics that they seem to use is kind of guilt by association. They smear someone's personality, and then you're not only guilty if you are that person. Forget for a fact if you like Jimmy Dore or if you hate Jimmy Dore. Let's just say, and I know that there's people that like him and people that don't like him, but let's just say that he's a horrible person. I mean, I don't think he is, but just for a second, you're guilty by association if you talk to him, or if you know someone that knows him, or if you know someone that knows someone that knows him, or if you know someone that knows someone that knows someone that knows him. And pretty soon there's someone all over your fucking Twitter talking about how Jimmy Dore and the student debt boycott marathon. And it makes absolutely no sense. And that's exactly why I didn't even bother. I invited whoever wanted to come, and I made no special effort towards him, even though he has a good following, because I've had it with these personality smear tactics. Do you guys have anything to say about this strange tactic that liberal media has taken with personality smearing and bringing up completely irrelevant issues?
I would say what people have to know is that this is kind of like a numbers game. So when I said this the other day, that me and Nick always say people have Jimmy Dore derangement syndrome, and it's true. Tom's constantly just talking about what he's doing, and what people need to know is the numbers game. And if you pay close attention, and everyone should be watching this, Rob Durden reports on this a lot. He's really good with the whole the ratio and stuff like that on YouTube. But if you notice with the numbers, Jimmy Dore is close. He's catching up with Secular Talk, numbers wise by subscribers. But even though he has less subscribers than Secular Talk, he has the most views. Right now, he gets more views than anybody on the left. So he has the biggest audience. And that's why people see him as a threat. And that's why people got mad at him about Force the Vote, because he was actually challenging those politicians to do what they said they were going to do. And so some people didn't like that. They were just like, oh no, this is not the way to go about doing it. And then this is where TYT comes in, because then you had Jink get on TYT and lie to people and tell people that if they did this, that McCarthy will become the speaker. Now, he came back later on to correct that, but that was after the fact. It was already too late. The damage had already been done. But could you imagine the pressure that would have had on the squad if TYT had joined with Jimmy Dore and did push Force the Vote? But they weren't going to do that because they still want access to those politicians in Congress. You see, they'll come on TYT. You don't really see them come on other independent media shows anymore like they used to. So that's what people have to understand. It is a numbers thing. Just because someone has more subscribers, you have to look at the subscriber count versus the views versus the likes to dislike ratio. And right now, Jimmy Dore is getting the most views on the left, and he's been really bold about saying look, these people are not doing what they said they were going to do. And some people don't like that, and it scares them because it affects their message and that affects their audience. But right now, he is leading when it comes to the views.
And that's why Jimmy Dore derangement syndrome exists. And there's so many people who put so much stock in these podcasters. They were like, oh, I'm a Sam Cedar guy, right? So I see it, they almost emotionally invested in their feud, and to the point where I do it out of curiosity. When I'm bored, I'll see these people with Jimmy Dore derangement syndrome, and just out of curiosity, I'll check their timeline out. And if you're bored, do it. It's very interesting. And that's why I've been talking about it a lot more often. Bro, guys, stop with this derangement syndrome, because I'll look at these people's timeline, it'll be nothing but Jimmy Dore this, Jimmy Dore that. And then I'll look at some of these people timeline a few days in, no criticism of Democrats. These people spend all their time deflecting the conversation on podcasters, and it's gotten to the point, and I said this on Revolutionary Blackout this week, and I'm going to continue to repeat it because this is my theory. I really do think this is a new PSYOP. The PSYOP, now that Trump is out, because people had Trump derangement syndrome, so he can focus on the president. Now that Joe Biden's in office, people like TYT, people like Sam Cedar, they are focused on Jimmy Dore, because if you focus on Jimmy Dore, people are not going to focus on the fact that you told people to vote for Joe Biden, who is actually making the climate crisis worse than Trump. That actually spanned the military more than Trump. I'm not saying that he's inherently better than Trump, but these people told people a lie. People, they said that if you vote for Joe Biden, we're going to get incrementalism. We're not even getting incrementalism. So what is the best way to deflect from being this wrong? Being this wrong. Get people to talk about the podcaster. Get people to talk about Jimmy Dore. And not even him. Get people to talk about Ben Shapiro. Get people to talk about Dave Rubin. And I've seen it so much. This is my new theory. I've been saying it this week, and I'm going to keep on going with it. This is a psyop designed to get us to not focus on the people in power and make people think that somehow a podcaster, even if you disagree with him or her, that they are somehow the problem of this country. No matter if I disagree with Jimmy Dore on any issue, Jimmy Dore is not responsible for the state of my community, period. And there are people that want you to believe that is the case. And if you look at their timeline, they would think that, right? But that's all I had to say on that. Oh, yeah, one last thing. Sorry, because I want to directly answer your question, how I handle that. If you guys see on my roundtables, I push back against that shit straight up. Like, if you want to smear me by association, don't associate with me, because that's not my culture. Like, I'm a citizen journalist. I want to have a conversation with people, even if I disagree with them. If you don't like that, this is not the channel for you. Like, it's one of the things I don't negotiate with people on that, because this is not my culture. Like, I'm not mad at people who are into cancel culture, but it's just not my thing. And if you want to do that, maybe I'm not for you. I'm not here to be popular. I'm clear on that, because ever since I got on Jimmy Dore, the backlash that I got ever since people associated me with Jimmy Dore, and there's a point where I was like, all right, either you okay with me talking to people or you're not. Like, and a lot of these people are bad faith actors. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, so I actually, I preventatively tweeted this. I was like, the student debt boycott, for those of you who aren't on the health site called Twitter, I said the student debt boycott is on December 11th, and Jimmy Dore will not be there. So you'll have to invent another reason to shit all over it. And they did. They invented another reason to shit all over it, mainly the name. I also, had people do your standard responses. You should pay your debt because you owe, because you signed the paper. That's your standard take personal responsibility kind of response. And then, obviously they grappled over the name, and, there will be more forthcoming, especially because, the name boycott is really to get a conversation about the boycott started, because payments are due in January, and most people that have student debt, for those that are thinking of starting to pay in January, have a decision to make. Now, there's people that are already paying right now, but January is a big month for student debtors. That's why I did this now. It doesn't mean that I'm telling people what they should do. Obviously they should, think about the repercussions of whatever they do, but it's to open the conversation about it. And you can't open a conversation about a student debt boycott by calling it student debt cancellation, because that gives politicians all the power. It gives politicians all the power to just assume that they're going to do something for us without us, putting on any kind of pressure tactic. So to me personally, it doesn't make any sense to just talk about cancellation. We've been talking about cancellation for years, and absolutely nothing has happened. What do you think about that, JB?
I mean, what you said was true. We've been talking about it for a long time. It gets to a point where if everybody suddenly starts just not paying their student loan debt, then it's like these companies will go, well, what are we going to do? Like Sally Mae is going to be like, well, they're not paying it. So how do we get the money? And yeah, I mean, they can garnish wages and stuff like that. But my thing is that if you get feet in the streets and you can scare some politicians, hopefully that'll work. Because ultimately it's really just, it's killing people. And you get to a point where you're just like, how much longer are we gonna be able to take this? Now, as far as you know, people who say, well, you signed on the dotted line and blah blah blah, it's like, well, you could say the same thing about a lot of different things, and it still doesn't make it right. There are a lot of people that get swindled into contracts and shit. And are you still going to say that they are still at fault, even though they got swindled into a bad contract? And we live in a country that you know, that pushes people into these different types of situations. And so, are we going to think that it's still okay? The fact that people are, you know, suffering like this? I mean, they garnish my mom's income tax. And here's the funny part. That income tax was actually supposed to pay for our rent. And so, without, you know, actually having people help us, we would have been out on the street. So what do you say to that? You know, so it just sucks because, you know, it's almost like they try to put you between a rock and a hard place. And let's be real, Joe Biden was part of that as well because of the bankruptcy bill. He helped out with making that rock and hard place even worse. I'm at a point now right now where it's just like, what do you do besides get out in the street over something like this? Because they made it so to the point where you have no other choice. You know, I mean, you can try to just not pay and do the best that you can, but if you wait one day more, you're screwed. If you know, don't do it the right way, you're screwed. And if not enough people join in, you're kind of screwed. So it's just like, yeah, it's just like you're going to have to just like get out there because ultimately people are just going to, it's just a rough situation.
Yeah. And I can tell you guys, like Sally Mae, employees from Sally Mae actually said to my students that they have people that sit on the hill to make sure that companies like them don't go away.
So I'm gonna wrap up because we've already been going for an hour. Would you like to introduce yourself or your finishing comment, Sabrina?
Yeah. So someone was asking me recently, like, what advice would I give to high school seniors, juniors who are thinking about college? I have 2 suggestions for you. Number one, if you do want to go to college, to try to go to college abroad where it's free. You can go to college in countries like Germany as an American and go for free. 2, the other suggestion is don't go to college. Just don't. Don't go to a traditional 4-year university because at the end of the day, the money that you're going to have to take out for student loans and the money that you're going to make, the salary you're going to make when you graduate, it's not going to add up and you're going to be stressed out and you're going to be in a lot of debt. So those are my 2 suggestions.
Not only that, also a lot of people I know in my personal life as well. And this is an ongoing problem. I can attest to this anecdotally and through data that a lot of these people are graduating, getting a lot of debt. And they're not even getting a job in their career, in their field. That's a giant problem. So that's another reason why I think I agree with Sabby. I think if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have went to college. I'm a college dropout. And there was so much going on with me barely living, like economically surviving. Like I wasn't so like the reality of the situation, right? If I had to do it all over again, instead of going to debt, I would start working on my wealth, right? Like start working on building a foundation as an adult. And I truly do believe, like, and this is my personal belief. I'm not pushing this on anyone, but I think even if you do go to college, going to college your first 2-3 years as an adult doesn't make any sense. Maybe your first 2-3 years as an adult, you need to learn what it means to be on your own. Like even if it means having a job, and we need to and this is my personal belief, we need to redefine what community is. Like the idea that you're a parent, you kick your kid off at 18. That's ridiculous. That's what capitalism told you to do because they wanted to sell more houses. That's the reality of the situation. Before that, we all lived in a community together. And my personal belief is maybe 18 to 21, live with your mom, live with your dad, so they can teach you how to be the adult, right? And then if you want to go to college when you're 21, 22, you've seen some stuff, you work for 3 years, you got a better idea what you want to do, then go to college. I wish I would have done that because I went to college when I was 18 and I was all over I didn't know what I was going to do. And I went to debt essentially for no reason. And I wasn't ready to be a college student. Like, you guys, I love knowledge now. Like, back then I wasn't ready. Like, if I was to go to college right now, it would be different, but I wasn't ready then. And not everyone is. Some people are. Some people can go to college at 16 or 14. But you got to look at what's good for you. But that's the last word I have. Thanks for inviting me on. This is a good event. I watched a little bit earlier before my show, and you guys are killing it. So I would love to see more events and would love to be back on this kind of stuff. So,
Yeah. Any last comments, JB?
Yeah. If you are considering going to school, have you considered a technical or vocational education? These are trades that are still in desperate need, that pay decent amount of money, and it is a fraction of what you would pay to go to college. I went to a technical vocational school. Unfortunately, I got sick, so I wasn't able to continue it. But, there are people who do auto mechanics. There are people who do things like digital publishing. There are people who do auto body. There are people who do plumbing, electrical, masonry, carpentry, things like that. And these industries are constantly always going to be needed. And so because of that, and because of they're in such high demand, then you could still get into something that doesn't require as much debt. That's the best thing I can offer besides not going to college. But even still, and I make this point all the time, we should live in a system that even if you do not go to college, it does not absolve you from making a living wage. So even if somebody like me didn't go to college, I should not be in poverty if I'm able to work. And because I'm disabled, I should not be in poverty even still. So we also need to get out of our mind that because somebody didn't further their education, that means they deserve poverty. We got to get that out of our mind as well. Because nobody deserves poverty. And nobody actually actively works to get impoverished. So, if you guys want to continue your education, technical vocational school, it's a fraction of the price.
Right. Thank you so much all for coming. Hopefully we can continue this conversation another time. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me remove them. Sabby. Okay. So this is the end of the Student Debt Boycott Marathon. I just want to follow up very quickly to tell you that there will be probably 2 final panels on my channel, Blue Moon Red Wine, and also restreamed to Indie News Network, where I'll probably have a follow-up with Ed Lee to talk about New York universities and how they're basically taking advantage of the student debt crisis to rip people off on a local level. And then I'm also going to try to get Josh Collin, the lawyer that was not able to come to this boycott marathon, scheduled in at another point to talk about, so that you can get the legal perspectives on what the risks of boycotting are. But very generally, you shouldn't boycott for longer than 269 days. And if there are any ways that you can avoid paying while still remaining legally in compliance, forbearance, deferment, etc., you should take up all of those opportunities. Thank you so much for coming. And let me know if you have any comments My email is bmrwshow@gmail.com. And keep up the fight. I'm going to go into a short intermission, and I will see you guys on the next episode.
Unemployment call center. Please listen carefully as our menu has changed. Press 1 to claim benefits. Press 2 to speak to a representative. All representatives are busy right now. The current wait time is 25 minutes. Is appreciated. Did you know that you can also spend your Saturdays with us? If you're not tired of holding yet and still want to speak to a representative, press 1. For Spanish, press 1. For Chinese, press 2. For Portuguese, press 3. For French, press 4. For Italian, press 5. For Ukrainian, press 6. For English, press 7. Your wait time is now 65 minutes.